Good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground. It's day one of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. The information you require is that Derbyshire won the toss and they've decided they're going to have a bowl first on a pitch that's got it's got a tinge of green to it, but we are told that this is going to be exactly the same sort of pitch as the pitches that we played on already, which basically means there's plenty of runs in it. So Derbyshire are going to have to strike early. I'm delighted to say from BBC, Hereford and Worcester, Dave Bradley's alongside me. Bradley, how are you?
Fletch, good morning, and good morning everyone, wherever you are in, I don't know, Worcestershire, Derbyshire, the world, I suppose.
The world.
The whole world can listen to us, which is a bit scary at times. Yeah, welcome. Bit cloudy, chilly old morning, but we're told we're all right. We're all right for 4 days. So
we're all right. Saturday night there might be a thunderstorm Saturday night.
Oh, is that when I'm out clubbing in the middle of Derby? I might get wet.
So you might need to take a coat. Take a coat.
Yeah. But yeah, all set up. I think there was a few eyebrows raised when we were told that the Derbyshire skipper had thought they would bowl.
Yes. They made one change, Derbyshire. Lewis Rees is coming in place of Matty McKiernan.
Yeah, no, Joe Leach for Worcestershire. We believe that he's got an injury, so Adam Finch, Charlie Morris, Ben Gibbon and Ed Barnard on the pace attack for this one.
Been an all right start to the season for both teams, hasn't it? Derbyshire have already exceeded expectations, I think, with the amount of points they've got.
Yeah, Worcestershire should have won at Leicester, but didn't. So if they'd have won that one, obviously their points all would have been a bit better than it is now.
Oh, what if they'd won? Yeah.
If they'd won,
is that how it works?
If you win, you get more points.
Okay.
Apparently, I've worked this out over the years. Graham Lloyd and Rob White are our umpires, and they're in the middle with several players from each team. Well, just two from Worcestershire, and several from Derby. I think we're starting a bit earlier. I know.
I've just got the 11 o'clock news in my ears, so okay. I assume that it's 11 o'clock.
Which means I've got to say thank you very much.
Well,
and I'll see you later.
It's lovely to see you again, brothers. Yeah, Dave will be back in the fullness of time. Once he's updated, listens to BBC Hereford and Worcester, and it's going to be Sam Connors who'll bowl the first over from the racecourse end. The permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. It's got a smattering of spectators. There's some out in front of the what I would call the grandstand, away to our left. And here is Sam Connors into bowl to Ed Pollock wide of the off stump, full delivery and through to Brooke Guest. So it's Billy Godleman, Shan Masood, Brooke Guest, Wayne Madsen, Liz Deploy, Lewis Rees, Anaj Dahl, Alex Thompson, Sam Connors, Saranga Lackmel and Ryan side bottom for Derbyshire. Worcestershire, Jake Libby and Ed Pollock, who are both out there at the moment. Azhar Ali, Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, who's been in decent nick so far this season. Ben Cox, Ed Barnard, Josh Baker, Ben Gibbon, Charlie Morris and Adam Finch. 3 slips in place for this next delivery. There was for the previous delivery, and it's played off the bat by Ed Pollock down into the ground. And there is no run. Cloudy today, lots of cloud above. I can see a couple of little bits of blue sky, and we're expecting a bit like yesterday, but without the rain, for it to warm up as the day goes on. The scoreboard rather impressively says Worcestershire trail by no runs. Here is Sam Connors in and bowls. That's driven, and there are some runs. Might even be 4 of them. Billy Godleman is giving chase, but I think the ball, well, it's holding up. It's holding up, and it's going to stop before it gets to the boundary. And the batsmen are going to come through 4-3. So the first runs on the board, all of them to Ed Pollock. He's on 3, and it's 3 without loss. Slightly different to the way we have been doing it. The updates will also appear online, with Bradders doing the same, or updates at the same time as us on Radio Derby. Not sure whether Ed's listening or not, but he hasn't sent me a message yet, so perhaps he is. Connors in again. And we're in the first over here. Heidi, Derbyshire won the toss, decided they'd have a bowl first, and Worcestershire a 3 without loss. Ed Pollock has got all the runs, just one change to the Derbyshire team that drew with Glamorgan last time out. Lewis Rees comes in place of Matty McKinnon. It's overcast, the pitch is a little green. Derbyshire are bowling and Worcestershire a 3 without loss. No run off that last delivery. Connors is in again. Oh, that one just takes a leading edge out into the offside where Billy Godleman swoops on the ball. Once again, there is no run. Once I get used to which of these buttons to turn, I'll be absolutely laughing. There we go. Button turned. One ball remaining of the first over of the day. Might have underclubbed it with the shorts this morning because it is chilly. Connors is in once more. This time it's left alone by Livy outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. First over done and dusted. And Worcestershire, who were put into bat, are 3 without loss.
I did wonder, I have to say, when I came in, I wondered if I didn't get the email about the dress code this morning.
I left my house. I live in the northwest, of course.
Do?
I left my house at about 5 to 6 this morning.
Right. And it wasn't bright and sunny then, was it?
No, it was absolutely freezing. But I thought the forecast looks pretty good, so I'll wear my shorts. I do have long trousers in the car.
Yes, it's yeah. Oh, yeah, fair enough. If the sun comes out this afternoon, it could be. You could have it smack on, mate.
Yes, potentially.
There's me with me gilet on this morning as well. So we got Saranga Lackmel to bowl from. Do we still call that the city end?
We do indeed.
Oh, good.
Yeah, well, I do.
Well, the city's still there.
Yes, it
I
is.
know. I came through it yesterday.
Yeah,
there it was.
Absolutely.
In all its glory. I think I took a wrong turn somewhere. And I think I actually got to my destination a little bit quicker, but I went through parts of Derby that I'd never been through before.
Oh, really?
It was very interesting.
Yeah.
So, Lackmel, the first ball of the day for him. He's in bowling to Pollock. Pollock, who's forward, pushes away on the offside, and there will be no run occurring.
I think there's places of Derby that I haven't been to be honest.
Well,
not being a local.
That's only because of the order from the judge that you couldn't go there. That's the only reason. The clouds are fairly high. They're a bit sort of grey, fluffy type of things. There's 1 or 2 patches of blue sky, but you wouldn't be sat out there in your shirt sleeves today, I don't think.
No.
3 slips. As Pollock awaits, next ball from Lackmel, forward, pushes away into the extra cover area. So there's 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. We're sort of pavilion side, I suppose, are we? If we came 2 or 3 pitches over, we'd be in the middle of the square almost here, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly central there. If you're in the written room, you're absolutely laughing.
You are. Yeah, I suppose there's more boundary down to my left than I can see. So down to third man is a bit of a blind spot for me on this occasion. Lackmel, right arm over, strides in, and this time Pollock is forward again, pushing away on the offside. In fact, he plays and misses at that one. I thought he got that one squarely in the middle of the bat, but there again, it's the angle, I tell you. Goes whizzing through, but
He's bowled nicely so far this season. Saranga Lackmel played his first match at Lords. He's only got off the plane from Sri Lanka about 3 days prior to that game, and it was cold. So goodness knows what he was like coming from Colombo to London in April. He's bowled pretty well.
Lackmel again, and this time Pollock does get bat on it in the air, but it's safe as he smashes it away through the covers. No chance for Lewis Rees to get hold of that one, and that's the way he plays Pollock. If it's up, he's going to have a go at it, and he might score you a quick 50. Or indeed, at Leicester, he scored a quick century. On the other hand, he might get out early, but that's the way he plays. And an hour of Ed Pollock in the morning could put a very different view on the game. Yes, I always remember Philan Samarawera, a Sri Lankan who came from Colombo and started pre-season at Kidderminster, and they had to brush the snow away. And he told us that as Lackmel from the city end to Pollock, who's got all 7 of Worcestershire runs so far, played on the onside, No run. It was 32 when he left Colombo. It was 32 when he got to Kidderminster.
Different
One
one.
was Celsius and one was Fahrenheit. Yeah,
Wow.
he was cold.
Yeah.
And Azhar Ali said, I think it was in the mid-30s when he left to go to New Road. So it is, you know, it's a bit of a culture shock for these guys, isn't it?
Well, once Sean Masood settles down, I imagine he'd be a very
Once he-
exciting batsman once he gets used to the conditions.
Once he gets used to the weather, he'll be all right.
Yeah, he will.
Here's Lackmell to Pollock again. Shorter delivery this time, and Pollock, I think, played inside the line of that one. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Through to wicket-keeper. Guess 7 without loss, Worcestershire, after 2 overs, and all 7 of those, as I say, to Ed Pollock, with Billy Godalming winning the toss at 10:30 and deciding that Derbyshire were going to have a bowl. As Dave was saying, there's a tinge of green in the wicket, but it's not as green as some that we've seen start to play.
No, they've been good batting tracks. They expect this to be a good batting track as well. And wickets this morning, having decided to have a bowl first, are pretty important from a Derbyshire perspective. If Worcestershire can get through the first hour and a half. There's Libby on strike now, and he turns this little inside edgishly down towards backward square leg and picks up a couple of runs. Start of a new over from Sam Connors, fielded down there by Ryan Sidebottom.
Yeah, he struggled a bit this start of this season, Jake Libby. In fact, he struggled a lot. He's normally, well, last season he was over 1,000 runs, but so far this time he has got 148 from 7 innings, with the highest of 75. So he's averaging just over 20.
Which is what you might expect in April, but there's been some big scores, hasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
So that one is a play and a miss. A very expansive-looking drive from Libby. Rarely didn't get his foot to the pitch of the ball at all. Bat away from his body and through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, he had a right fling at that one. The pitches have been decent, haven't they? I think particularly for the openers, because over the last few seasons, opening the bat in English conditions in April has been really hard work.
Yeah, it's no kind of job at all, that is it? But it's not cleaning the streets, but Connors is in. This one is full face of the bat, out into the offside, played off the back foot. Billy Godalming moves in front of Anuj Dal. About the only time you'll see Billy Godalming beat Anuj Dal to the ball, I would have thought.
Well, it was about 10 yards closer to him, let's be honest.
You do need a head start against Nudge, who is rapid. He's had a very good start to the season himself, batting and bowling as well as fielding. 3 slips for Connors, point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a long leg. There is also a third man as Connors is in again, and this one pushed straight to Godalming on this occasion. And once again, there's no run 9 without loss in the 3rd over. The games in Division 2, Nottinghamshire, bless them, languishing in the wilderness of the 2nd Division, are 11 for 1 down at Lords, having been put into bat by Middlesex. So Derbyshire at Trent Bridge next week. Will they be unbeaten? Well, Nottinghamshire won't be, clearly, because they've already lost this season, but Derbyshire could be. Here's Connors over the wicket, in again, bowls to Libby, drives very pleasantly. The ball ricochets off the boot of Ed Pollock. It's eventually picked up by Saranga Lackmell, but the batsman decided, because the ball had struck the batsman at the non-striker's end, that they wouldn't, and indeed shouldn't really, take a run. Glamorgan put Durham into bat at Chester Street. Slow progress there early on for Durham, just 3 runs on the board, and Leicestershire elected to bat first against Sussex, and they're playing that game just up the road, down the road at Grace Road, as Connors is in again, and that one is clipped very nicely off his pads and by Jake Libby down towards long leg for a single. I'm trying to work out who that is. I think it's Sidebottom. Down that Sidebottom's one of the people who I haven't actually worked out how they walk yet. You know,
Yeah.
I've only seen him a couple of times. We saw him for 7 balls down at Lords, and then he came back last week. Oh, not last week, the week before last, in fact. The game against Glamorgan, bowled really nicely in the 2nd innings. Picked up a 4 for, but I don't recognise him immediately. As of yet, 10 without loss after 3 overs here. Pollock has 7. Libby has 3, and I'll stop wittering.
Lackmell continuing from the city end. The breeze, according to the flag on the far end of the ground, is sort of coming across the ground. So over Lackmel's left shoulder as he comes in, which should aid a little bit of in-swing maybe. He's in and bowls, and Libby up on his toes, pushes the ball out on the offside to cover point, where the ever enthusiastic Anuj Dal comes into field. Because I was doing a bit of research, people would hardly believe that I ever do any research. I looked up Lackmel on a certain website yesterday, which was clearly written by, how can I phrase this, somebody whose first language wasn't English. Okay. It was very interesting. Yeah. I learned quite a lot. Three slips crouch. Lackmel bowls, and this is pushed back down the pitch by Libby. Got a half decent stride in there. So he didn't that ball in the last over, which he tried to drive through the offside and didn't get anywhere near it.
Well, we haven't spoken to Saranga Lackmel yet because, well, he doesn't speak English.
Does he not at all?
Not well enough to do a radio interview, certainly.
Right.
But he's there on a 2-year contract. I'm determined by at some point during that 2-year contract we will get him on the radio.
Here's Lackmel to Libby, and plays out on the onside. There's a chap called Gus Creevy, or Gustus Greevy, hooker and captain of Argentina. Played for Worcester Warriors for about 3 seasons, I think. Spoke reasonable English. And then I saw him interviewed after captaining Argentina against South Africa, and he had an interpreter. I saw him a few weeks later. I said, "What's that all about, Gus?" He said, "Give me time to think." But I'm sure one or two of these, you see football managers, don't you? I'm thinking, I think you know what's going on. Here's Lackmel. Next ball is played away by Libby, nicely off the back foot. He's not going to get 4 for it, but it's pushed away on the offside rather than driven. So they're going to come back for 2 as Masood chases that one down. So Libby goes 2, 5, Pollock 7, Worcestershire 12 without loss. Having been put in this morning, if you've just joined us. Well, they've been put in if you haven't just joined us.
Yeah,
the information
happened. Yeah, I've spoken to a few footballers who needed interpreters, but
yeah,
whose language apparently was first language apparently was English.
Yeah. Lackmel's next ball. Oh, that's a good ball. Just fades away, and sort of a tentative prod at it from Libby flies through the wicketkeeper Guest, who's having a pretty decent season with the bat. He got 200s in the last one.
First Derbyshire wicketkeeper to do that since 1896.
Go on,
Bill Storer.
You saw that one as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's a great start. That is. Yeah. You know, when I saw it, I thought there can't be too many. Lackmel, ring of 3 on the offside. Right arm over bowls, and Libby gets an edge onto it. And now, is that a drop at slip or did it carry? I'm not 100% sure if it carried.
I think it was short, which is why the body language suggests short, doesn't it? But it's hurt. Leah's deploy.
It has. It's a cold morning and cold fingers. But I think by the reaction it probably did land short. But Libby gets a single as Deploy couldn't stop it cleanly. And Worcestershire at the end of the over are 14 without loss, 13 without loss, 13 without loss. Live commentary coming to you from Derby and myself, Dave Bradley and Dave Fletcher. Brought to you, of course, by the BBC.
You'd expect nothing less.
Oh, yeah.
Sam Connors from the racecourse end, bowling to Jake Libby, who pushes this out into the offside. Billy Godwin does the fielding once again. Always in the offside, Billy Godwin. The Derbyshire skipper, who's having a bit of a torrid time of it so far this season, with about averaging 19.66. Hasn't got very many runs at all.
That's not his usual style, is it?
No. So he's got 2 more championship matches before we go from matches that take 4 days to games that take 2.5 hours, or should. Connors in again once more. Push this time off the back foot out into the offside. And Godleman does the fielding. Wayne Madsen obviously batting nicely at the moment. We've got, as you mentioned, Brooke Guest, who's doing okay.
Madsen always gets runs against Worcestershire.
Well, I think he's on for he's trying to get his 6th successive score of 50 or more in this, whenever he bats. presumably will bat at some point. You would expect. It is a particularly good pitch. As Connor's in, and that one is again played off the back foot out into the offside. Again, it's Billy Godwin who does the fielding. Matty McKinnon is the person I feel most sorry for. 2 matches ago at Grace Road, he scored his maiden first-class century, and today finds himself out of the side, not even in the squad.
Yeah. Because of the experienced batsman coming back, I guess.
Yeah, but he's primarily a leg spinner, McKinnon. There is no leg spinner at the Derbyshire side, following the departure of Matt Critchley to Essex in the winter. That one's turned into the leg side by Libby. Masood does the fielding.
And they back down to Alex Thompson and Aiken back, aren't he?
That's as far. That's pretty much as far as they do back, though. Yes, they fall off a cliff. Sam Connors can hold a bat. Doesn't have many shots. Saranga Lackmel can't really hold a bat. And side bottom, well, we haven't seen too much of him, but he's below the other two. Connors is in again, and that one is a full delivery that's just clipped back towards the bowler by Libby. I think it's a not Fred Timrus who said he hadn't realised that Notts had changed their name to Nottinghamshire Languishing. Yeah, that would be a very good languishing in the wilderness of the second division.
I used to quite enjoy giving the scores out when Warwickshire, and in the second division, Warwickshire. Yeah, it's very good when it's a nice feeling when local rivals don't do very well.
It's just amusing, isn't it? It's just amusing. It's Connors bowls, and that one is a thick-ish inside edge up towards mid-on, where Lackmel does the fielding. It's the end of the Connors over, which may have been a maiden, in fact was a maiden. And they're 13 without loss, Worcestershire, after 5 overs. Derbyshire won the toss this morning, put them into bat, and Pollock has 7, Jake Libby has 6. No breakthrough yet for Derbyshire, who will be very keen to break through in the first half hour, but they've only got another 11 minutes to do that, because this pitch isn't going to get any greener.
No, get a bit of sun on it, it'll soon dry out, won't it? One would think.
Yes, I think you might be right.
Never ever predict too much, to be honest, at cricket.
No, that would be foolhardy, wouldn't it? Well, I'd have had Derbyshire batting at the moment if I'd have my prediction had come true.
Here's Lackmel, city end, right arm over to the left-handed Pollock, and Pollock tries to flick one down the leg side, goes straight through to wicketkeeper Guest. There's a smattering.
Yeah, there is a smattering.
There's a few.
There's a definite smattering in there.
Yeah.
Always looks good at the far end, the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, because they have to remove a third of it effectively as a side screen. So if it's at one end or the other, they're sort of more huddled together.
Yeah.
It always makes it look more of a crowd.
Yeah, everybody sits in the same place, same stand. Looks better. There's Lackmel to Pollock, who gets on that, jumps on him a bit, rubs him on the bottom hand. He's walked away, shaking his left hand and having a look at it. Certainly leapt a little bit. We do have the joy of a replay on the live screen, which is sort of slightly, it's about a half a ball behind, but it is there. And yeah, just short of it. I'm not sure that Pollock got himself in the right position for that one, so he paid the price with a whack on the finger. His teammate Libby comes down just to make sure he's okay, or maybe saying, "Get yourself into position, mate. It won't hurt so much." Lackmel back at his mark. What is he coming off? About 23, 24 paces, I suppose. Knees are pumping. Bowls. This time Pollock edges, caught by the wicketkeeper. Good catch by Guest. Low down to his left. Pollock half forward. A thinnish edge, but it just seemed to go a long way. And good catch by Guest. It was one of those that does he go for, or does first slip go for it? But Pollock goes. He's gone for 7, and Worcestershire are 13 for 1.
They needed a breakthrough, and it was a good catch, wasn't it? Low down to his left-hand side. He did put down one. I think he put Labuschagne down, which is never a good thing, is it?
Oh, no.
He was dropped twice in the second innings that Glamorgan had when they eventually held out 8 down. But that was a good catch and a good man to get out as well, Ed Pollock, because as you said, Brad, as if he gets going, you can sort of look around and 10 minutes later you can look back and he's got 20-30 on the board and you're thinking, hang on a minute, how's that happened? But
yeah,
they got him nice and early for just 7 runs. So the breakthrough achieved, and the sun comes out. Pollock will be furious that he's not batting in the sunshine. It's an absolute picture out there at the moment.
isn't it?
There are some very dark clouds still around.
Azhar Ali is on his way to the middle.
Let's see if Sham Massoud's going to have a word with him. He isn't.
No,
He's too nice to do it, to be fair. He's one of the nicest men I think I've ever met.
They've probably had a pre-match natter. Anyway.
Yes, you'd have thought so. Yeah.
Azhar Ali struggled as well until he got 90 odd last week against Durham for Worcestershire as they batted out the last day. I think he, well, from his own point of view, I think he needed a decent knock. He's having a pat of the wicket. It's the last ball of this over. No, it's not. It's only 3 gone. So, international battle here as Lakmal to Azhar Ali, and that's a good ball to start with. That's a beauty. Azhar Ali dropped his bat, but I think after the ball had gone past, it was just short of a length and really whizzed away. People talk about an effort ball, but I think that was just when he got everything right. It was so smooth. And Azhar Ali's probably thinking, I didn't really want that one up first, please, if you wouldn't mind. Nice half volley on the off stump would be all right.
Couldn't play that, could you?
No. That's short and it's bounced and it's gone as well. So, Lakmal races in again. And, oh, it's another beauty. No ball called, though, just overstepping in his enthusiasm there, Lakmal. I don't think Azhar Ali got an edge to it, but it's another beauty.
I say, Lakmal, he's bowled really nicely without a tremendous amount of luck. He got a 5 for first innings last time out. Ended up with 7 in the match, I think. Yeah, 7 for, oh dear, maths, 147, 747 in the match. But he has beaten the edge of the bat in every game he's played consistently.
He certainly got it going this morning. Bowls again, and this time at fuller length. Azhar Ali gets a bat on it, squeezes it away on the arm side. 1 for your diary, Anuj Dal misfields. I think he bounced off one of the practice wickets. I'll give him that excuse if he wants it, but
He won't be happy.
he won't. He's pointing
Yeah,
up to
yeah,
that's
yeah,
that's
yeah,
where
that's
it landed,
it,
lads.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's pointing. He's tapping down a little lump. That's where it landed. Nothing to do with me. It's all to do with the pitch. Lakmal's next searching delivery to Azhar Ali, and he gets bat on this. In fact, he's going to get 4 runs. Steers it down to third man. I think he was off the full face of the bat, but he got enough top hand in it to send it down there. And so, the end of the over in Worcestershire on 19 for 1. And I'll go to other duties.
Thank you, brothers. Yeah, the breakthrough in that over. Pollock goes. Derbyshire will be looking for at least another 2 or 3 before lunch. You would fancy, but the sun's out. It'll start to dry off the pitch. Sam Connors is going to continue from the race course at 19 for 1, Worcestershire. He does have a third man and a fine leg. Connors is in, and that one is defended by Jake Libby out into the offside. And there's no run. Well, 4 games going on in the first division of the county championship as well. Not a single wicket has fallen. Lancashire put into bat at Headingley on 9 without loss against Yorkshire. Northamptonshire put into bat by Warwickshire on 9 without loss at Edgbaston. Surrey chose to bat at Beckenham and 27 without loss against Kent, as Connors is in again and bowls. That one is defended by Libby, fielded by Anuj Dal. And in the other game, the old cider derby. Out Bristol, Somerset 22 without loss, having been put into bat by Gloucestershire. So only the wicket here of Ed Pollock, and the one that fell at Lords, where Nottinghamshire are now 35 for 1. They're the only wickets to have fallen so far this morning. Connor's in again, and Libby turns this one into the leg side. Masood will do the fielding. He'll just trot alongside the ball before eventually bending down to pick it up. And the ball goes, the batsmen go through for another single. Libby moves on to 7. 20 for 1 in the 7th over. Cloud back for the time being. So there's slightly more blue sky now than there was when we started, but I still wouldn't describe it as a warm day necessarily. It's a little unpleasant. Not a shorts day. Connor's in bowls, and that one is pushed again up to Billy Godalming by Jake Libby. That'll be why I'm wearing shorts, of course. Nice to hear from Adam. Adam News saying great to have the cricket back on after a week of nothing to watch. And Adam's hoping that Lewis Rees can bring his form from the seconds with him. He got a century, didn't he? The recent game. I think it was against Durham. Seconds in action against Nottinghamshire at Lady Bay. It's down the road from Trent Bridge today. It's Connors. 2 balls left of his over. He's in and bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly by Azhar Ali out towards the cover region. He's only going to get a single though. Dahl chases after it. When Dahl chases after something, it's generally caught pretty quickly, which it is. He moves on to 5. That's Azhar Ali 21 for 1. Early wicket today for Saranga Lakmal, which is something that he hasn't really managed so far this season, the early wickets. As Connors sets off again. Past the umpire now. Bowls, it's a short delivery, and Azhar Ali, Jake Libby rather, has nothing to do with it, and he couldn't have reached it, and it's a no ball, says umpire Graham Lloyd, so we'll have to send that one down again. Update coming up. Yes, an early wicket, a breakthrough. Saranga Lakmal, the Sri Lankan, managed to get Ed Pollock to edge one to Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper. Good catch, diving down away to his left-hand side. He was dismissed for 7 with the score on 13. Worcestershire have moved on to 23 for 1 now. Jake Libby has 6. And Azhar Ali, Pakistan international, he's on 5. They'll need more wickets, though, in this first session, having decided to bowl first, having won the toss. This green-tinged pitch isn't going to stay green for too long. Worcestershire 23 for 1. Middlesex have tweeted that Shaheen Shah Afridi is to return home ahead of international duty. And they're playing a series against the West Indies. It's a white ball series in June in Pakistan. So no more Shaheen Shah Afridi, due to return to Middlesex upon the completion of that international series, as Lakmal's in from the city end, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali. Late June when he will return as part of the T20 Blast campaign. So Shaheen Shah Afridi's return home ahead of the Pakistan series against the West Indies. And white ball cricket. We wait to see if it affects anybody else. I wonder. Mohammad Rizwan may well be called back by Pakistan from Sussex, but we'll wait and see. As his next delivery from Lakmal is defended once again by Azhar Ali out into the offside, fielded by the bowler at the end of his follow-through. And again, there's no run. Shan Masood fielding at 3rd man now. Just down below us, big smile on his face as he chats to Wayne Manson and Lears Deploy in the slips. 3 of those, the other one is Alex Thompson at first slip. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket will be a long leg. There is away to our left-hand side as Lakmal bowls, and it's left alone by Azhar Ali to go through to the wicket-keeper. Once again, there's no run. So there is plenty of blue sky, so there's no danger of weather intervening here, unless you don't like it too cold. But more and more blue sky starting to appear, and the players not quite bathed in sunshine at the moment, but there is a little bit of sun about now, which is excellent news. I've just been sent a tweet by my lad about Shaheen Sharafrid. He's going back to Pakistan from Middlesex. Blackmall bowls a shortish delivery, and Azhar Ali lets it go through because they're playing West Indies in a white ball series in June. So everybody's now got their fingers crossed in Derbyshire. I'm sure that Sham Masood doesn't get called into that particular white ball squad.
This is the problem, isn't it, with the overseas players these days. You think you've got them for the whole summer, but suddenly they disappear. And of course, the international boards like Pakistan have got control over them.
Yes.
So you can't say no, really.
A couple of deliveries left at this Lakmal over from the City end, bowling to Azhar Ali, who defends this one out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. It's not picked up cleanly by Anuj Dal. And they do get through for a run. Even if he'd have picked it up clearly, I'm not sure he'd have managed to kind of throw away to trouble either of the batsmen. Azhar Ali running to the far end did run his bat in, as all proper batsmen are taught to do. He moves on to 6 and Worcestershire 24 for 1.
Roses match this week, I see.
It is.
Have we got a full round of fixtures?
No, there's only 4 games in the first division.
Oh, is there? It's beyond me.
It's been beyond me for a long time. Here's Blackmall again. To complete his over, it's driven by Libby up towards a wideish mid-off. Billy Gottleman runs around to do the fielding. Libby takes single pitches to strike. He's got 7. Azhar Ali's got 6. And Worcestershire at 25 for 1. But Lancashire and Yorkshire didn't play in the first round of matches of the season.
That's crazy, isn't it?
But it's like Tottenham and Arsenal. No, we'll not bother.
No, we're not bothered.
We'll not bother the first week of the season.
You've got 10 teams in the league. There's 5 games every week. And then if you want to give everybody the same week off, if they want to have a week off, or in the second division, 8 teams, so 4 games every. There we are. And then in the first division, everybody doesn't play everybody home and away, which to me is not a balanced competition. Anyway, he's back here at Derby. Connor's in and bowls, and Libby is beaten by this one. Definitely played at that, just easing its way past the outside edge of his bat. So the breeze, it'd be pretty much behind Connors as he comes in from the racecourse end. I was talking to somebody in fact, yesterday. My neighbour said I'm off to Derby, and she said, "What's the ground there called?" I said, "Well, I call it the racecourse because it is the old racecourse." And as Connors is in bowls, this time Libby's solidly behind it, pushed away on the offside. And when I first came here, the old the stewards' hut or building was over on the far side, and that's where the scorers were, as far as I remember. And this where we're sat today was very open, but a lot of great work going on here at Derby in recent seasons.
Yeah, we used to park cars here, didn't they?
That's right. You could sit in your car and watch the cricket. And the pitch, of course, was the other way around. The wickets were the other way around. Connor's in bowls and pushed away on the offside. No run. I always remember because they turned the pitch around because day-night games, the sun would set and you couldn't see from the one end. And
it was easy to turn the pitches around and move the sun. They decided at the end. I don't know whether they had a committee to work that out or not. But.
Well, I remember the one time they put some boards up on a cherry picker to stop the sun shining. But and they produced some good pitches since they turned it around as well. Here's the next ball, which is turned away on the onside, and there is no run. Worcestershire are 25 for 1. Yeah, I know when they first turned them round at Old Trafford. First turned them round at Old Trafford, equipment failure there. They had some problems with the pitches because I know Worcestershire played there early in the.
No, it's now you're going in and out now. What's happening there? Put it back. Oh, no, it's not. It's worse. It's not working. Will it? I shouldn't have touched it, should I? Oh, there you go.
Is that right?
No. I don't know whether which wire it is. Well, not to me. Oh dear. if I do that, waggle it a bit. That hasn't helped at all, has it?
No, but you've taken me left ear off. You carry on, I'll go grab another.
Would you? Sorry, mate. That's my. It's my. I want to make it perfectly clear. It's my headset that Brad has struggled with there, which is clearly not working. That one is played off the back foot by Jake Libby up towards the deepish cover region. Anuj Dal has fetched the ball, but the batsmen have gone through for a couple of runs. That was the final ball of the over. He just went off. I moved his microphone nearer his mouth, and it went quiet, which isn't generally how these things work. Now he's got to work out how to. Oh look, he's got a spare one. That's excellent. He can see him through the WhatsApp window. That's what I can see him through. So I'm going to removes his sweater for the Godalming. Just had a chat with Sam Connors, and whether or not that means Sam, you take a breather or not remains to be seen. But delighted to say, Mr. Bradley is back.
Yeah, bad news, folks. It's working.
You just can't keep him quiet. Still 3 slips for Lackmell. Begins a new over from the City end, and he's in. That one is pushed off the back foot by Azrali out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. Godalming picks the ball up 28-4-1 now. What were we talking about?
I've no idea.
No, I can't remember.
No,
I'm sure
right.
somebody will remind us.
I can remember conversations with my granddad when I was 6 years old, but don't ask me what I had for breakfast yesterday, for goodness sake. It was very interesting. Whatever. Oh, the development of this ground.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, what a good place it is. I love coming here. Good fun, nice people. Well, relatively.
Blackwell's in again, and that one is defended by Libby. Back to him. He just puts his foot on the ball and lets Shan Masood complete the fielding in the time-honoured fashion. Yeah, they have worked hard. We've got a new scoreboard now way to our right, which we can't see from here, but we get the exact replica of the scoreboard on a beautiful little television made by a company I've never heard of. It's not a maker with which I'm familiar. I don't know which. I think they got it from a car boot.
Yeah, in Czechoslovakia or somewhere.
But it works.
It works.
Yeah, it works. And we're not sitting above a toilet anymore, which is nice. It's like, well, balls, and it's defended again by Libby, this time up to Billy Godalming.
Mr. Derek Trotter sold it to him, didn't they?
Yes, I think so.
It works. It's good.
Yeah, no,
good, excellent, really good.
Plenty of information on that.
Yeah, I mean, modern scoreboards are great till the sun shines, and
Yes.
then you struggle to pick out some of the numbers and the letters as well.
It's just a good job that numbers and letters aren't massively important in cricket. So I get away with not seeing all the numbers and all the letters. Slips crouched down as Lackmell bowls to Libby. He allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. I haven't seen anybody else warming up, which rather suggests that they haven't told Sam Connors that that'll do for now. Ajmal Shazad and Ian Bell, the two bowling and batting coaches respectively, and having a little walk around the pavilion, around the boundary down below us, having emerged from the pavilion. Good to have Ian Bell on board, of course. Quite the coup for Mickey Arthur to get him to come in for a couple of months.
Yeah.
Help out with the batsman. As Lackmell is in again. That one is pushed off the back foot out into the offside. That's what Anuj Dal does best. Both hands to the ball. Commando roll and a fired throw back to Brooke Guest prevents a run from being taken.
Yeah, got to say, looking from a distance, when you thought, well, Mickey Arthur going to Derby. And then Ian Bell's going as batting. Really? Oh, well.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're all fairly stacked. He applied for the job, Mickey Arthur.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't headhunted. He saw the advert and thought...
I suppose he always wanted to do a bit of county cricket.
Yes. Yeah. He thought, I'll have a go at that. And here he is. Here's Lackmell, one of his signings. That one is pushed off the back foot nicely by Libby out into the offside. Masood does the fielding. Hasn't got the strongest arm, I think it's fair to say. Shan Masood throws it in. The batsman gets through comfortably for a couple of runs. Libby is into double figures. He's got 11. Azhar Ali has 7 at Worcestershire, 30 for 1.
There's some very good players back in county cricket this season, overseas players. We went through a spell when some of the overseas players were not great names in cricket, but you look at the people that are playing now, Pujara and people like that, and of course your man here, Masood. These are good cricketers, star players, and a couple of good South Africans as well have come across. So it's good. It reminds me of the days when you could turn up and see the likes of, well, we all know, don't we? Michael Holding here, Sobers, all these other people who came and played, and they were the best cricketers in the world. It's kind of starting a new over from the racecourse end. It's wide of the off stump and well wide, and Azhar Ali has lots of time to see it. Guess the wicketkeeper has to come across and take it in front of first slip. Live cricket brought to you by the BBC, of course. Dave Fletcher, myself, Dave Bradley, here at Derby this morning and throughout the game.
The two overseas that Derbyshire have got, Masood's here for the whole season, Pakistan call-ups permitting. Saraka Lakmal signed a 2-year contract, retired from Test cricket.
Yeah,
said, I'm going to chuck my lot in with Derbyshire for 2 seasons, which is excellent.
Next ball is flicked away through towards mid-wicket. No run. You look at Lakmal's figures and you think, but you look at the pitches that he's bowled on, particularly at home. I think he's taken about 3 times more wickets away from Sri Lanka than he has at home. Yeah. And he's a quality bowler. Well, Azhar Ali, of course, was scoring centuries against the Australians back in the winter.
Yeah.
I say he struggled a bit at the start at Worcestershire. Connors to bowl to Azhar Ali, and he's forward, wrapped on the pad. A loud appeal. I think I was pretty high, by the way, that Azhar Ali is walking away. He's not rubbing above his pad, but I got the impression that might have been just going over the top.
I think he's just indicated that to the slip cordon as well. It wasn't a full-throated appeal from Sam Connors. I don't think Sam Connors believed that was out.
No.
But he hasn't had an appeal yet this morning, so he just needs to warm up the vocal cords.
Get a replay. Probably just outside the line of off stump as well. Here's Connors, once again, right arm over to the right-handed Azhar Ali, who drives through the offside. That's a nice shot, and no need to chase that one, chaps. A lovely shot, half volley, and boomed it away. His best shot of the morning, Azhar Ali, goes to 11. Jake Libby has 11. And Worcestershire are 34 for 1. Ed Pollock, the man out, caught by Guess, the wicket-keeper, off the bowling of Lakmal for 7.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? We've seen a few of those from Shah Masood so far this season. That was on a par.
It was right there. Yeah, about 6 inches outside the off stump on the half volley. Cracked away. Still got 3 slips in. I say, still we're only 45 minutes into the day's play. Connors bowls again, and this time Azhar Ali has to cover up, jumps back into the crease, plays it out on the offside. Billy Godleman, who's at mid-off, has to go just across to his left to do the fielding. I arrived here about tea time yesterday, super evening. I'll go for a bit of a tootle round. I ended up in Belper.
Oh yeah,
very nice.
Yeah.
A tad to eat, and it was all right.
World Heritage Site there?
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? It always amazes me. And major cities, you drive 5 miles out of them and you're in superb countryside. Next ball, Azhar Ali comes forward and plays to mid-on. No run occurring there as Lakmal fields and probably hang on to the ball to bowl at the other end. 34 for 1, Worcestershire. Azhar Ali has 11, Sheikh Libby has 11. It always amazes me, you drive up out of Sheffield, you're in the heart of what was industrial Britain. You drive up 3 or 4 miles and you're up there in the Dales, and it's beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, UNESCO World Heritage Status, Belper North
really?
Mill. Yeah, the big mill there.
Oh, right.
I knew it was. I didn't realise it was only as recently as 2001 when it was awarded that status, but yeah.
I drove up the one street, wasn't sure I was going to turn right. There was a woman coming down in a Mini waving her hands vigorously, but no, don't go up there, it's a one-way street. So I thought, all right, I'll turn left. That was a one-way street as well. So I thought, well, where do you go here? So turn around and go back out.
With your head bowed.
Yeah.
Lakmal begins a new over balls to Jake Libby, pushes it out into the offside.
She said, it's a one-way street. I said, I'm only going one way, love. But no, she was, we both laughed. She fixed her front headlight.
Yes, you think you are Sterling Moss.
Yeah, that's not. So the thing is, you say that to somebody these days, who do you think you are, Sterling Moss? Shake their heads, no idea. What are you on about? Yeah.
There's a lot of people shake their heads and say, what are you on about to me over the course of a day? 34 for 1. Blackmel bowls, and that beats the edge of Libby's bat. He's getting some good bounce,
Yeah, he is.
which is generally what the green tinges of the pitch will give you here at Derby. Right side bottom is now starting to warm up at mid-on. Unsurprisingly, perhaps. These two are, well, Connors has bowled 6 and Blackmel's in his 6th over. That's generally as far as bowlers go these days.
Might be a temptation to keep Blackmel going the way
Yeah.
he's bowling. Could have had a couple in this spell.
He's been in really good rhythm. As he runs towards us again, bowls to Libby, who up on his toes, pushes it out into the offside. Shan Masood again does the fielding. I think the choice that Derbyshire had, Nick Potts was the quick bowler who missed out today, the youngster. But the other person who missed out the 30-man squad was Alex Hughes, and it seemed to be a toss-up between Alex Hughes and the finger spinner Alex Thompson. You can only have one Alex in the side, clearly. So they went for Thompson. Yeah, they went for Thompson.
ECB.
It's a new county championship regulation.
ECB directive.
Little known. He's at first slip. Blackmel is in, and that one is off an edge, a definite edge, but he's going to get 4 runs for it down to a wide third man because there's no fourth slip. There are 3 slips and a backward point. And Libby moves on to 15.38 for 1. That was a long way away from his body. Not a textbook shot from Jake Libby, shall we say?
I'm not convinced that he was 100% in control of it.
No.
He did enough to keep it down. I don't think it would have been a chance to forward slip just watching the replay here. No, probably wouldn't have been. But yeah. And by the way, Worcestershire's team selection, I think, was pretty much down to injuries. I think they thought Dylan Pennington was quite fit, and we believe that Joe Leach has picked up an injury as well. So the 11 who were left able to play are playing.
I don't think I've seen a Worcestershire side without Leach in it. This one is played off the back foot by Libby. That was a much better shot. He's pushed it out into the towards the point boundary. They've come back for 2 runs. Libby's moved on to 17.40 for 1.
No, maybe he looked at the scores that have been reported from Derby this season and thought, no, I'm all right, thanks, Skip. We were saying last week when Ben Stokes was going mad at New Road. You know, if you were a bowler, you'd go and hide down at third man, and then gone in the back of the knee here, Skip. Not sure I can do anything. Yeah, keep out of the way.
Blackmel in again. Libby defends this one up to Billy Godwin at mid-off. It's the end of Blackmel's 6th over, 12 gone. Worcestershire 40 for 1, 11 to Azarali, and 17 to Jake Libby. And we are going to see a change in the bowling because Ryan Sidebottom, the other one, is going to come on from the racecourse end. He had good success in the second innings against Glamorgan from this end, so he'll be hoping to continue that.
He's still officially on loan.
Yes, they've just extended it by a second month. He missed 2 matches of the first month because he just tweaked his hamstring. 7 deliveries in at Lord's, which wasn't ideal. But he bowled really nicely against Glamorgan. You do wonder if he doesn't have a future at Warwickshire. I have no idea whether he does or not, of course.
He's a tall lad, isn't he? He always gets a bit out of it.
Yeah.
He's going to bowl from the racecourse end. Got to be 6'4", 6'5", I suppose. Side bottom. Coming in off about 20 plus paces. Bowls, and this is whipped away by Azhar Ali down to fine leg. Nice little drifting into his pads. Helped it on the way. Worcestershire go 2.41 for 1. Azhar Ali has 12 and Jake Libby has 17.
You're not going to get much out of the pitch if you bowl a full toss.
Was it a full bunger?
I think so.
I know, it was leg stumpy.
I think so.
Lost it on the angle. You do have the benefit of a replay. Yeah, you're quite right, mate. Here's Sidebottom's second delivery. This time he does make full use of the facilities. And as Jake Libby has come forward and just plays the ball back up the pitch. Anish Dow doing a bit of arm twirling at cover point.
He'll be next.
He's already got more mucky trousers from diving around in the outfield. Side bottom to Libby, and this time Libby is hit high. No, not high enough on the pad. He's gone. Umpire's finger is up, and Libby has gone. Side bottom strikes with his third ball of the game, and Jake Libby departs. He's gone LBW for 17.
I was with you. I wasn't expecting the finger to go up there. I've got to say, he is only diminutive, isn't he, Jake Libby?
He's
relatively diminutive.
He's not a tall man.
No, he's not. He's not. Just done for him, I think. There.
Oh yeah, just getting a replay. It was above the roll of the pad, but as you say, his pads ain't that big. I think that was a spot on by the umpire.
2 in the first hour for Derbyshire. They'll be relatively pleased with that. But by the same token, Worcestershire with 41 on the board will be relatively pleased with that. So pretty much even Steven so far in the opening hour. As I assume it's Jack Haynes comes down the steps away to our left-hand side. Libby 17, including just the one boundary. There haven't been too many boundaries, full stop so far today.
Yeah, Jack Haynes has got that the monkey off his back of getting the first century. Got out for 97 here last year, didn't he? Was it? He got out for 97 against Derbyshire. No, it was at New Road. Caught on the boundary. That's right. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Which was as near as he got, but got a very good 100 against a decent Durham attack.
Ben McDermott caught him, didn't he?
That's right. Yeah, right on the boundary.
In front of the pavilion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spot on, mate.
It's all in there.
Aye. It's just fine.
Just getting access in it is very tricky. It's all in there, but access in it is tricky.
It's getting the right code.
Dear, oh dear. I could remember where I parked my car.
Oh, I don't. It's, not far from here. I spent 2 hours looking for my car. Alton Towers. Dear me. He's Connor. That's not Connors. Of course, he's side bottom. He's in and bowls, and Haynes gets away. First ball. He's not going to get 4. He's probably going to get a couple as he plays it out through mid wicket. Indeed, they will settle for 2 as Lackmore goes on the chase. Shamazu goes on the chase, and that is Worcestershire up to 43 for 2. Haynes to Azhar Ali 12. Yeah, it's funny because you remember incidents around games. I always remember at Colwyn Bay, being there one day, and there's next ball from side bottom is short. Haynes lets it go through outside the off stump. And I can remember, I think it was the same game, Darryl Mitchell got his maiden century. The groundsman had a 3-legged dog that ran onto the field at lunchtime, and we were all conjecturing if he would remember which leg was missing, would he fall over? And things like that. But ask me anything else about the game, and I would struggle. Yeah, they all kind of gel into one. You have to look them up, don't you? Have to.
Yeah, I can recall incidents in 4-day cricket better than 1-day cricket,
Yes.
certainly.
Yeah. Here's side bottom, and this time, well, Haynes looking to drive away on the offside off the back foot, and the ball just trickles away on the onside. Masood into field, and that is the end of the over, with Worcestershire on 43 for 2. Azhar Ali has 12. Jack Haynes has 2.
You can get in touch with us if you want. Not you, Brad. I'm talking to the people out there.
Okay.
If there are any. At Fletch Sport.
I am.
Do you do that?
Yeah, Bradders at BBC. Only the at is AT, so it's BRADDERSAT, BBC.
Excellent.
So it's the round thing, Bradders at BBC. Yeah, always good to hear from you folks. It's yeah, it's good. We get people's opinions, thoughts. Tell us where you are.
Abuse.
Abuse, yeah.
Don't mind that.
Never.
Mind that. Alistair is coming on to bowl. You can fletchcricket@gmail.com as well if you've got more than It's 280 characters now, isn't it? But I think if you're going to be abusive, that should be enough. I think if you can't be abusive in 280 characters, you're not trying hard enough.
No, it's pointless. Pointless exercise. Give up.
I'm not going to get to the end of it. 43 for 2, Worcestershire. As a rally on 12 on. Well, he was on strike, but it is quite breezy out there. You can hear it in the effects microphone. I keep turning it down, but I don't want to turn it down completely because you end up sounding like my brothers are sitting in a box, which we are. As this one is turned into the leg side. It's a no ball. First up from Anders Dell, which is unusual. I think I'm not sure whether he's bowled one this season. We've seen Lackmal bowl a few. Sam Connors has bowled the odd one.
You think of his pace?
Yeah, he wouldn't have to, would he? He hasn't queried it. He's just asked the umpire, which I assume is umpire Rob White at the far end. He's just asked him exactly where his foot landed. Well, over the line would be the answer, but he has shown him, so at least he knows. So he's going to begin the over again. 45 for 2 now. And this one is left alone outside the off stump by Azarali to go through the broadcast.
So 6 for Worcestershire's 45 for 2 come off no balls. 3 no balls so far this morning.
Yeah.
I attended a local game the other week in the Worcestershire County League, and there were 51 wides bowled. It was a long innings.
Yeah, blimey. The next delivery is defended by Azarali. Back towards Dal. Gets his left hand to it, just parries it. It's picked up by Shan Masood, who gives it to Billy Godman, who's filling it mid-off, of course. It remains 45 for 2.
Looking a lot brighter now.
Oh, yeah.
As much blue as there is grey in the sky.
There's a breeze coming in through that door at the back now. Where it's coming from, but I know where it's going to. This one is pushed out into the offside by Azarali.
Shorts in May.
Well, I know.
Man of your age, Fletch, you should know better.
Huge error. Huge error.
There, cast a clout till May is out, my granddad used to say.
Yes, no, what did it mean?
Well, I think it was the May blossom he was on about, and it was don't take your coat off until the May blossom has been out. So I believe.
John Curtis is coming to the back of the box, which is always slightly disturbing.
It always makes it colder.
Turned into the left side by Azarali. There's no slightly shorter delivery that time by.
Okay.
To watch men actually outwork.
So. Yeah. One of whom is going to disappear any minute there.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There's the alarm.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that's at 12 noon.
It is. That's very accurate as well. It comes down. That struck the pad. Big appeal, not out. Says
That's got to be close.
umpire Rob White. Now it didn't bounce that one. I'm going to rely on your replay, but you're going to go before they see it.
Oh, I don't know. Hang on, another look.
News has only just started, Brad. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Don't make any rude gestures, JC, because you're on camera.
I reckon you could get round there in 2 minutes easy. It remains 45 for 2.
Not seeing a replay. Oh, there we go. It's.
Well, in real life, Dal bowls again 2 steps down the track this time from Azarali. He defends it into the ground, inside edge.
I think he might have got outside the line that last one.
Certainly wasn't height from where I'm sitting, but fair play. And on that occasion, he couldn't have been given out to hit the pad because he was so far down the pitch. Bradders will be back at some point in the near future after he's done his update for listeners to Hereford and Worcester. Live cricket on the BBC. Dave Bradley and Dave Fletcher with you for the 4 days here. Right, side bottom. Begins a new over from the racecourse end. A wicket in his first over. He bowls to Haynes, who defends. Straight back towards the bowler. And there is no run. Knots have moved to 53 for 1 now. Down at Lords against Middlesex, having been put into bat. Durham a 34 for 1 against Glamorgan. They were also put into bat. Leicestershire decided to bat a 33 without loss against Sussex at Grace Road, all in the 2nd division, of course. Even Notts. This next delivery from side bottoms wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. Lancashire struggling at Headingley at 20 for 2 in the Roses match against Yorkshire after being put in. Somerset 54 without loss against Gloucestershire, who's been put into bat at Bristol. Surrey 49 without loss against Kent, having decided to bat first at Beckenham. And Northamptonshire doing okay at Edgbaston. They were put into bat, the 52 without loss against Warwickshire. Then goes side bottom, bowls off the back foot. It's sort of chopped into the offside by Jack Haynes. And he picks up a single. What does he pick up? Just the one, yeah. Just the single. The score moves on to 46 for 2. Update for BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly. Here it comes. Decent first hour, Sally, for Derbyshire, who won the toss, decided to bowl first, and both of the Worcestershire openers are already out. Ed Pollock caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Saranga Lakmal for 7, and just a few moments ago, Jake Libby trapped leg before wicket by Ryan Sidebottom with just the third ball he'd bowled in the match from the racecourse end. At the moment, Azhar Ali has 12, and Jack Haynes has 3, and Worcestershire, who will put into bat 46 for 2. Variable cloud building. I have no idea what that means, but there we go. Sidebottom back to his mark at the race course then. Bearded figure, 22 on his back, turns and runs away from us towards Azhar Ali, and Ali is forward, pushes it out to Billy Godwin mid off, and there's no run. I think he's managed to tie himself in a knot next door. He's tied the lead for his headphones in a knot. Now he's got problems with his headset. Now I might be able to help him there. I'm sure I've got a headset somewhere. There's a creaky gate somewhere, it sounds to me. Can you hear that? There it is again. And the next delivery is defended into the ground by Azhar Ali. Graham Lloyd walks from behind the stumps, hands the cap back to Ryan Sidebottom, and the over comes to an end. Sidebottom's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 4. Worcestershire 46 for 2. Azhar Ali has 12. Jack Haynes has 3. And out in the first hour, Ed Pollock for 7 and Jake Libby for 17. It'll be Anuj Dal to continue from the city end. Do you need a different headset?
It's all sorted, mate.
Oh, you're sorted now?
Yes.
I thought you were just tying things in knots in there.
Well, I was. I did my report at an angle of 47.2 degrees. But I got it all sorted now. It's all right. Okay. Everything's under control.
Excellent.
Yes, back at the cricket. Anuj Dal, right arm over from the city end. Bowls to Haynes, who lets this one go by outside the off stump. Things we have to do to stay on air. It's just remarkable, folks. You wouldn't believe it.
I know. They don't appreciate it.
No. No. Never mind all your engineering degrees. It's good fun, though. Where else would we rather be? On a sunny May morning. A bit of blossom drifting across the ground. Not sure where that's coming from. There's a beech tree away to our right then. Plenty of blossom. Here comes Haynes, comes forward, plays it away on the onside. And there is no beech tree in my neighbour's garden at home, and the blossom coming off that. It's like it was snowing a couple of days last week. And of course, I've got to sweep it all up. I don't really sweep it all up. I've got one of those machines. They call them garden hoovers or something. Such is the laziness. Here's Dal. Got a couple of slips. As Haynes is forward, lets the ball go by outside the off stump, bat raised high above his head. In fact, I wonder where he was going then, but Shan Masood goes over to speak to the umpire. Not 100% sure. Well, not 100% sure. No idea what that was on about. I think perhaps he wants to go off the field. He just said to the umpire, is it okay if I go off? And he's waving now towards the pavilion to get the 12ers on. As Dal bowls, and this is off an edge from Haynes, and he's going to get a single as it goes down to Lakmal at third man. Just got a hand to it, Wayne Madsen, at second slip, and kind of pushed it round the post, if you were talking football style, measured himself on the racecourse turf, as the old writers used to say, of goalkeepers, measured himself on the Highbury turf.
Yeah, measured himself.
Measured himself. It's an old journalistic phrase from many moons ago. Anyway, he got a single for that, and Dahl is in again. And this time, as Riley comes forward, he's looking to play through extra cover, and the ball squeezes out through towards mid-wicket. He gets nothing for his efforts. 47 for 2 was Worcestershire, Riley 12, Haynes on 4.
Presumably they used measured himself on the Highbury turf because they were being paid by the word. To suggest that he'd merely dived would be no good to anybody, really, is it?
No. Darlin bowls. Azarali gets one down the leg side, flicks a pad, goes through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. No, it was in the days when people who wrote about football used to write about the actual game. Because someone wrote about this the other day. They never write about the game. Yeah, but you don't have to. You don't have to write about the game. If it's Monday morning and it's a game on a Saturday, everybody's watched it on various social media things anyway, or on television. So they've watched the game, which is why on a Monday morning you don't need a blow-by-blow account. 47 for 2 Worcestershire.
Back in the day, I used to write reports that probably stretched to 700 or 800 words for the local newspaper on Halifax town. Looking back, that's madness.
Yeah.
His right side bottom getting a new over. That's edged, is it? No, just past the edge of the bat. I thought he'd edged that. Had to move a long way to his right-hand side. Brooke Guest to take the ball. Almost took it, did take it in front of first slip. Haynes trying to convince everybody that he'd played inside the line or withdrawn the bat, but I'm not sure that he did. Bit of extra bounce from right-hand side bottom.
He's done it well in his in this spell this morning. What's that going off now?
You want again?
No.
That's quick.
12:09.
12:09 update. Here is side bottom again, balls, and this one is left alone by Haynes to go through to Guest. And there's no run. Huge swathes of blue sky up above now, which is excellent to see. The relatively strong wind from the west is blown all the cloud away. We're talking in the 20s on Saturday, which of course means that we'll have the thunderstorms on the Saturday night. But
yeah, be too hot then, mate. I might have to get my shorts on then,
Oh, dear.
which will not be good for the local populace.
Side bottom balls and Haynes defends it back towards him. Billy Godleman says, I'll pick that one up. Ryan, you're all right. Which he does. Throws it to Guest for no apparent reason.
I got people telling me this morning that an account of mine on social media has been hacked. I didn't even know I got an account
Really?
with this social media. Anyway.
He's sending out links to rude websites.
Well, no, apparently...
That's not the one that's been hacked, obviously.
Somebody said they knew it was me because my messages were semi-intelligent.
Haynes waits. This next delivery from side bottom clips it very nicely up towards a very wide mid-on. A chase here for Lackmell, who puts the... Now, I don't think I've seen that before. Saranga Lackmell has slid to field the ball. I don't think I've seen him slide before. I've seen him field the ball with his feet, but I haven't seen him slide. So excellent work from the Sri Lanka. They get back for a couple of runs, mind. Haynes moves on to 6.
You'd rather chase that like a fast bowler who's bowled half a dozen overs.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Yes.
looked a bit,
Looked
a bit stiff at the start.
I think he's got safe hands and he's got a very good arm.
Yeah.
He's hit the stumps 2 or 3 times already this season, which you wouldn't necessarily expect. The side bottom balls left alone by Haynes outside the off stump to go through to Guest. Plenty of cars in the car park. Won't be long before we're being blinded by the sun shining off the windscreens, but it's good to see a full car park. There's a decent crowd in here. There's
it's all right.
Plenty of people have brought their own chairs at the far end as well, sitting just behind the fence.
First day, when the forecast promises to be good, so why wouldn't you?
Lots of youngsters in tomorrow, we're told. A couple of hundred, which is good to see as well. Or will be. That one's wide of the off stump and moves wider as it's left alone by Haynes and claimed beyond first slip by Brooke Guest. 2 runs from the over. Both of them to Haynes, who's on 6. Azarali has 12. And Worcestershire 49 for 2.
Yeah, I think a lot of clubs are moving towards getting more youngsters in for proper cricket, as we call it,
Yeah.
Worcestershire. Under 17, you get into every county championship match without paying these days. So.
That's good.
Let's nip around the country. Edgbaston, Northamptonshire 53 without loss against Warwickshire. At Beckenham, Surrey 58 without loss against Kent. Leeds, Lancashire 22 for 2 in the 18th over. That's a thriller against Yorkshire. Somerset are playing Gloucestershire at Bristol as Anush Dal starts anew over here. And that was probably a good ball that was moving away a bit, but I'm not sure that Azhar Ali should be playing at that one.
Didn't need to, did he?
No.
And he sort of thrust his hands at the ball, didn't he, as much as anything, which made it look even worse.
It wasn't an attacking shot as such. Somerset, good start for them, 57 without loss in the West Country derby against Gloucestershire. At Chesterley Street, Durham 44 for 1 against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 35 for 1 against Sussex at Grace Road. Here's Azhar Ali coming forward, pushes away on the offside. And Nottinghamshire are 60 for 1 in the second division. Nottinghamshire, I'll say they do that for
Languishing,
you. Languishing in the
wilderness
wilderness
of the second division.
Nottinghamshire are 60 for 1 against Middlesex. That game at the home of cricket.
I took a screenshot of that phrase written by Mr. D. Bracegirdle on the BBC Sport website. He will be reminded of it next week.
Here's Dal in bowls, and this time Azhar Ali treats it with due respect, raising his bat high above his head, goes through the wicketkeeper, 49 for 2, Worcestershire, Azhar Ali 12. Haynes 6, Pollock Court Guest bowled, Lackmal for 7, very good early spell from Lackmal. Libby LBW to side bottom for 17, those that have departed. He'll be back on before lunch, won't he, Lackmal, I reckon.
I'm not sure.
Do you know?
No, I'm not sure.
Does he not come back quickly? Or?
He'll bowl at the start of each session, generally.
Ah, right. That's gone down towards fine leg. It's probably raced away for 4. It's gone out of my view. Indeed, umpire indicates that it is 4. It was a ball floating down the leg side, and Azhar Ali got bat on it. A ripple of applause around the ground as Worcestershire's 50 comes up 53 for 2. The 18th over, so going on at about 3 and over. Not that matters in 4-day cricket.
It's not a huge cause for celebration, is it?
No.
A team 50.
No. There's Anish Dal bowls. Good pace on this one. Flies through the wicketkeeper guest, but Azhar Ali doesn't get involved on this occasion. Busy as ever down the ring road in the distance. We see cars whizzing in and out and buses and lorries and everything else. What day is it today? Thursday.
Yeah, all day.
All day. There you go.
Sort of reliant at the start of the season.
Dal bowls. Oh, he's done it again, Azhar Ali. That, for me, that's not a ball he should be playing. And he's jabbed the bat at it outside the off stump. He probably is getting it to nip away here, Anish Dal. We'll get a replay coming up in a minute. But I just, tentative is a good word, I think. It doesn't describe what's happening, but it's just a good word. No, it was. I'll use it more often. That was a tentative prod at a ball that was outside his off stump. Get a replay here. And it does do a little bit, but I'm not sure he's playing inside the line of that one anyway. Anyway, end of the over, and 53 for 2.
Right side bottom to continue from the racecourse end past umpire Lloyd, defended by Jack Haynes into the onside. There's
No ball.
Was it? No.
So that's
They're all at it now.
4 this morning.
Yeah, 4.
Yes, that's right. Every bowler's bowled a no ball as well.
All of them at it. Well, if Alex Thompson bowls one, we've got real problems. The finger spinner.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be. Alexander's enjoying the live feed before going off to work. He's somewhere in New England-ish.
Oh, good man.
Alexander.
New England.
There's side bottom again. 3 slips for side bottom. That one is defended into the offside. A legitimate delivery this time, fielded by Billy Godwin at mid-off.
That's nice this time of year. Been there. Never been there this time. Been there in the fall a couple of times. Vermont. Just, it's a bit mind-blowing, all the different colours of the leaves. Yeah, in fact, after about 2 or 3 days, you get a bit sort of blasé about it. Done a lot of leaves, there you go. But it's beautiful, beautiful place.
Where did you say the bar was? 55 for 2. Side bottom balls wide of the off stump, left alone by Haynes. I only ever went there because the plane that I went to San Francisco on, well, it wasn't the same plane because it stopped at Boston.
Okay.
But we came into land at Boston Airport's weird, isn't it? Because it goes out over the sea.
Yeah.
And it was, you may or may not remember, the early 80s. We will remember the early 80s, I would imagine. But,
just about.
And a plane had landed at Boston Airport and just fallen off the end of the runway, and it was still there as we were coming into landing. That's not what you want to see as you come into land.
Here's what you could have won.
Yeah. The nose had disappeared. There's a side bottom bowls that's defended by Haynes back towards the bowler. And I was very naive. I was only 18, very naive, 19, and I didn't realise that when you go on a connecting flight, you don't have to go and get your luggage and then put it back in again. So I got my luggage, and they said, "Well, why have you got your luggage?" I said, "Well, I'm going on the San Francisco." Well, you could have just left it there. Just leave it. Stop being so daft.
Yeah, when you get to San Francisco, it'll still be in Boston.
Yeah, exactly. At least I knew where it was.
Yeah.
Haynes waits as side bottoms in again, and Haynes gets up on his toes and plays it up towards Billy Godalman, who rather fumbles at the ball.
We went on a duck tour in Boston.
A duck?
Duck tour, which is the old duck vehicles, you know, the landing craft. They use one of those. It's obviously been converted, so I've got very comfortable seats. I remember I was sat towards the back of my daughter. We sat in separate seats, but sat towards the front. And it actually goes straight into the river.
Oh.
But she didn't realise.
The old log flume.
I was still seeing the look on her face.
Side bottom bowls the delivery that's left alone and actually ends up being taken down the leg side after it passes the off stump. It moves in the air after going past the stumps. It's taken to his left by Guest.
Yeah, the Americans are always threatening to be good at cricket, aren't they? Well, cricket, rugby, they're a lot better at football than they used to be, but I always think if ever they do take cricket seriously, not exciting enough for the Americans.
Next delivery is left alone by Haynes outside the Austin. We've got a few American listeners and watchers
Yeah.
here who watch Derbyshire on a regular basis. It's always good to hear from them. End of the over, 55 for 216 to Azarali, 6-2. Haynes.
Wasn't there a chap in America who used to record all their commentaries?
Yes, Cow Corner Crikey or Cow.
Yeah.
Something Cow Corner. Yeah. Yes. I've got a few bits and pieces of that over the years that haven't necessarily been recorded as they might have been back in this country.
It's Anuj Dal. He's bowling from the City end, and Azhar Ali forward. More positive stroke this time for Azhar Ali. Pushes away on the offside. No run. Masood comes in to do the fielding. Couple of slips. Cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg, I assume. And a third man is the field for Anuj Dal into his fourth over. No wicket for 7 so far. Trots in again, and this time Azhar Ali bat held high above his head as if he's a fencer about to go into action. Ball goes through to the keeper. 1 or 2 at the windscreens on the far side, and headlights as well, beginning to reflect the sun.
Yeah, it can be a bit irritating. I don't want to put people off driving here, but if you could park the other way around.
Next ball is wide of the off stump and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Somebody once told me, because club games you sometimes park not very far from the boundary, that you should park with your windscreen, your front windscreen, towards the field.
Yes.
Because it's cheaper to get a replacement than it is to get a back window replaced. So I believe. I soak up most things that people tell me.
Stone, you can claim you're driving along and a stone hit you.
Yes.
Not that I'm suggesting you should do that.
It's the next ball wide of the off stump. Never right. What do you call me playing a club game one Sunday afternoon, a friendly, nice game. A team called Packington from Leicestershire. And one of our tail end batsmen, not unlike myself, smacked a six straight through the back window of a car. And the opposition wicketkeeper was complaining bitterly that it was his car. Sorry, mate. He complained even more. We had to go and get his car keys to get the ball back. Here's the next ball, which is turned by Azhar Ali on the onside. And there is no run. Worcestershire remain 55 for 2. Well, it's all right. I just thought the scoreboard had gone blank for a minute then. But some of the numbers and letters are bolder than others, aren't
Yes,
they?
yeah, it's clever that. I have no idea why.
They're in a different colour. One's sign of orange and one's a bit of a pink. Is Anish Dal's next ball, turned to mid-wicket, no run on this occasion. Lewis Rees is the fielder there. That is the end of the over. Tidy figures from Anish Dal, 4 overs for 7 runs, one of those overs being a maiden. Azhar Ali has 16, Jack Haynes has 6, and Worcestershire are 55 for 2, having been invited to bat by Billy Godleman at 10:30 this morning. I don't think anybody has ever turned down the invitation to bat, but that's the phrase we use in cricket.
Yes, yeah. What would happen if we said, no, you're all right?
No, yeah. Thanks
for the invitation, but
thanks for asking.
I don't think I'll bother. Excellent. Shane's listening. He's definitely in Pittsburgh.
Oh, good man.
He was watching the Pirates last night.
Oh, right.
As in comes side bottom of balls to Haynes. It's defended out into the offside. I don't know if he was there or not, but he was. I had a brief conversation with him last night because I was watching the Padres. They were on
All right.
ESPN, which was good.
Who were they up against?
They were playing the Chicago Cubs and they lost last night, disappointingly. But
Did they lose by a few wickets or a few runs? Was that?
yeah, something like that. Something like that. They're in a division where every single team's got a better than 50% record at the moment, which is almost unheard of. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Side bottom bowls, and that's gone past the edge of Haynes' bat into the hands of wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Good delivery, sharp.
How does that work then? If every team's got a 50%, somebody must have a. Yeah, how does that work?
Well, they play teams from the other divisions as well.
Of course they do.
Yeah, they don't just play teams in their own division.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, makes sense now.
Yeah. Sounds like my half-past update is going to be more like a 28 minutes past update, so not too far away now.
Okay. Couple of minutes.
You won't be able to hear them. Which is this ridiculous setup that I've got here as side bottom bowls. That one is a full delivery that's dug out nicely and played back down the pitch, but across comes Sranga Lakmal to do the fielding from mid-on.
I remember the first time I went to the baseball was in Boston, and I kind of understood the game. I nudged a fellow next to me and I said, mate, just explain the scoreboard to me. He said, well, that's batsman in, that's out, that's... Because he was Australian. An Australian in Boston. What are the chances?
Yeah, unbelievable. Oh, mate. Here is side bottom, speaking of Australians, and that one is punched off the back foot nicely out into the offside. Godleman will chase. They'll come back for a second by the time Godleman gets there. And Haynes moves on to 8, 57 for 2.
Yeah, so anyway, explain. I'll do it in English. He explained the scoreboard. He said, "Oh, that's it. That's out." That's what I said. He went through the whole thing, and he said, and on the end, he said, "Phillips, that's an electrical company." thanks, mate.
They make screwdrivers. Off you go.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yes, I saw the Padres play San Francisco in the only baseball game I've seen live.
Yeah.
There is side bottom again. 3 slips in place, bowls to Haynes, who cracks this away for 4. Backward point, beautiful shot. That was off the back foot, but it was absolutely creamed out to backward point. His first boundary. He moves on to 12, 61 for 2.
Shot of the morning.
Yeah. With too many boundaries. That was his first. Azhar Ali's got 3, just 1 from Jake Libby. But that was a glorious shot off the back foot.
Is it that time?
It is that time, really.
I'll give it a couple of minutes. It's usually bang on half-past there. No, in my look, no. decided to come a bit earlier.
Well, that's, say I've got a song that I recognise. It's the Verve, I think, in my ears.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh, right.
that symphony one
Oh,
they got sued for.
Yeah.
His side bottom from the racecourse end in bowls to Haynes, who clips this into the leg side, where it's fielded by Shan Masood, and there is no run. End of the over, 61 for 2. Azarali has 16. Jack Haynes has 12. The partnership starting to blossom now. It's worth 20 off 53 deliveries. And we're around about half an hour or so away from lunch, with an update due on BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly. Bradders will be back after Hereford and Worcester have been completely and totally and comprehensively updated next door. And it's going to be Anisdale to continue. Bittersweet Symphony, that's the one. The Symphony one. Darley's in, that's off an edge. They're going to get a single. 62 for 2. Take coming up. Well, they won the toss in Derbyshire. Worcestershire 62 for 2, so 2 wickets in the first hour. Ed Pollock for 7 and Jake Libby for 17. Saranga Lackmell and Ryan Sidebottom with just his 3rd delivery, picking up the wickets. They have found the edge of the bat on a number of occasions, but have yet to get a 3rd wicket. They'd really want 4, I would suggest, before lunch, having won the toss and decided to bowl first. Azarali has 17, Jack Haynes has 12, and Worcestershire are 62 for 2. They're now 63 for 2 as they pick up another single down towards 3rd man, where Shan Masood again does the fielding. Haynes with the single, moves on to 13, 62, 63 for 2. Dahl now conceded the 9 runs from his 4 overs and 2 balls. Bowls again outside the off stump, left alone by Azarali in a very extravagant manner, and allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. It's not got any more exciting, although I would think that most Yorkshire folk would be thoroughly enjoying it. 21 overs and 1 ball. Lancashire 28 for 2 at Headingley. Somerset 75 without loss after a similar period of time against Gloucestershire at Bristol. As Darley's in, and that one is inside edge out into the onside, fielded by Lewis Rees. Sorry, 81 without loss against Kent at Beckenham and Northants. 83 without loss against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Nottinghamshire still just 1 down. 70 for 1. Still in the languishing in the wilderness of the 2nd division against Middlesex at Lords. Leicestershire 44 for 1 against Sussex at Grace Road, and Durham 62 for 1 against Glamorgan, as this next delivery from Anisdale is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Shan Masood. And there is no run. Masood and Leas Deploy deep in conversation. Seen that a few times. I'm sure that Leas Deploy is picking the test of batsman's brains as much as he possibly can. 2 slips, point, 3rd man, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Must be a long leg. There is. It's more like a deep backward square leg away to our left-hand side. As Darley's in again, and that one beats the edge of Azarali's bat, goes through to the keeper, end of the over. Azarali has 17, Jack Haynes has 13. Worcestershire are 63 for 2, with half an hour left until the lunch interval. Just being asked by Ed Dawes about Shaheen Sharafridi. He's left Middlesex. He's left Middlesex, Ed, to go and play for Pakistan in the West Indies, as you quite correctly say. I think he's played 2 matches. Didn't play in the first game of the season against Derbyshire at Lords. It wasn't due to play in the game currently taking place against Nottinghamshire either. He was being rested. But yeah, he's on his way back to Pakistan. We wait to see if that affects anybody else, but we haven't heard anything. The longer we don't hear anything, the longer I will keep my head buried in the sand about it.
Don't put your hand up.
No.
Never volunteer. Sam Connors is back on from the racecourse end. So he's bowling into, he's bowling with the breeze behind him. as he bowls to Haynes, and Haynes forward drives, but straight to Billy Godleman, who is at mid-off.
I think the tea bag burst in my cup.
Oh, that's horrible, isn't it? I mean, it's hardly the worst thing that's happening in the world at the moment.
No, it
but
isn't.
It is.
But it's not pleasant.
It's not. It's not nice.
No. I'll get over it. Probably. But it's a bit of a shock.
Third world problems. Here's Connors. It does a little skip just as he starts his run up, but then he bowls. And it's a good ball, just angling in on the fullish length to Haynes, who comes forward very solidly, plays the ball out on the onside. Blue sky beginning to disappear a little bit. Some cloud building up. We are told that we're not going to get any rain today. Just coming into Derby last night, hit by a real storm, bouncing off the car roof it was, and not for long, only about 5 minutes. But as the next ball is wide of the off stump through to the wicket-keeper, got to my billet, and which is also a golf course, and they were saying that they couldn't play golf yesterday morning because parts of the course were flooded.
Yeah, there was torrential rain yesterday morning around these parts. We had a bit up north, but...
Yeah, it was, gentle rain in my part of Worcestershire. Good for the garden, good for the farmers, stop the farmers, well, it won't stop the farmers moaning, but it's good for the farmers. So some very good friends of mine are in the farming community. So Connors in bowls, and this is pushed down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding, and there is no run.
They might have been removing the covers this morning at 8 o'clock-ish. There was an awful lot of water on them. That had to be removed as well. Surrender Lakmal looks like he's going to come back. He's holding his backside at the moment. Shows you what I know. Nothing, essentially.
Connors to Haynes, and Haynes plays the ball on the onside, thinks momentarily about nipping a single, but Lakmal just jogs in to pick up. Tough morning's cricket. There's proper cricket this morning. Little bit in the pitch. Bowlers have bowled well. Worcestershire having to work hard for their runs. Good gritty county cricket. None of your biff bash 10 over stuff. One for the connoisseurs, whoever they are. Connors does his little skip and off he goes, and this time forward, playing the ball back down the pitch. Haynes with some authority this time. When he got there in the middle of the bat, Connors stops it with his left hand. Godleman at mid-off would probably have stopped it anyway. End of a good over from Connors. He has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 15. Worcestershire is 63 for 2. Azhar Ali 17. Jack Haynes 13. Pollock 7 and Libby 17. The men to have gone before Lakman side bottom with a wicket apiece.
Well, made an over from Sam Connors, his second. No sign of the finger spinner warming up for his 1 over before lunch yet. Still got some time. Still got some time to go.
Too early. 5-1. Warm yourself up.
Yeah. Dahl to continue from the city end. 2 sitting outside the bar on the far side of the ground. Good place to sit. No ball from Anuj Dahl. First ball of the over. His second no ball. The score moves on to 65 for 2.
Worcestershire got to lunch with 2 down. They'd be pretty happy with their boys.
I think so, yeah.
They put the opposition in. You want 3 back in the hutch, don't you, really?
Yeah, minimum. There are people talking about needing 5 on this pitch because it's going to flatten out, but that's quite a tall order as Dahl bowls. That one is guided into the offside by Azhar Ali. No run. By Leas deploy with the left arm throw. 2 left arm throwers now in the Derbyshire ranks once again, with Lewis Rees returning after missing the game against Glamorgan. He missed the game against Leicestershire actually as well. Being a 12th man, he did it willingly and he had a smile on his face, but it didn't look quite right watching Lewis Rees being 12th man given the numbers he's posted at Derbyshire since his arrival from Lancashire. His next delivery is wide of the off stump from Anuj Dahl and left alone by Azhar Ali to go through to the wicket-keeper. Somebody's got to do it, I suppose.
Well, yeah,
Take your turns.
yeah, it's actually quite a busy little job as well. If you do it properly, it is, because everybody has a different drink, don't they?
Oh, chaos.
Yeah.
It's got a little easier now that the umpires will take sweaters again, as Dahl is in once more. That's defended by Azarali up towards a very straight mid-on. Oh, it's fielded by side bottom. There's no run. But that was, they were the busiest men at any cricket ground during the COVID seasons. Every 5 minutes they were on and off with sweaters and caps and all sorts.
I did wonder if they would, the umpires would go back to being coat hangers again, but
They seem to, don't they, which is good. Good to see. 65 for 2. Next delivery from Dahl is pushed out into the offside. Just backward a square by Azarali, but around comes Leas to Floyd to do the fielding, and again there's no run.
Yes, you miss that part of cricket, don't you, when the umpire gives the bowler his jumper back, having turned down 2 pretty plumb LBW appeals in the over. Yeah, that little bit of confrontation.
Well, there is an art as a bowler to take the sweater off the umpire without actually looking at him.
Yeah, and sort of semi-snatch it. Don't snatch it because you'll be in trouble, but sort of, must practice that.
Just 2 slips for Anuj Dahl, who's in again, and that one's defended out into the offside. Shan Masood leaves the ball to run to Billy Godelman. He threatened to pick it up briefly, decided against it. Saranga Lakmal's got his hands deep in his pockets down here below as a third man. Unsurprisingly, always got a smile on his face though, Saranga.
Yeah, enjoys cricket, enjoys his life.
He's waiting now. This next delivery from Dahl is pushed back towards him. No run.
Of course, he was in the Lahore shooting, wasn't he? Yeah. As Thilan Samarawira was. Yeah, I'd forgotten that. Yeah. I did a Q&A thing for the club one day. I said to Thilan Samarawira, see a fast ball at the end of his run, are you ever frightened? And he said, no, I got shot in the ankle in Pakistan. He said, I'm not. No, he said, nothing much frightens me on the cricket field anymore.
No. It's interesting because Shan Masood has just done a piece of, he won the April PCA Player of the Month.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, with his 712 runs.
Here is Connors resuming the Derbyshire attack. Bowls to Haynes. Oh, you can't bowl there to Haynes when he's got his eye in. Blimey. That's the second time he's played that shot this morning, and it crunches into the boundary rails about 2 seconds or less after it left the bat. Really smashes that one. Haynes goes to 17, Azarali 17.69 for 2.
Masood had a younger sister who died of a genetic disease or genetic problem, condition. That's the word I'm groping for.
Yeah.
And he's very much in the moment now. Not nothing's too high, nothing's too low.
Yeah. Connors bowls and Haynes repeats the shot, although it's a little bit closer to him on this time. It's more of a back foot drive than a cut from Haynes, but it ends up in the same place. And Haynes, with successive boundaries, goes to 21, and Worcestershire go to 73 for 2. Yes, it puts life into perspective, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
The great John Arlott said we take sport too seriously and life too lightly.
Fair point.
So that little bit of a stranglehold that Derbyshire has been released, really, those last couple of balls. Connor's just a bit too short of a length. He's away again. This time Haynes is forward, pushing away on the offside. Starts to run forward, but then lifts his bat and shouts, no, 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 as the ball goes to Anuj Dahl, who's at cover point. Best not to take a run to him. It's where your best fielder goes in this day and age, I think, cover point.
Yeah.
Put your best fielder where you think the ball's going to go. Hubbub of conversation around the ground. People nattering about all sorts of things. Connors in bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. And the wicketkeeper was just about to go up and realised that it hadn't quite caught the edge of the bat. But a good response there. But a fuller length, that one. I think that's the length you need to be. You can't be too short on this pitch, especially to a batsman like Haynes. So he got a fuller delivery there and just did a little bit. He got bowler didn't get too excited. 73 for 2, Worcestershire. Away goes Connors again. This time Haynes flicks it away off his hip. They might get a couple here. They will indeed pick up 2 as Shan Masood chases that one away through mid-wicket. Haynes moves on to 23, Azhar Ali 17. 34 these two have put on.
It's not been Sam Connor's best over this.
It's not, isn't it? He's gone for 10 so far, is it? Yeah. Bowling to Haynes again, last ball of the over. And for this one, Haynes is forward defensively, pushes away on the offside into the extra cover area. There's Deploy is the fielder, and that completes the over, which leaves Worcestershire at 75 for 2, Azhar Ali 17, Jack Haynes 23. This morning, 25 overs bowled this morning, and we are, where are we? About 17 minutes from lunch, so.
They won't get to 32, will they?
They,
I remember the last time a team did. Sussex bowled all their overs by 6 o'clock on day 1 of the match here.
Did they?
A couple of weeks ago, yeah.
Did they?
Which is unheard of, isn't it?
Worth a note in the diary.
Suranga Lakmal is coming back to bowl before lunch because he's coming back on at the City end. 6 overs, 1 for 24 in his first spell. Want to get a couple. Lewis deploys the man down at third man now. Down below us, just hands behind his back. He's got his right thumb in a bit of a bandage. I don't think there's a cricketer out on any cricket field in the country who hasn't got some part of his body bandaged.
Yep.
Lakmal will be bowling to Azhar Ali, with just 2 slips, and Ali pushes this one out. Azhar pushes this one out into the offside. And it's fielded by Shan Masood, and there's no run.
Yeah, especially as slip fielders, they've usually got a couple of plasters.
Yeah.
Although the 2 slips here, Wayne Madsen and Alex Thompson, don't seem to have any fingers plastered at the moment.
Well, in seasons gone by, I'd have said that's because the ball has never taken the edge of the bat, but it has taken the edge of the bat on several occasions this season. Like Mal's in again up on his toes, pushing it out to the offside. Azhar Ali, no ball. Another no ball.
Is that 5 this morning?
I think it might be more than that, brothers, if I'm entirely honest with you. I'm going to try and find out. 77 for 2 anyway. The score on by my reckoning. 6.
Ooh.
6 no balls.
12 extra runs.
And of course, they could have bowled 26.
Yeah.
1 overs by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 leg by and 12 runs via no balls. As Lakmal's in again, that one is wide of the off stump and left alone by Azhar Ali to go through to broadcast. I was spoke to via Zoom yesterday, or was it the day before? Day before broadcast. Just having a little look ahead to this game. Knows that it's been a decent enough start by Derbyshire with the 1 win and 3 draws in their first 4 matches, but they are going to challenge. They need to start turning those draws into victories, if at all possible. Early days in this game. That one's defended by Azhar Ali. Wayne Madsen, who quite often thinks that there's going to be a wicket with every single delivery that's bowled. He had his arms in the air and you could hear him shout in the background. Very excited. And quite excitable for a man of such years as Wayne Madsen. You'd have thought he'd have lost some of his enthusiasm by now, but he doesn't seem to have done.
Coming up for 20 years, isn't he? In playing first class cricket.
Absolutely. He's got 33 or 34 centuries now. He's crouching down at second slip as Lakmal is in, and that one's gone past the edge of Azhar Ali's bat. It just indicates that it moved away a little bit. As batsmen do when they play and miss. Yep, that ball's done a lot. Couldn't get anywhere near it. It goes through to the keeper. That's another good delivery from the Sri Lankan. 77 for 2 it remains. Nicely poised as we approach the final 10 minutes or so before lunch. As Raleigh waits, Blackmell bowls to him a full delivery that he does well to get a bat on there. I think if that had crashed into his pads, he'd have been a goner. Fuller delivery. Had to get the bat down quickly, turn it into the leg side where it's fielded by Lewis Rees.
I just got a message from Phil Manish, who's going for Worcestershire seconds today at Newport. Big game coming up, he says, at 1 o'clock on this ground. The Wales over 70s are playing the Gloucestershire over 70s.
Wow.
It's remarkable that in this day and age people are playing cricket at that age. It's brilliant.
You'll qualify soon, won't you? Here comes Blackmell, that's bowled wide of the off stump. Azarali has nothing to do with it, much like Pradas with that last comment. 17th to Azarali, 23 to Haynes, 77 for 2.
I think I'm overqualified now. Yeah. Spitty Park in Newport. Ground I've not been to.
No, not me. No me.
I want to tick off on the list of first class grounds.
Nick Webb, I think, fielded for the Wales over 70s.
Did he?
I think it might have been this season, but I think he was drafted in.
I was going to say he's not 70.
No,
is
he isn't. No, nowhere near.
Nick is a BBC Wales cricket commentator. Back here at Derby is Sam Connors beginning a new over. From the racecourse end, short and wide of the off stump, goes through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. I know Gareth Batty's dad was captain in Worcestershire when they first started over 70s cricket. That's a few years ago now, so good to see.
When you said short and wide, I thought you were describing Nick, but it's more like Martin Emerson, really, than short and wide.
Yeah. Nick will start swearing at you in Welsh any day now. Is next ball, which is pushed away on the offside this time by Haynes, goes back and across and solidly in behind it. Better start to the over by Connors, who bowled 2 in the last over, far too short. Haynes just goes for a bit of a walkabout and does some stretching towards square leg. 77 for 2. There's the ice cream man ping-ponging away. Connors in, bowls, Haynes forward defensively. Plays out on the offside. Godleman at mid-off is the fielder. Breeze, it's a stiff breeze been blowing all day. That lady's washing, I'm sure it's a lady's washing in the flats over on the far side. Get a nice airing today. Probably get taken to task for a sexist remark, assuming that all ladies do the washing. So. Connors, right arm medium pace to the right-handed Haynes. Couple of slips in for this one. It's wide of the off stump. Through to wicketkeeper Guest, who took a very good catch this morning to get rid of Ed Pollock. Low down to his left off the bowling of Blackmell. He went for 7. Jake Libby, LBW, to side bottom for 17. The sun doing its best to make an entrance. Just a slight shadow of Connors as he turns. Haynes waits, bat held high, and leaves his bat held high as well as he lets it go through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. County ground here at Derby, one of those grounds you can walk round, which I always approve of. I always like when somebody comes in with a dog or rides their bike round the ground. I always think that's proper cricket ground, isn't it?
There's a bike chained up underneath this building. Somebody comes in by pushback.
Connors in bowls, and Haynes gets a ball that's short of a length outside the off stump, and it's only going to go to one place, I'm afraid. Booms it away to the offside. Connors kicks at the bowling crease as he walks back, and he's annoyed with himself because he bowled a decent over up till then, but that last ball let him down. 9 overs to 29, Sam Connors Lackmell 7 overs, no maiden, 1 for 26. Side bottom 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. And Anuj Dal 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. Worcestershire 81 for 2. Azhar Ali has 17. Jack Haynes has 27.
Just seen Alex Thompson windmill his arms. It's getting towards that point.
Really that time of day.
He normally has quite an extravagant warm-up routine. Alex Thompson, the off spinner, tallest man out there. There we go. There he's getting into it now. I think we'll see an over of off spin from the racecourse end next up. He's at first slip at the moment as Lackmell begins a new over. The ball's left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali to go through to Guest. I think it's worth having some spin in the morning, on the first morning, but when you leave it to the last one, then suddenly the ball spits out of somewhere. You think, oh, I wish we'd had a couple of overs of that. Because it won't bowl at the start of the afternoon session.
No.
It probably won't bowl till about 4:10. just get the one over before tea. The wind got up there and blew some dust into Azhar Ali's eye. He just stepped away momentarily. He's okay now. Lackmell in again, and that was a good leave outside the off stump. Almost bent double as he left that one alone to go through to Brook Guest again.
I assume he left that on length, really, in the hope that it would, because the bounce has been pretty good this morning.
Yes. Yeah.
In the hope that it would go over the top.
A large white car has just left the ground. Obviously somebody very important. Much bigger car than mine. Azhar Ali waits. Lackmell is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside, straight towards Anuj Dal, the point who does the fielding without too many traumas.
I tipped up on my billet yesterday, and there was half a dozen vintage Rolls Royces in the car park. So I parked right next to the one, and they had to come out to get some more stuff. And there's some people stood admiring this car. Isn't that lovely? So I got my keys out of my pocket and rattled them. The bloke was just about to go, no, mate, that's mine. That dirty old thing next to it.
I had to buy a new one in the last 6 months.
Oh dear.
Very, very unpleasant. This next delivery is good delivery from Lackmell. Just inconveniences Azhar Ali a little bit as he plays it up towards mid-on and Ryan's side bottom.
Not a brand new one.
No,
new to you.
Yeah, new to me.
Yeah,
no, my other one.
I was going to say.
At 250,000 miles and inexplicably failed its MOT.
Me?
Yeah.
That's poor quality,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? I'd only had it 10 years.
Tish.
81 for 2. Azhar Ali on 17 on strike and defends this one up towards side bottom again. Slightly hurried. Big man, Saranga Lackmell. Big, strong man. We were concerned when he came across that he'd never really bowled a number of overs in a season that he might have to bowl in the county championship, etc., given all the other cricket that he's also going to play. But Mickey Arthur assured us that he had no worries on that score, and so it's been proved so far. He's bowled 20 overs in just about every innings he's bowled in. He's in again now in his second spell of the morning session, the final delivery of which is pushed out to the offside by Azhar Ali. 81 for 2. Azhar Ali has 17. Haynes has 27.
172 overs before this game.
He's got through his share.
Yeah, Connors has bowled 158. Let's see what Worcestershire's bowler's been up to. Josh Baker 120, Ed Barnard 117, the only two past 100. Here is the aforementioned Sam Connors. As Haynes just goes for a little runabout, settles down. Connors from the racecourse end bowls. Haynes forward, drives away into the offside. If it beats the fielder, it's 4. It doesn't because it's a good stop by Deploy. Diving away to his left, got down really well there.
Left-handed, of course. There's Deploy. So he's going with his strong hand, but it was still a fine piece of fielding. As you say, if it had gone past him, that was all away to the players' pavilion, away to our left-hand side for 4.
Wail of an emergency vehicle somewhere in the background. This time Haynes sees this one nice and early. In fact, it's a police car heading along the Derby Ring Road. And Haynes plays no shot, which had nothing to do with the police car. A light aircraft buzzes above. And Worcestershire 81 for 2.
It's all kicking off.
It's all going off here. Can't keep up with it all. As we head towards the luncheon interval, Connors, next ball, Haynes, well, it's short of a length outside the off stump, and trust me, it's only going to go to one place. I think that's the 4th one he's bowled this morning out there, and Haynes smashes it to the boundary. I mean, it's a cut shot, but he cuts it in front of square. And I think if you're one of those fielders in the covers, if you are deploy or anybody else out there, you kind of hope it's going to go past you, because that's going to hurt your fingers. In fact, they've got a sweeper out there now.
We'll have to deploy out there now.
Yeah, and Anuj Dal comes into extra cover. Worcestershire 85 for 2. Haynes has 31 of those. Connor's next ball is sees Haynes coming forward now. Because they've had to alter the field, there's a single there. Previously, deploy would have been almost in that position. But because he's out on the boundary, there's a little gap. Good cricket there from Haynes, who spotted that there was a single to be taken and took it. 86 for 2. Azhar Ali 17, Haynes 32. Is this the last one before lunch? I might get another one in. Couple of balls to bowl of this over. Connors this time to Azhar Ali, who drives pleasantly away on the offside. Deploy is out there on the boundary, but I think he's going to get at least 2, and 2 is what they settle for. Umpire looks at his watch. 88 for 2 now, Worcestershire.
I have no idea which clock they go by. I think they go by their own timepieces, don't they, these days? Because both clocks inside the ground are showing a couple of minutes to 1 o'clock, whereas the actual time is closer to less than a minute, in fact.
Connors, next ball pushed away on the offside by Azhar Ali, and there is no run, and looks as if we're going to get another over in before lunch. He looks up the clock as he strides towards the stumps, and if he gets there before 1 o'clock, we'll have another over, and indeed we are.
We're not going to get any spin either, because it's Saranga Lakmal who's removing his sweater, so
Thompson's warming
Thompson was warming up for no reason whatsoever.
Perhaps he's warming up for post-lunch. Unlikely. You're a bit chilly out there today. Oh, there we go. It must be 1 o'clock. Right, well, my eggs are done. Thank you very much. I have to do that. I forget.
Loving it. Well, I've got the benefit of having the news in my ears.
I know, yeah. Luxury. Anyway, I better get off and do something. I shall be back out. I suspect I shall not be back before lunch.
No. And you're contractually obliged to return after lunch, so we will hear from Branners again. Here is Saranga Lakmal in from the city end, bowls to Haynes, who pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Shan Masood, and there's no run. This will be the final over before we eat. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire languishing in the wilderness of the second division. They've got to 100 for 1 as they approach lunch down at Lords against Middlesex. Durham 91 for 2 against Glamorgan at Chester Street. Leicestershire 69 for 2. The next delivery from Lakmal. Oof, keeps a little bit low possibly, and Haynes manages to keep it out, pushes it into the onside. There's no run. Leicestershire playing Sussex, of course, Grace Road. Lancashire have recovered to 52 for 2 against Yorkshire at Headingley. Somerset 114. They're the only 2 wickets that have fallen in the first division. Somerset 114 without loss against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Surrey 103 without loss against Kent at Beckenham. And Northamptonshire 119 without loss, having been put into bat by Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Good effort from Northants that. Here comes Lakmal in and bowls to Haynes, who pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run as it's filled in there by Shan Masood cover. I have an update for listeners to BBC Radio Derby that might not have in fact reached the end of the session because we've still got 3 deliveries remaining. Unusual, that. Blackmell's in again, balls to Haynes, who leaves alone outside the off stump to go through the broadcast. And we have two balls to go before the lunch interval. That blue sky that we had a little earlier has all but disappeared now. 2 ugly looking clouds up above. Light's okay, and no forecast of any rain until Saturday night, after the rain that we had yesterday in Derbyshire and East Staffordshire. As in comes Lackmell again, balls to Haynes, who defends. He's heading towards a maiden over. Before lunch is Saranga Lackmell. It would be his second, 9th over of the day, 1 for 26, 1 for 14 round side bottom from 5 overs. And here's the update. And we've got 1 ball remaining until the lunch interval here, Sally. Worcestershire 88 for 2. Just those 2 wickets inside the opening hour. And Pollock for 7 and Jake Libby for 17. But Azhar Ali, who's on 19, and Jack Hayes, who's just pulled one out to the leg side for a single, he's on 33. And at lunch, Worcestershire are 89 for 2.
We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. If you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to one of the club stewards. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us in raising the game.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the afternoon session of this County Championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. And it's
Hello and goodbye.
goodbye. Where are you going?
Got to get something.
Oh, okay. 89 for 2 at lunch. The visitors, Jack Haynes on 33 not out from 58 deliveries. Azhar Ali 19 from 70, and it's going to be, there you go, Ryan Sidebottom to bowl the first over after lunch from the race course end. And he's going to be bowling to Jack Haynes, who got a single off the last ball before lunch in slightly unconventional fashion. Two slips in place, and Sidebottom is in, and he bowls to Haynes, who's up on his toes and punching that away towards the cover boundary. It's being chased by Elias. Deploy, the batsman, have run for 2 as Deploy gets there. And they'll stick to 2 and move to 91 for 2. You got everything now?
Yes.
Excellent.
Everything's under control.
I never doubted it.
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering.
Another one for the kids. Dear, oh dear.
Along with Sterling Moss. Yeah, it's an interesting little battle, this, isn't it? Because Connors was bowling too short, wasn't he, before lunch? And Haynes was onto it rather rapidly.
He was. His side bottom again. Bowls, that one is driven very pleasantly by Haynes. Good tumbling stop by Billy Costleman. A terrific effort from Billy. Tumbling away to his left-hand side, and Haynes moves on to 36, 92 for 2.
Yeah, if he was watching, which obviously he was, side bottom, he'll know to bowl a fuller length.
Yes. He was fairly dismissive of Sam Connors. Over 8 minus 1. No idea how that works, but.
Oh, mate, don't go into it. Don't go into it. The umpires have to work it all out as well. It's too complex for words.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, really, isn't it? Side bottom is in again, bowling to Azarali for the first time after lunch, and he's driven into the ground and straight into the hands of Leas de Bloy, whose throw back to Brooke Guest is an absolute shocker. As Guest leaping in the air, he's got the 2 slips, Alex Thompson and Wayne Madsen ducking for cover as the ball ricochets off his glove, and it almost comes down and lands on the wicketkeeper's head.
Sussex were deducted a point at Worcester for a slow over 8 by 1 ball. 1 ball. Ridiculous.
Rules is rules.
Rules is rules.
Rules is rules. Side bottom in again to Azarali, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Alex Thompson with the ooh and the R. On this occasion, it's normally Wayne Madsen, but this time it was Alex Thompson. Good to share it around. The oohing and indeed the R-ing.
Do you think there's a rote?
Yeah, I think well, I'm certain that most counties have a designated clapper.
Oh yeah,
which is very irritating.
Yeah.
Middlesex had one down at Lord's who was getting right on my pip. Only because he was walking up to the batsmen and clapping in their faces effectively, but I'm not a big fan of that really. It's not really cricket, is it? Side bottom in again, that was left alone, but this one moves away. And it's taken low down by Brooke Guest, who thought it was the end of the over. It isn't. So he has to turn around and go back to his position behind the stumps. Jack Haynes just flicks a bit of rubbish off the pitch, which I'm sure was swept by the ground staff at lunchtime. They obviously missed a bit.
they can sweep, but they can't use blowers anymore, apparently.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
now that is interesting. I'll tell you, well, not that interesting, but I'll tell you why in a minute, as this one is defended by Azarali and fielded by Shah Massoud. No run. Azarali has 19. Haynes has 36, 92 for 2. I went to my local cricket club, Blackrod, playing the Bolton League on Saturday, and the chairman, who was sitting on the boundaries edge moaning like you do all the old boys moaning in the
yeah, much better when they played.
Oh, wasn't it?
Hell of a game.
Then he went off just not long before the innings break, came back with a leaf blower. And I said, what on earth are you going to use? It looked like it was something out of Ghostbusters. And he said, well, I've seen them do it on the test matches. They're just going to blow us, but they don't do it anymore.
Apparently, you're not allowed to use them between innings, well, as you normally use them.
Yeah.
You can brush it.
Yeah.
Simon, I've somehow got onto the Cricket Groundsman's Facebook group.
Have you?
Yeah, I tell you what, if you can't sleep. But every now and then he comes up with something really intriguing, and that came up the other day, apparently, that you can't use a blower on the pitch. Here is the first over after lunch, pushed away on the offside. Lackmal, who bowled 9 overs before lunch, took 1 for 27, bowled a really good early spell. Took the wicket of Ed Pollock and could have got a couple of balls he bowled to Azhar Ali, who's a decent test batsman. He couldn't get anything on them at all. But didn't take that third wicket before lunch, Derbyshire, which would probably have disappointed them somewhat. Anyway, Lackmal it is. He's bowling from the city end. And he's bowling to Jack Haynes. Haynes this time is punching away through the offside. Good stop there. There's a really good stop. That was at least 2, I'd have thought 3. But Anish Dal, down to his right, grabbed hold of it and prevented any run whatsoever.
He is an astonishing fielder, which is
Well-
why you were quite correct when you said this morning, note down the time, because he's a little misfield and you so rarely see it from him.
Yeah, it bobbled over the wicket end, didn't it? But yeah, I reckon he's about +5 already before he even goes into bat. He's certainly plus a couple there. Here's Lackmell, next ball to Haynes, let it go by outside the off stump. Quite a breeze across the ground. It's ruffling the players' trousers more than their tops because they got what we used to call sweaters on, but nothing like it these days. But certainly ruffling the trousers, and it has been throughout the game so far.
Which is weird, because the trousers are nothing like the trousers were in the old days either, are they really? They're made out of flimsy material.
Yeah, not like the old cricket whites. Oh,
No.
on get a slightly damp day. Oh my word! Here's Lackmell in and bowls, and this is flicked away by Haynes, nicely off his hip down towards fine leg. Going to come back for 2. Haynes goes to. It's gone for 4, is it? It's out of my side. Thank you. Indeed, the umpire is confirming that it's gone for 4. So Haynes goes to 40 of 64 balls, which in the context of this innings is not a bad going. Partnership of 55 so far. Azhar Ali has 19 of 74 balls, so a slightly more obdurate effort from the Pakistani international. But Haynes, who got his maiden century in the game again. These two batted a long time in that game against Durham. Has moved on quite smoothly. Lackmell bowls and Haynes sees it nice and early. And an exaggerated leave bat high above the head. No chance of getting involved. A bit grey, cloudy above, but the sun is shining, so that obviously there's a gap in the cloud, else it wouldn't shine. Some blue sky approaching from the, I'm going to say the west, am I right? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Floating in over the ground. Lackmell to Haynes, and this time Haynes has let the ball go by outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, and end of the over with Worcestershire on 96 for 2. It's very good when Jack got his maiden century at New Road last week. His dad, Gavin, was there, and it was 28 years and a day since Gavin got 100 against Cambridge University.
Wow.
Very useful all-rounder, his dad, Gavin. Brett D'Oliveira was batting at the same time, and we were conjecturing on fathers and sons who'd scored centuries for the same county. Don't know.
Right, side bottom continuing from the race course, and that's down the leg side. There's a little flick at that one, does Azhar Ali. It's well taken, tumbling away to his left by Brooke Guest. Just heard the words cricket and county ground in my ears. I'm going to turn it down again now because I know there isn't an update. But
I was going to say.
well, Chris Coles is doing the afternoon show at the moment for 2 days.
Right.
Who's normally our sports presenter.
Oh, right.
He's leaving at the end of July. It's a real shame. Announced it on the radio on Monday night.
Oh.
Very dramatically. Here is side bottom Ian again bowling to Azhar Ali, who leaves allowed. Good carry. Taken shoulder high by Brooke Guest, who's standing a good 15 yards back. But yeah, so he's been drafted in to replace our regular afternoon. I had a little listen yesterday, and I was quite pleased when I found out he was working today.
Us, yeah, the sports guys, we can do anything, you know.
Yeah, well, that's
Short,
it.
yeah.
That's it. The hardest thing to do is the sport.
Yeah.
Like I've always said. Very tricky. What are we doing? Oh, yes, right side bottom.
That'll be it.
There he is. Sun shining brightly. Azhar Ali tries again to flick this away down towards fine leg, but makes no contact.
The thing with, don't want to bore people with it, but doing sport on radio, is you go one day, oh, nice quiet day today, nothing much going on, and all of a sudden, a manager of a football team gets sacked, or somebody, your local rugby club captain is arrested, or something, and all of then it all kicks off.
Yeah, I've been on a few of those. Not necessarily those specific. 96 for 2. Side bottom's in again. Oh, that's a horrible looking shot from Azhar Ali. The ball leapt a little bit, but he took his top hand off the bat, I think. He certainly took a hand off the bat. Was waving it in the general direction of the ball as it went past through to the wicket keeper.
He's played a couple of those, Azarali, and he's not. I don't think he's quite where he wants to be with his batting so far this season. He struggled before he got that 90-odd last week against Durham, and he just doesn't look quite in sync, does he?
No, he doesn't. That's his bat tapping on the ground. You can hear in the background as side bottoms in again, and that's a better leave from Azarali as it goes through to broadcast.
We were talking earlier about Halifax Town when you reported on them. I was the stadium announcer for the National League Academy finals. Halifax Town were in the final.
They won it, didn't they?
They did.
Yes, I saw that.
Penalties.
I saw that they'd won it.
Yeah,
Was they playing Eastleigh?
That's right. Yeah.
Don't tell me. Was it at Northampton Town?
No, it was at Worcester Warriors.
Oh, was it at Worcester?
Yeah, on the,
right.
on the rugby.
Well, that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Seeing as that's where you are.
Yeah.
There's not much left outside. I was still funny. I'd been thinking straight. 96 for 2 at the end of the over. Azarali 19. Haynes 40. Yeah, good effort by the Halifax youngsters. Good to see them producing some footballers there, because goodness me, in 15 years they never produced a single one when I was there. through the youth ranks, I don't recall anybody going through to the first team.
They it was good. A couple of good games because they had another final earlier on. But the standard of football and the speed, because these lads are all under 19s. The speed of it was, But I did, on welcoming all the people from Halifax, regale them with the fact that not far from the Shay, when I used to report on football, and it seemed that either Hereford United or Kidderminster Harriers were playing there every other week. I knew the road to the Shay. Lackmal is in and bowls, and Haynes forward pushes away on the offside. And Ujdal this time a slightly easier stop, but he still has to get down to his right to cut that one off. I was telling him, not far from the Shay, just coming back down the hill, there was a fish and chip shop which was run by a Rastafarian. It was the only Rastafarian chippy I've ever been in, and it was darn good fish and chips. Yeah. So, bag full of those on the way home. Happy days.
No woman, no fry, presumably it was called, was it? Something like that?
He was a great character. I assume it's long gone. Changing the field here. We've got a deep square leg posted out, so Haynes just to hang on a minute before he comes into bowl. And this one, Haynes is forward, and then he lifts his bat almost at the last millisecond, but got it exactly right. Gets his bat out the way, and keeper Guest takes it. He took a very good catch this morning to get rid of Pollock for 7 early doors. But not had too much to do since then. I've been diving around all over the place. An alarm going off somewhere. Not one of my many ones. To tell me it's 2 o'clock. Lackmal's next ball is Haynes coming forward. Pushes away on the offside. Masood Fields at extra cover. There is no run.
Was that my car? Because I'm fairly certain that my car hasn't got an alarm. I wouldn't swear to it. I have no idea, really. I got in it the other day. I was at Asda, as you are.
You're supposed to lie, mate, and say you're at Waitrose or something like that.
No, we don't have a Waitrose in Bolton. No.
Really?
I don't think so. I don't think there's anything that far north, is there?
I don't know. Here's Lackmal. Next ball wide of the off stump. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper again. Worcestershire are 100. No, they're not. 96 for 2.
And I got in it. I put the key in the thing, the ignition, turned it, and my DAB disappeared. And I could only alternate between FM and AM, and DAB had gone. It just didn't exist anymore. And I looked in the handbook, nothing, went online, nothing. Took it back to the garage where I bought it from. He was baffled. He said, I'll tell you what, we'll go and have a look at it. So we got in the car, put the key in it, and
it worked.
Come back.
Oh, no.
It was hideous.
How embarrassing is that? Yeah. Oh.
I have no idea what he said. Yeah, he just said, you just call it a blip, don't worry about it. I said, well, I'm not going to worry about it, but that's just horrific.
Yeah.
Because when you go online and you say DAB's disappeared, but it just keeps telling you that when you're driving along, DAB can sometimes go away and come back, which we all know because there are little black spots, aren't there, everywhere?
Yeah, yeah.
It had actually disappeared from the radio and then came back. But it's still there now, touch wood.
Here's Lackmell. Didn't miss anything there because there was a change in the field, and Haynes gets this one away through extra cover. They might come back for two. Indeed, they do come back for a second deploy on the chase there, and a comfortable two in the end. Worcestershire go to 98 for 2. I hesitate as I think I've beaten the board there. I think it is 98.
Yes, I think you're right.
But no third man anymore. So I've got a mid-wicket and a deep square leg instead. Haynes has 42 of Worcestershire's 98 for 2. This is the last ball of Lackmell's 11th over, 1 for 33 for him so far. And this ball is pushed away by Haynes on the offside. And that will conclude the over, and Worcestershire at the end of it are 98 for 2.
Joe Clark and Ben Duckett out in very quick succession down at Lords as Nottinghamshire were languishing in the wilderness of the second division, of course. 111 for 3 now, having gone to lunch, just one down. Leicestershire 78 for 3 against Sussex. And the other game in the second division, Durham 102 for 3 against Glamorgan. So wickets falling after lunch in the other 3 matches of the second division, but not here at the County Ground in Derby, where Worcestershire, who at lunch were 89 for 2, moved on to 98 for 2. And Ryan Sidebottom begins a new over from the racecourse end, bowling to Azhar Ali, who turns one off his pads down to backward square leg, and they settle for a single as Sam Connors comes in off the long leg boundary to do the fielding. 99 for 2.
The guy went to tea on 99 the other way. Sean Dixon for the second time this season.
Really?
Yeah, went to tea on 99.
Be used to it then.
Yeah.
Not a problem. He's thinking to
well,
himself.
If you do it every game,
you'd be quite happy with it.
Yeah,
More than happy. Yeah. More than happy. Side bottom in again, and that one is defended by Haynes. Back towards the bowler, who fields at the end of his follow through.
You got the news jingle yet?
Not yet, but I am expecting an alarm to go off to my left fairly shortly. But no, I'm currently being told about the Eurovision Song Contest, which is Saturday.
Is it?
Second semi-final tonight. I think we're going to win it. That spaceman thing that
Ukraine will win that, mate.
There we go.
Oh, there we are.
There we go.
My eggs are done.
It's 2 o'clock, everybody. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Haynes. It's a good idea, though, to be fair, because if you haven't got somebody in your ears, you don't know, do you?
You kind of forget all about it.
Forget all about it. I've only missed one so far this season. Do have the news jingle, or the news bed starting to play in my ears, so there will be an update for BBC Radio Derby listeners fairly shortly, and then we'll be speaking to Chris Coles throughout the course of the afternoon, which is very exciting. And it's Heidi Booth, and in comes Ryan Sidebottom. That's the umpire now, bowls to Haynes, who goes back onto his toes towards the stumps and pushes it up to Billy Godleman. And again, there is no run. Get to the afternoon and it starts to get slightly more complicated, so I need a bit of paper. I'll get a bit of paper from here. Not like that, I won't. Nine runs added since lunch. Here comes Sidebottom again in a bowls to Haynes, full delivery that he manages to drive up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off once again, and there's no run. That wind just started to get a little bit stronger and blowing the tarpaulin at the far end, or the sheeting at the far end that's acting as a sight screen, so they might have to go and fix that down at some point, because I can tell you now, if the batting or the bowling was from the far end, the batsman was at our end, they would have stopped play for that. And he comes again, Sidebottom, and this is another full delivery, pushed up to Sarenga Lackmell Fielding at mid-on, and it's the end of the over 5 since lunch. And 99 for 2 is the Worcestershire score. Oh, Lancashire doing. Lancashire 69 for 2 against Yorkshire, and they've faced 36 overs. They're going at less than 2 and over. They'll be loving it at Headingley. All that misery. Blackmal's going to continue. We're just having a discussion with Billy Godwin as to where he wants his field. So we might get the update in before the over starts, with a bit of luck. You never know. Not quite. Here comes Blackmal then in arm bowls to Azarali, who defends this up towards mid-on. Here we go. Early stages of the afternoon session here, Heidi. They've added 10 runs, Worcestershire, from their lunchtime score. They're on 99 for 2 now. They were put into bat this morning after Derbyshire won the toss. A couple of wickets in that morning session, but nothing so far this afternoon. Azarali has 20. Jack Haynes is on 42. They've added 58 so far for the third wicket. Worcestershire 99 for 2. Comes Blackmal again in arm bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Azarali for a single. There's a tumbling stop there by Lewis Rees. Unnecessary, really, from Lewis Rees, if I'm entirely honest with you. And the 100 is up for Worcestershire. 100 for 2. The 100 coming up in the 36th over. Excellent. Now I've got our morning presenter in my ears doing an interview with somebody because the other studio hasn't taken over the feed.
Oh, is it a quick phone call needed, mate? Oh.
He's speaking to Bobby. I've no idea who Bobby is.
Oh, Bobby.
Yeah. Blackmal in and bowls. This one's turned into the leg side. And fielded by Ryan Sidebottom down at long leg. Another single to Haynes. He moves to 43, 101 for 2. I once did, we were at Bristol, funnily enough. Gloucestershire Derbyshire game, and we did an entire 20-minute spell of bowling, myself and Bob Hunt, trying to work out who the interviewee was. then we eventually worked it out. It was Billy Ocean.
Oh, right.
He was being interviewed by somebody back at base, and we had it in our ears the entire time. Billy Ocean. Yeah.
Bobby.
When the going got tough, that's all we heard. He is again. Blackmal bowls, and that's driven, but straight back to Blackmal, who sticks out a right hand. It was well struck by Azarali. He's looking at his right hand now, is Saranga Blackmal. It rebounded to the man at mid-on, who is Sam Connors.
Not many famous Bobbies around these days.
No, he didn't sound famous to me.
No. Was he a local councillor or something? Yeah. Leader of the local arts group on the council. That'd be him. Of course, Greyfriars Bobby was a famous dog, of course.
Yes.
In Edinburgh.
Well, there's a statue to him, isn't there?
There is.
Near the heart of Midlothian. As this next one from Blackmal is pushed up to Sam Connors and goes directly to him rather than off Blackmal on this occasion. And there's no run.
Greyfriars Bobby. He sat on his master's grave for something like 10 years, was it?
Yeah,
His master at night.
Something daft like that.
Yeah, if you go on the bus tour around Edinburgh, they take you there.
Brendan McCullum has now been appointed England Red Ball coach, according to this, unless there's no embargo on that. I should have checked to see if there was an embargo first, shouldn't I, really?
A bit late now.
It is. Very much too late for me to do anything about it.
Just apologise.
Doesn't say there is one. Here's Blackmal bowling, and this one's pushed out into the offside by Azarali. Fielded by Elias Deploy, and it's the end of the over. 36 have gone. Worcestershire 101 for 2. Azarali has 21. Jack Haynes has 43. The partnership's worth 60.
He was a late entrant to the race, wasn't he? Colin? But if he gets England playing the way New Zealand have played Test cricket in the last few years, he'll do all right. Subject
to obtaining the necessary work visa, he will be in place for the 3-match Test series against New Zealand, which starts at Lords on the 2nd of June.
Good luck to him.
New Zealand born McCullum, it says here. Well, that's because he's a New Zealander.
That's 'cause he's New
Yeah,
Zealand.
from New Zealand, of course.
Here's the start of a new over. Side bottom is in and bowls and flicks it away off his pads. He's probably not going to get 4 for this one as Masood chases it down towards the mid-wicket boundary. They come back for a couple. Nicely timed there by Haynes, who goes to 43. It's all right. I'm not sure if I've beaten the board or the board has beaten me most of the time. It's 45. Yes, nicely timed. Yeah, it's amazing for the population and the amount of people who play cricket in New Zealand. How many great players that they've produced over the years. A good system, obviously. Here is the next ball from side bottom. Good ball. Bounces, takes off that one. There's still a bit in this pitch. Don't believe that Worcestershire got past 100 for 2 wickets, that there's not something in it. And he got something out of it there. Side bottom. Just short of a length. Haynes was almost drawn into it. A bin lorry goes around the estate on the far side, or a refuse collection lorry, I suppose we should call it. I'm sure there's a proper and better term for it. As side bottom bowls, Haynes forward, pushes, only as far as mid-on. Lackmal is the fielder there. Because I don't go to the tip anymore with my rubbish. The Refuse Reclamation Centre.
He's a drummer. It's Bobby.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, drummer's called Bobby.
Yeah.
Was he in Shawaddy Waddy or something like that, do you think?
That's not a bad shout, to be fair, because they're from these parts,
Oh,
aren't they?
Yeah. Ooh. As in comes side bottom and whips this one away. Does Haynes through mid wicket. Again, he's not going to get 4. No, the ball's actually going to stop almost before it reaches the rope. But they'll come back for a third. Masood once again has a gallop out towards the boundary, so he'll be blowing his cheeks a bit. He's had a couple of runs out there in the last few balls. Worcestershire go to 103 for 2. Are you Googling drummers called Bobby?
I'm actually Googling Shawaddy Waddy drummer.
Wasn't there a myth at one time that Dion Dublin's dad was the lead singer of Shawaddy Waddy? Here's back to the cricket. Here's side bottom. He's in and bowls, and Azhar Ali pushes away. And he thinks about a single, but then he decides not to. This really is a docking without innings from Azhar Ali. He's got 21 off 88 balls now. He's not a man in peak form, but he's just trying to get into peak form by staying out in the middle.
Bobby Hewins, drums, guitar, vocals, 2012 till present.
For what? Not for
Shawaddy Waddy.
No.
Rob Hewins, also known as Bobby.
There you go.
Brilliant.
Here's the next ball wide of the off stump. You're listening to Popmaster on Radio 2. I'm always rubbish at that. 106 for 2 at the end of the over. Azhar Ali has 21. Jack Haynes has 48. These two so far put on 65. Connors, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 9 for 36. Lackmal, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. Side bottom, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. And Anish Dawes bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11.
Derbyshire could do with a wicket here. 106 for 2. Obviously, got a couple of wickets and they're absolutely banging the game, but at the moment it's just drifting away from them a little bit.
Still something in it, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. The odd one's going past the edge of the bat. Haynes, though, is 2 away from a half century as he waits now for Saranga Lackmal to come in and gets a top edge on that one and 1 bounce for 4 over the wicket-keeper's head. And that is his half century. Not perhaps the way he would have pictured himself going to it, but he salutes the crowd, waves his bat to the pavilion away to our left-hand side. 83 deliveries. And that was his 7th 4, and perhaps the least convincing of all.
Only his second 50 of the season. First one he went on to make a century. A bit of luck there, but fortune, as they say, favours the brave.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was, he's played some really nice shots, and that wasn't one of them. as they say, 7th-4 though. As Lackmell is in again, and he just defends this one up to Sam Connors at mid-on. It's one of David Griffin's favourite sayings, that I've had a great day.
But this wasn't it.
This wasn't it, but I've had a great day.
Yeah. All the old ones.
They are always the best.
Yeah.
Always the best. Here comes Lackmell again. From the city end, bowls to Haynes, who pushes this one back at a square on the outside, where it's fielded by Arno's Dahl. And there's no run.
I don't think the wind has dropped once today. According to
No,
the flag over the far side.
I thought it got stronger just after lunch, or around about 2ish. It just seemed to be really whipping up, but the flag's now completely wrapped itself around the flagpole at the right-hand end as we look at the members' pavilion at the chairman's box end of the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground. As Lackmell is in again, and that one is turned up towards Sam Connors once again by Haynes. And there is no run.
Yes. No Worcestershire flag flying on the ground.
No, that's disappointing not to see the opposition flag there. Should be.
Yeah.
Should be.
I shall make inquiries.
Whose responsibility that is?
Well, it used to be the scorer years ago. That was one of the scorer's jobs, to transport the flag round. I shall. Questions will be asked in the house.
As it was put up there before, it's now blown away. It's currently racing towards Bredsall Priory. Here comes Lackmell again, and that one is pushed by Haynes out into the offside. It's fielded by Billy Godleman, and there's no run.
Yeah. Check my steps today. Leave about 1,000 to get from reception to my bedroom. Guys, you got 4 flights of stairs, down 3 or 4, and then up another couple, and then yeah. The young lady did say it's quite a long way, sir. You'd be all right with your back. I thought.
They not offer you a chair with wheels on it at all?
We might have a slight problem here, although Jack Haynes is ready to face the next ball from Ackman and plays it down the pitch. The side screen, the bottom of the is blowing all around in the wind. Obviously, didn't put Haynes off on that occasion, and it is above the bowler's arm, as it were. But it is bowling. It is flying around in the wind a bit. Azhar Ali has 21, Haynes has 52, and Worcestershire 110 for 2, having been 41 for 2 this morning.
Yes. It's starting to get slightly irritating from a Derbyshire perspective, this partnership. Is this me? No, it's you.
No.
Well, it should be you, really.
It's side bottom in and bowls wide of the off stump. I was just thinking.
Were you?
Yeah. It's the 3rd time today I've had a thought. And wide of the stumps, through to the wicket-keeper. Actually, I got put off by there's a huge black crow just came across the ground there. Massive thing. In fact, when it started off, I thought that is a bird of prey. Well, I suppose a crow is a bird of prey, but more like a buzzard or I don't know, an eagle. Not that you see many eagles in the middle of Derby. Although we're not in the middle of Derby. Here's side bottom in again, and it goes away outside the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. I think I've been spending too much time on my own lately. We've had a granddaughter arrive in London, so my good lady wife has been down there a few times. So I've had a few weekends on my own where it's just me and the dogs. And to be honest, they're lovely dogs, but they're not great conversationalists. Apart from the odd bark and growl, I don't get much out of them. So, tend to have arguments with yourself. Here's side bottom. Racecourse end, right arm over to the right-handed Azhar Ali. And Azhar Ali, he's a bit lucky there. He got an inside edge, just missed the stumps, and trickles away on the leg side. He's battling away here, Azhar Ali, but he's not looking for him. He's played one lovely cover drive early on this morning, I remember. And he's played a couple of decent shots, but if you've got 21 off 91 balls, you are working hard at your game.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It has been a struggle. They're going to have to do something about that side screen. I fancy at the far side of the ground staff anyway. But
Yeah,
they'll be having their lunch now.
it's really blowing up now. Here's side bottom again, and another bit of luck for Azhar Ali. He's paid for that bat and he's using all of it. The inside edge goes down to fine leg. I thought the umpire had signalled a no ball there, but he was signalling to his colleague that there's 2 balls left in the over. Yeah, so he's not looking at his best, Azhar Ali, but he's still there. And if he's still there at tee, he'll think he's done a good job for his team. Well, he would have done a good job for his team. Haynes just does a bit of knee bend and waits for the next ball from side bottom. That's short. What do you know? I'm not sure what happened to that. I think he went to leave it and it came off his elbow.
Yeah. It's definitely hit him.
Yeah, it's hit something anyway, because he raised his bat way up high. I think the umpire is indicating that it came off his elbow, which makes me think he should be rubbing his elbow.
He showed no pain at all, did he? Which I think is the modern way.
Got a replay, but it doesn't really show us anything because the actual delivery of the ball is a bit, very strange. He'd been a bit annoyed if he'd gone out that way. Side bottom starts off, but then he stops. I think the wind may have just gusted across the ground then and sort of knocked him out of his rhythm a little bit.
He's not the biggest of chaps, is he? He's tall, but he's quite narrow.
Yeah. Off he goes. And this time, Haynes, well, that's very short, and he would have done well to reach that with his elbow or his bat as it flies through to wicketkeeper. Guess the end of the over in Worcestershire are 111 for 2. Nelson 22 to Azhar Ali, 52 to Haynes. And side bottom's bowled 10 overs and taken 1 for 24.
Chris Bridden at Fletch Sport, at Bradders, at BBC.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at is AT rather than the conventional way, because I don't think you can have 2 of those in one Twitter handle. I'd be surprised if you could.
You can. I think I created that one when Twitter first started.
Yeah. FletchCricket@gmail.com as well if you want to get in touch via the medium of email. Chris Bridden says, I was at Luton for a few years and one of their players when in the old First Division was Scott Oakes. His dad was in Shawaddy. They once saw the headline of 3 steps to heaven when he scored a hat-trick in the FA Cup quarter-final against West Ham. Very good. Here's Anuj Dal beginning a new spell from the City end, and that one is driven out into the offside by Azhar Ali. And there's no run if you're wondering what on earth I'm talking about. Well, we did have an interview with what we believe, or who we believe to have been the drummer of Shawaddy, Rob Hewins, in my ears for a short while. I've now got the programme that's going out now, which is much, much better, with Chris Coles, who we'll be speaking to throughout the afternoon on BBC Radio Derby. In comes Dahl again, and that one is again pushed up to mid-off by Azhar Ali. There is no run. He's going to get to... Who's going to get to 100 balls first? Well, Azhar Ali's on 22 from 94 deliveries faced, and Jack Haynes has got 52 from 90. Partnership worth 70 for the 3rd wicket so far. The flag has managed to unwrap itself from the flagpole and is now in danger of blowing away completely. And the umpire, now that it has blown up, and quite correctly, Azhar Ali is not happy with that at all. And we're going to have a little break in play here because the umpires are now having to wave to the ground staff to say, can you get down the bottom end and sort that sheeting out, because it is going to continue to blow up constantly, you would have thought, given how strong the breeze is. Anuj Dal was almost into his delivery stride when Azhar Ali pulled out, as he's perfectly entitled to do, of course, and can't say I blame him, but now they're having to try to get in touch with the ground staff, so there will be a delay here, Brad. There's a delay.
Well, I think, a little bit of ingenuity. A couple of spectators could sort of run down.
One at either end.
Go behind and lie down and hold the sheet down, just so we can get on with the game.
Well, there's 2 members of the Worcestershire backroom staff there leaning against the fence.
There are.
If they jumped over, sat at one end, kept it down, they could bowl the over and then get on with the next over while they were fixing it. But
yeah. That's
there's the old common sense again, I'm afraid.
Head coach and the assistant coach.
Is that who it is?
Anuj Dal, he's off. He's going to sort it.
Well, we know what the delay is for, John. We can see what the delay is for.
Simon Bonsai is listening and watching while creating beautiful bonsai trees in his garden in 2nd Division Nottingham.
Oh,
So I get that one for you.
2nd Division Nottingham.
The commentary, as always, is excellent, but so is the quality of the live screen on the game on my phone. Thank you to everybody for providing them. Thank you, Simon, for letting us know. Nicky Worcester is listening in the office while struggling to deal with GCSE seating plans. Caught into a pint pot, apparently. Good luck with that one, mate.
This is the site of ground staff hurrying here, Brothers. Look.
All right.
There they go.
Oh, they're in the race.
They've
here.
broken into a trot.
Oh, they go as they cross the Milling Road for the 2nd time. Well, Anuj Dal is. I reckon Anuj Dal's fixed it anyway.
Yeah.
He's a man for all seasons, this lad. I've got to mention, Mike Andrews sent me a detail while we got no cricket on. Gareth Andrew, the former Worcestershire player, Worcestershire all-rounder, is well, he's doing the Three Peaks Challenge, but apparently he's riding his bike to Ben Nevis to start the Three Peaks Challenge.
Of course he is. Why wouldn't you?
2 months until he starts doing it. It's for the Haynes Watt WM Three Peaks Challenge in aid of Acorns Hospice. Brilliant. He's going one step further. Gareth Bay, he's got a page on Just Giving. I'm sure you just put Gareth Andrew on Just Giving, then you'll find him. So good effort. Well done, Gareth. I did promise I'd read that one out, and I've done it. You've got 300 quid already. So there we are.
Sure, we can get that up over the course of the day.
Yeah. We can. Oh, I can't get it off my phone. There we go. The mainsail has been
spliced, hasn't it?
Spliced, yeah. They could just stay there all day, don't they?
Just shout, we can see you. If we could just see their backs and the heads of the ground staff are all bending down.
If this is the Derbyshire Hide and Seek Championship, they're rubbish.
What is particularly ridiculous as well is that the what would they be called? Title sponsor. That's what they'd be called. Yeah. The title sponsor of the competition, their advertising board, has got a sheet in front of it, which I think is supposed to go over it, but isn't. And I'm not sure why that's there. Keith, one of the main stewards, you may have seen him on the gate as you came in this morning. He came out to help as well as Anuj Dal.
Nice chap.
Yeah, he usually locks up after us when we're going out. Normally, we'll get all the way around to this side of the ground and say, "Oh no, I've locked this gate, mate. Will you go out the one just over here?" So you have to drive all the way back round the ground and go out the gate here.
The Oval Town Football Ground is about the only ground I got locked in one night. Doing all the bits and pieces and after the game and all that sort of thing. Went to get out about 6 o'clock. Everywhere it was locked. Even the sponsors and the Alakadoos had gone home. But clearly, some would still be there. I managed to get out. But, great fun.
There's quite a few football grounds where they tend to lock things.
Oh, they do.
Dahl is in and bowls to Azarelli. As play resumes after a brief hiatus. And he picks up a single down to third man. Saranga Lakmal does the fielding. Azarelli moves on to 23. 112 for 2. So yes, it'll be a slightly strange afternoon updates because there may well be conversation involved from the other end. So people online, I'm afraid, won't hear it, but just bear with us. Hopefully it won't spoil your enjoyment if you're getting any of the online commentary. 112 for 2 as this next one is defended by Haynes. Back towards Dahl, but he lets it go. Godleman does the fielding very straight mid-off. He then has a conversation with Alex Hughes, who's on the field.
So going back to your texter, cricketers whose fathers were famous in other fields, I suppose.
Kate Cross, of course, whose father was a footballer for West Ham and Rochdale. And this next one is left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. Yeah, that'd be quite a good. I can't think of anybody else though off the top of my head.
No, certainly not of the singing variety.
They have to have been non-cricketers because there's an awful lot of cricketers.
Cricketers' fathers were non-cricketers, but were famous.
You've got Brett D'Oliveira, haven't you?
Oh yeah,
a long line of cricketers.
Yeah.
Dahl is in again, and that one is wide of the off stump and crashed away by Haynes for 4 runs out to the cover boundary. despite the chase of Shan Masood, the ball was always going to win that one. Hits the rope now. And it's 4 more to Haynes, who moves to 56. 116 for 2 at the end of the over. Azhar Ali has 23, and the partnership worth 75.
Yeah, lovely shot. There's a few who've done it the other way around. You know, Graham Dilly's son was Chris Pennell, played rugby for England, but to have done it, to have been a cricketer whose father was famous in another field. Anybody think of those? Send us a tweet.
Yes, Botham's son played rugby, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. And his grandson plays for Wales. So, but that's the other way around. I'll kick this over. Shall I? A side bottom from the racecourse end, and bowls that short and has pulled away. And Azhar Ali whips that one away. Well, as we were saying, he's been struggling for form, Azhar Ali, but you can't bowl it there to him because he's going to whip that one away. I'll go and do something else.
Okay. While you're doing something else, I'll wait to do something else. Oh, there we go.
Eggs are done.
It's a great idea. I thought when Brad has told me he'd set an alarm, I thought it was going to buzz. I didn't realise it was actually going to be a noise. 120 for 2. It's excellent. Really excellent. There's side bottom again from the racecourse end, bowling to Azhar Ali, who just leans back and guides that to backward point where it's fielded by Anuj Dal, and there's no run. Azhar Ali has 27, Haynes has 56. Elsewhere, Durham 125 for 3 against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 105 for 4 against Sussex, having decided to bat first down at Grace Road, and Nottinghamshire 149 for 3 against Middlesex. And goes side bottom again. That's off an inside edge. That is about the 3rd time in the last couple of overs that Azhar Ali has played the ball off the inside edge. It's a little bit fortunate for the Pakistan international. Here comes a side bottom in again. Arm balls. That one is driven straight into the stumps at the non-strikers end, and they go through for a single. Haynes moves on to 57, 122 for 2. Side bottom returns to the top of his mark. His run-up must be the thick end of 30 yards. Tall man, Australian born. On his way in now to bowl to Azhar Ali, who guides a wide one out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. Glorious shot, just leant into it really. And it raced away to the boundary. Azhar Ali moves on to 32 now, 126 for 2. The partnership worth 85. Local charity for the local people. Here comes side bottom again, running away from us. Final ball of the 41st over, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. No run, 126 for 2. Looking for an update potentially here. No, they're going to play some music. Well, that might be the mad music. Alex Hughes has left the field now. Sam Connors was the man who he replaced temporarily. as Anuj Dahl is on his way in now. That one is pushed up towards mid-on by Jack Haynes. The ball goes through to Sam Connors, and there's no run. Haynes is trying to... Haynes is dancing around, trying to get those feet going. Sam Connors is windmilling his arms. Looks like he might be ready for another bowl soon, as Dahl's next delivery is defended by Haynes and pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. Yep, he's going through his bowling action as well now, Sam Connors, which rather does suggest that he's going to come on a bowl fairly shortly, which perhaps isn't a major surprise with Derbyshire needing a breakthrough. Leicestershire lost another wicket, 106 for 4 against Sussex now at Grace Road. Here, Worcestershire 126 for 2. As Dahl is in again, and that one is driven off a thick inside edge by Haynes into the leg side. Lewis Rees does the fielding. Haynes picks up another single. He moves on to 58. And Worcestershire to 127 for 2. Anuj Dahl's 7 overs and 2 balls have cost just 17 runs. He has been as miserly as you might expect, Anuj Dahl. But hasn't found the breakthrough that Derbyshire so desperately need, really. 11:53, the fall of the second Worcestershire wicket with a score on 41. 86 runs later, Dahl is bowling to Azhar Ali, who just caresses that one through the covers to the boundary for 4 runs. Glorious, glorious shot by the Pakistan international Azhar Ali. He moves on to 36 and Worcestershire to 131 for 2. Alex Thompson is also warming up now. Well, I haven't exactly switched, but I am on my own at the moment because, bless him, Bradders is waiting to do his update next door. It's absolute chaos. 135 for 2. He's puffing his cheeks out. He's not a happy man. Dahl is at the top of his mark, ready to bowl again. 36 from 101 balls, Azhar Ali. Haynes 62 from 97. And Dahl bowls, and that's turning to the leg side. There's a chase around here for Ryan Sidebottom, but he's never going to reach the ball, and it's another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries, in fact, for Azhar Ali. He's gone 4-1-4-4 this over, and this is starting to get a little bit unpleasant for Derbyshire. Azhar Ali moves on to 40. We've gone back to 32 on the scoreboard here. That's not good. You've got to add 4 on, really. Haynes has dropped down to 58. Chaos. Absolute chaos on the scoreboard again, which isn't necessarily what you want. Chris Coles is just about to come across to me. If you jump on there quickly, Bradders, I can get off and carry on. You commentate, yeah?
I will, yes. I think I've done it once or twice before. Worcestershire are 131 for 2. Azhar Ali has suddenly found a bit of form here. A couple of cracking shots in that last over. And he's battled hard for it. 102 balls for his 36. Haynes at 58, he's 40. Last 4 hadn't gone up. 102 balls for his, so it's gone up to 41 now. The scoreboard's gone a bit mad. So apparently we think Azhar Ali's got 41. Haynes, that's at 58. And Dave's talking to somebody else, by the way. He's not talking to me anymore, which doesn't normally last till after lunch when he stops talking to me. But he's rattling away, and I'll keep telling you what's going on the field. And I can tell you we've got a change of bowling because Sam Connors is back on at the racecourse end. These two are heading towards a century partnership. It's 41 for 2 when they came together this morning, so 136 for 2. As you can probably work out for yourselves, another 5 runs would take them towards it. Azhar Ali waits here for Connors, and he gets a ball there that doesn't bounce much, and he plays it down onto his foot, and that hurts. He's gone limping away towards square leg. He's in a bit of pain here. Played the ball didn't see it, just skidded on a bit, and he played it down onto his right boot, Azhar Ali. So he's hopping around like he's in Riverdance. but he's got back to the stumps, and well, if the ball is going to start keeping low, that is the first one that we've seen do. I've just got another replay of that one. Anyway, he's all right, Azhar Ali, and he's ready to go. So Connor's in and bowls, and he lets this one go by outside the off stump. He was in a bit of pain there. Cricket boots, not what they used to be. Don't have steel toe caps anymore, so if it goes down on your toe, it'll be a bit painful. Ali has 41. This is Connor's 11th over. He had to take a wicket and conceded 36 runs. Jack Haynes was particularly brutal on him when he bowled a bit short before lunch, hitting him for 5 boundaries off the back foot through the covers. Now it's a drive here from Azhar Ali. That's a lovely shot, flowing drive. Smashes that one away through extra cover once again. So Azhar Ali goes to 45 and Worcestershire go to 140 for 2. The scoreboard suddenly whizzing round a sudden plethora, good word, of boundaries as Derbyshire seek this third wicket, which they desperately needed in the first session this morning. To put the opposition in and take 2 wickets before lunch is not, I'm sure, what they had planned for. So Azhar Ali waits again. Connors bowls, and this is a bit shorter, and Azhar Ali goes onto the back foot, but then comes forward as he plays the ball out into the offside, and the total remains on 140 for 2. You're back with us, Fletch? Oh, no, not yet. He's got to put his other gibbies. So I tell you what, you wouldn't believe this. It's like NASA control here.
It's incredible, isn't it? But
yeah,
it
Houston,
works.
We have a problem.
It works an absolute treat. It's
does,
remarkable.
yeah.
I can speak the Coles here, so
Yeah.
we were both interested.
Sat next to each other. Here's the next ball, which is a quicker delivery. A turn around the onside. They're going for a quick single here. They'll have to be quick in the end. They don't have to rush too much because Shan Masood doesn't pick the ball up cleanly. So that is the century partnership between these two. 41 for 2 this morning when the ball was doing a fair bit, and we had a super spell from Lackmel from the City end when he picked up the wicket at Pollock, but could have got on another day maybe a couple more. But they battled through. Azhar Ali in particular working extra hard for his runs because he's not been in great touch until about the last 2 or 3 overs, when he has suddenly found an extra gear, if you like. But this is Haynes.
He's found his timing, hasn't he?
He has.
That's the thing. He's found his timing.
Yeah. Haynes to face the next ball, which is good line and length, and forward comes Haynes. Treats it with due respect, plays the ball out on the offside. And there is no run. End of the over, and Worcestershire 141 for 2. Azhar Ali has 46, and Jack Haynes has 58.
I wonder whether Billy Godleman would try a bit of finger spin just to see if anything happens, just to change it up a bit, because at the moment you've got 4.
Sorry about that. Somebody bottle of Coke opening.
You've got 4 right arm medium to fast bowlers operating all the time. It's all a bit samey. The batsmen know pretty much where to look for the ball release and all that kind of thing. Whereas you get yourself a 6'5" off spinner, might be slightly different. The 6'5" off spinner couldn't get down to that ball as it was driven out into the offside by Azhar Ali for a single at the start of a new over from Manoj Dali. He bent down, but didn't quite bend down far enough. It's a long way down, in fairness, for Alex Thompson, who forgot where he was going then and has now gone back. There is only one slip for Manoj Dali. Thompson is filling out extra cover. He couldn't even blend the footmarks, the old footmarks there. He's now standing in some, but perhaps his mind's on a potential bowl. Although he's not been warming up for some time now, as Dal is in again, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes.
He had a good old warm-up before lunch, didn't he?
He did.
Didn't get on.
Did all the swinging that he does. Sometimes he goes down on all 4s and does some real contortions, but good bowler, really good bowler. He's done with us that big crow again.
Yeah, that's it, isn't he?
Is he? Large
like a 747 coming across the field.
Yeah, it was a big one. Here's Dahl. Bowls to Haynes, who clips that very nicely off his pads down towards backward square leg. They'll trot back for a second as Sam Connors gets around to do the fielding. 2 more to the total, 146. No, 4, it had already gone on. 144 for 2.
I think the umpire, I just noticed that. Jack Haynes playing that shot and ran straight in the middle of the pitch.
Did he?
The umpire's just saying to him, lad, get off the pitch.
Yeah, don't do that. Not really allowed. Labuschagne in the previous match, as Dahl bowls to Haynes, who pushes this out into the onside, fielded by Lewis Rees. Labuschagne was told to get back into his, or get closer to the crease. He's batting so far out of his crease, you're not allowed to bat that far down the pitch anymore, are you?
No.
To try and negate any swing, and he was told to get back. It happened last season, I think, to both Godleman and Manson.
Yeah, if you're within the bowling marks, as they put out, then you're not allowed to do it.
In that red zone, or whatever it's called, as this next delivery is wider. The off stump from Darwin goes through to Brooke Guest. Haynes had nothing to do with it. You should be able to bat where you want, really, but hey ho, what do I know? Oh, precious little. Is the correct answer before we all start.
don't text.
The text line is not home. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Haynes. It's the end of the over. There was no run from that delivery. 144 for 2, 47 to Azarelli, 60 to Haynes. David McCardle's been in touch and says Jim Trouton's father, grandfather, and various other family members are well-known thespians.
They were, yes.
Was he Doctor Who?
Doctor Who, yeah.
William.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, very good. Northants openers are going well. 188 without loss against Warwickshire. Vasconcelos 94 and Will Young, well known as a singer, of course, 77. So they've got a very
He doesn't quite fit into the category we're looking for, though, because he's a cricketer and a singer.
He's a singer.
That doesn't work.
Here is a new over starting from the racecourse end. Forward defensively pushed away on the offside from Sam Connor's first delivery. Surrey playing Kent. Surrey 138 for 3 at Beckenham. Lancashire in the Roses match 127 for 2. Good recovery. They lost 2 early wickets. That's at Headingley. Lancashire against Yorkshire. Somerset 179 for 2 against Gloucestershire in the West Country Derby at Bristol, or Brizzle as it's called. Is the next ball from Connors pushed away solidly into the offside, but straight to Godleman at mid-off. Durham 139 for 4. They're playing Glamorgan at Chester this street. Leicestershire 124 for 5 against Sussex at Grace Road. And in the depths of the second division, did I get that right? Nottinghamshire 156 for 4 against Middlesex. I did that for my good friend, Mr. Fletcher. Wilderness, that was it. My good friend, Mr. Fletcher. Here is back here at Derby. Connor's bowling, and this is, well, again, that one doesn't bounce. Has he got that one onto his foot again?
I think he might have done,
Oh, my word.
The one before hurt a lot, didn't it? This one's hurt even more.
Yeah, Azarelli, he dropped in consecutive overs. He's got the ball off an inside edge down onto his foot. Blimey. This Crocodile who used to Dundee used to say, that'll hurt in the morning. Because he just got back from Boston watching the baseball.
Very good. Very good. I've got a quiz question for you.
Oh, good.
Just done the afternoon the pub quiz.
Leicester Pig at 1948. There you go. He's in a bit of pain. He wants a bit of spray on that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. There might be a slight. Yeah, he wants somebody to come and have a look at it, doesn't he? So the quiz question is:
go on.
It's Pepper's pub quiz, even though Sally Pepper's not on this week. It's Chris Cole's. In what year did the UK win Eurovision with "Love Shine a Light"? Which you'll remember was Katrina and the Waves.
It was.
I don't know the answer yet.
Well, it was after Cliff, wasn't it?
Much after Cliff, I would have thought. It was probably after.
It's probably 25.
It was after Bucks Fizz, wasn't it?
25, 30 years ago.
Really, as long ago as that?
25, I reckon, at least. So that would make it, I don't know, what year are we in now?
That would make it 1997?
96, 97.
Yeah, okay. I don't know the answer. I'll make a note of it, though. 90.
You're not missing any cricket, because the Worcestershire physio is out. And if he's putting spray on it, he's got to take his boot off.
He's taken his boots and his socks off as well.
His socks.
His socks gone.
That's a bit rancid.
We'd be hoping he hasn't done himself any major damage here, because a broken bone in a foot can be quite unpleasant, and can mean a while on the sidelines. Liz Deploy's left the field for Derbyshire to be replaced by Nick Potts, I think that is. Who's walking. Doesn't look like it. Could be. I suppose it could be Alex Hughes. Yeah, it's Alex Hughes, I think. Yeah, now I look closer. So Alex Hughes is the 12th man. This whole afternoon session has been so stop-start, hasn't it? We've had the stop for the side screen at the far end, and then Azarali clouted one into his foot, which he took a few minutes to recover. To recover from, and now he's clouted another one into his foot, and he's having some spray from the. There's you racing through those scores. We could have had a leisurely stroll through the scores.
I mean, tea is due in an hour's time.
Yeah,
and we've still got 27 overs to get there.
Not a chance. We're not leaving here till 7:30 tonight.
Where am I looking?
44 overs have got, no, 12 overs still.
12 overs, sorry, I'm getting too
excited. No. 51 overs, so 19 overs till tea. Is that right?
That'll do.
I have no idea, really.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 19 overs till tea. So that's an hour and a half of Derbyshire's money.
Yeah. Which
means that we'll be going to tea at 20 past 4. Half an hour late.
Azarali's got his boot back on. Pads on. He's redressing himself. The Derbyshire fielders just wandering around in little groups having a chat, except for Wayne Madsen. He's got nobody to talk to. Oh, he has got somebody to talk to. It's Masood who's got nobody to talk to. Umpires are having a chat. Azarali is back on his feet. And he looks as if he's ready to resume.
That's an astonishing bit of general knowledge by you, by the way, Bradders.
Why?
Well, I've just looked it up because I'm not guaranteed to hear the answer. The answer will be played out. So if you don't want to know the answer, well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because you can't be listening to them and us. Katrina and the Waves won the Eurovision Song Contest in 1997.
Goodness me. That's that. And I guess Shorty Waddy as well, isn't it? When's the next lottery?
It's not worth as much as it was last week.
Oh,
that's for sure.
What would you do with that?
Well,
what would you do with that? 184 million pounds. Yeah. We're back at the cricket.
Yeah.
And here's Sam Connors in and bowls to Azarali, who gets one off the bat rather than off the foot, pushes it away nicely in the offside. He's got a single.
He's limping.
He is. He's hobbling as he runs. Billy Godwin had to go to his left to stop that one. So he is. Hobbling a wee bit, yes. 184 million pounds. What would you do with that? Add a tenner to it and pay off your council tax. It's just...
You could fill your car with petrol, no problem at all, couldn't you?
It depends on the size of your car. Got a Mini, yeah. It's Haynes facing this time, and Connors bowls full length. Haynes drives into the offside. Not going to get anything on this occasion. Deployed cuts that one off at extra cover. Yeah, 180. I think it was 59 million or something last year, and I had to go on the lottery, and my wife and I had quite a heated discussion as to what we would do with it if we won it. Well, I'm going to give this much to the dog zone. What? No, that's ridiculous. She would. She'd open her own animal hospital retreat. Next ball from Connors, driven back down the ground. Lovely shot that from Haynes. Really timed it a treat. Connors put a foot out but couldn't get anything on it, and Haynes cracked it away. He goes to 64. Azarali on 48, Worcestershire 149 for 2. And Derbyshire beginning to look a tad desperate to take a wicket, I would say.
I think you're absolutely right.
Partnership of 108 so far. Yes, it's been, certainly since lunch, it's been up to lunch. You wouldn't be surprised if you saw a wicket fall. But since lunch, there's not really been much in it for the bowlers.
No.
Your man Thompson's doing some twirling. Looks like he might be going to get a go. Is this you or me?
Oh, it's me, Hannes Dahl bowls. A new over from the City end, and he bowls into Azarali, pushed out to the offside.
Obviously, the Worcestershire chairman is watching the online. He says, "I've got a fantastic cap on there, Mr. Bradley," he says. It's all right.
Well, fully kitted out.
Oh, when we Worcester Warriors won tomorrow, that'll annoy him.
got my cap down here for later on, which we will need as this next delivery. Oh, gets through. As a rally, inside edge. It's rolling down towards the boundary in front of us. It's kept in by the right boot of Saranga Lakmal, and they come through for a couple.
Quite sure what that came off.
Looked like it came off his bat to me, but I wouldn't swear to it. The 150's up, 151 for 2. Whatever it was, it wasn't great. If it came off his bat, it probably goes down as a chance, but a very tricky one because wicketkeeper Brooke Guest is standing up. And they went down as runs, didn't they?
Yeah.
As Rally's moved on to 48, so 2 away from a half century, and that one strikes, well, either bat and pad, or just pad and dribbles out into the offside, and it is bat and pad. And he moves to 49 as Lewis Rees does the fielding, 152 for 2. Yes, we will need the caps later on because when the sun, if it stays out, which I expect it to, when it moves around to the west, because apparently that's where it sets.
In the west? That's weird, because it does that in Worcestershire as well.
Yeah,
What
it's
a coincidence.
remarkable. Did the same thing in Leicester the other week as well.
Yeah.
There's Alice Dahl in and bowls. That one is guided down towards third man by Jack Haynes for a single. Lakmal again does the fielding, 153 for 2. Yeah, well, we need the cap, so I've got mine stuck to my bag down here. I should be donning that later.
Is that your Halifax Town cast? What's that one? The old Black Rod Cricket Club.
Black Rod Cricket Club.
What's that say on the bottom? Is that Latin?
Yes.
What's it mean? Cheap and filling.
I think it's salute the people, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
I don't know that. Dahl bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Azhar Ali, and there's his half century. Joins Jack Haynes in reaching 50. His half century, Azhar Ali's, has taken 117 balls, and he's hit 8 fours.
And he's had to work hard for it.
He has.
He's gone through the pain barrier as well.
Well, that's both of them got half centuries. The partnership worth 113 now at 154 for 2. Derbyshire won the toss, put Worcestershire in, and Worcestershire will be very happy with the way things have gone. Here's Dahl again, balls, that was pushed out into the offside, where Thompson does the fielding. And there is no run. Azhar Ali has 50, Haynes has 65. It's 154 for 2.
Yeah, the great John Arlott, who was one of my heroes, was commentating one day with a guy who kept saying, "It was a glorious day here, the sun begins to go down in the west," and every other hour he's going, "Whoa, lovely day," and the sun's going down in the west, and Arlott came on and said, "The sun's going down in the west. If it goes down anywhere else, we'll let you know." I love John Arlott. We got the CD with all his old commentaries on. If ever there was a man who could time it, it was him. Anyway, we've got a spin.
There's a freaker.
There's a freaker.
And it's male.
And it's male. And it's just jumped over the stumps at the
Did he say?
nursery end,
I think he's in his last cricket for the day.
Yeah. So it just jumped over the stumps, which is a very stupid thing for a naked male to do. Brilliant. Absolute gold.
There's Alex Thompson, look.
He is. He's going to bowl from our end, from the racecourse end, from the press box end. He's just digging up the pitch before he behind.
He will wipe his hand on the footmarks before every delivery. You won't be able to unsee that now.
He's digging up the pitch behind the stumps, I will add. And he's going to bowl to Azhar Ali, who has exactly 50 to his name. That's short and outside the off stump, and Azhar Ali cuts that one down to backward square, picks up a single. And indeed, as predicted by my very good friend Mr. Dave Fletcher, Thompson rubs his hand in the dirt before he bowls his next delivery. Just one slip, the only close catcher. Deep square leg, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Sort of 2 mid-wickets really, and a mid-on. That's pushed away on the offside, this next ball. And then we've got a mid-off extra cover, and that man's sweeping out on the cover point boundary. So we've got one in catching, as it were, and one walking in at mid-wicket. And the one who is in catching, who is Lewis Rees, manages to stick out a left hand and stop the progress of that one. Thompson ready to go again, so we'll pick up the over rate, of course. Jogs in, bowls, plays that very late, does Jack Haynes, goes back onto his stumps, but plays it very safely down on the offside, which for me, is a sign of a man who's got his eye in. Picks up a single. Haynes goes to 65, and Azhar Ali has 50. Thompson, and again, bowls pushed away on the offside. A simple jog in and pick up for Deploy, who is one of the 3 men on the offside. Azhar Ali still, even from this distance, looks in a bit of pain. Here's the next ball from Thompson, which is pushed away, and Deploy does well, gets down to his left. One he would expect to stop, and indeed he did. End of the over, 156 for 2. Azhar Ali has 51. Haynes has 66. Thompson's first over has cost him a couple of runs.
Well, that's what you'd want him to do, isn't it? As an off-spinner in the first innings of a match, come on and block one end up if he possibly can.
Yeah.
And Sam Connors is swapping to the City end where he hasn't bowled from, or from where he hasn't bowled. So far in this match, he did bowl from the City end in the first home game of the season because obviously Suranga Lakmal, along with Shan Masood, were making their home debuts for Derbyshire. I said to Mickey Arthur, as Suranga Lakmal picked his end, he said, yes, it's the same end as Sam Connors, and Lakmal got first dibs on that.
The senior bowler.
But he hasn't had first dibs since. This is something of a departure for Sam Connors. Who's going to be bowling to Jack Haynes, who's on 66. Partnership worth 115, 156 for 2. As Connors bowls and Haynes drives up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. And there is a no run, and Derbyshire just need to get a little bit of control here and try to turn the screw if they possibly can. No obvious sign of that at the moment, though. Worcestershire, I would suggest, are on top until Derbyshire can pick up a couple of wickets from somewhere, but they haven't got a wicket since 5 to midday. This one is edged, a genuine edge. He hit that one hard, did Haynes. It came off an edge. There is only 2, or there are only 2 slips now, and it went down to third man, where Suranga Lakmal does the fielding, single added to the total, and Haynes moves to 67.
Came sort of meandering a bit now.
Yeah, but Worcestershire won't mind that too much, will they?
Lord knows. Meanders until this time tomorrow, and they're still batting. They'll be very happy.
I think they will be. Connors in again. Balls to Azhar Ali, who lets this one go past the off stump. Waiting for the. I can't believe that your alarm hasn't gone off.
I'll wait for the news jingle in your cans now.
We're just getting the answer to.
See, 3 o'clock's all right because I've got 2 minutes to get next door then.
And there it is, 3
There
o'clock.
it is.
Bob on.
Well, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can apparently you can make phone calls on these things as well.
You can,
It's
well,
remarkable.
yeah, absolutely. You could set your clock by the time, couldn't you? Here is Connors bowling, and that's driven by Azhar Ali up towards Billy Godleman, who has to move to his left to do the fielding, and as a result, they get through for a single. 158 for 2. Azhar Ali 52 from 122. Two runs from the over so far. This next delivery from Connors is driven up to mid-on by Jack Haynes. Fielded there by Ryan Sidebottom, and there's no run. Billy Godleman just tells Leas to play, wants him to go out onto the square leg boundary away to our left-hand side. He's quite some distance from the bat. There's a man down at long leg as well. There's a third man, just 2 slips. Connors is on his way in and bowls. That one is guided off the edge of the bat by Haynes down towards third man. Lakmal does the fielding. Haynes moves to 68, 159 for 2. It's the end of the Connors over. 3 runs from it. Haynes 68, Azhar Ali 52. Partnership 118. Update with Heidi Booth. To the 3 o'clock news coming up fairly shortly. Bradders next door, looking a bit like Tom Jones with his microphone. Marvellous. And Alex Thompson, just the one slip, that's Wayne Madsen. There's Thompson from the racecourse end. He's in and bowls to Haynes, who guides it out to the onside. Fielded by Lewis Rees. Is it Lewis Rees? I think it is Lewis Rees. Yes, it is Lewis Rees. Next delivery is defended back down the pitch. Rees comes in, picks up, starts polishing the ball. Thompson dries his hand on the footmarks. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Haynes, who moves on to 69. Update coming up. And Derbyshire in desperate need of some wickets here, Heidi, because Worcestershire, who were put into bat this morning after Derbyshire with the toss, are 160 for 2 now. Pakistan international Azhar Ali's on 52. Jack Haynes has 69, and together they've added 119 so far for the third wicket. Wickets this morning for Suranga Lakmal and Ryan Sidebottom with just his third ball, but nothing since just before midday. Worcestershire going well, they're 160 for 2. That one is turned into the leg side and there's no run. But another good over this from Ryan Sidebottom, who's in again. This one is driven out towards the point boundary by Azhar Ali. Moves on to 53, 161 for 2 at the end of the over. Haynes has 69. Partnership now at 120 as we just about to reach the halfway point in the day's play at 3:05, which is very exciting if you like that sort of thing. Sam Connors is going to continue from the city end. Bradders is back.
Oh, I'm here.
Ooh.
And it. Don't you worry.
There's Connors in a bowls to Azhar Ali, who defends this one up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. There is no run. Everything's gone quiet. The tweets have gone quiet. Nobody's emailed me.
No.
Hello? Is there anybody? Are we on? Are we on?
Is there anybody there?
I'm sure we'd have been told if we weren't on. We'd have been told by now. I'd be staggered if we weren't on.
Yeah, we're on.
Here comes Connors again in and bowls, and Azhar Ali defends it up to mid-on where Ryan Sidebottom does the fielding. Yeah, I've had nothing by email, which is slightly disappointing, but you know where to get us. FletchCricket@gmail.com. Bradders at BBC. Just work it out for yourselves. And at Fletch Sport on the old Twitter. I nearly said something political then, and I'm not going to. Here comes Connors again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the onside, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees again. He's seen an awful lot of the ball just then, and the sadness is that he can't actually bowl at the moment, which is a real shame. Thank you, Nick. Nick says he's still there, but he's very busy.
Oh, Tony Pearson's there.
Oh, I wouldn't tell
He's
me.
in Cape Cod.
Oh, aye, excellent.
Where it's a bit cold, apparently.
Yeah. Next delivery from Connors is pushed out into the offside by Azhar Ali. No run.
He's assembling a table. Hope it's not from that Swedish company, because you'll either have a bit left over or not enough pieces. Finally getting the hang of Twitter. Are you allowed to chat about the Graham Hick dinner while now, says Tony. Yes, indeed. 8th of June, Graham Hick is back at New Road.
Oh, excellent.
For a bit of a natter. Really good chap hosting the event.
Is there?
Really good.
Yeah.
Worth the ticket money alone.
Yeah, I thought so.
It'd be great to catch up with Hickey.
You're not available. Here's Connors, bowls, and that one is guided off the back foot, backward of square on the offside for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Just using any pace that Connor's provided there, really. Just to guide the ball. He barely hit it, Azhar Ali. He moves on to 57. Worcestershire to 165 for 2. Tickets still available?
Tickets,
Well, I find that staggering.
Stalls and downstairs, I think.
Yeah.
Although the stalls are
I
downstairs.
think they might
Stalls
be.
and Circle. Yeah, that'd be great to catch up with him. He's a good fella, good bloke. I'm actually not sure what he's up to these days. He was batting coach for Australia. He appeared in the film The Test, which is very good. Not the film, but the documentary series. And he didn't say a word.
That was the Australian testing.
Yeah.
It was good documentary.
It was very good.
Came out at a very good time, in fairness, for Netflix,
Yeah.
as that one is defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. He was the
Aussie batting coach.
Well, he was also the player who Shan Masood was trying to beat the record of for getting to 715 runs in April.
Oh, right. I didn't know.
Was that 86?
Yeah, he got the 1,000 runs in May
Yeah.
by getting 170 against the West Indies at New Road.
Because he'd got 400 and... What was the big score?
I got 405.
405.
Yeah,
Of course it was
at
405.
Taunton.
But last week against Glamorgan, when he was out for 40, I think it was, Shan Masoodi fell something like 3 short of breaking the record for the number of runs scored in April.
Oh, right.
Because he'd been overtaken since that was a fortnight ago, of course.
Yeah. Here is Thompson in and bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside by Haynes. No run occurs, 165 for 2. The sun beginning to glint off the covers away to our right-hand side. Indeed, the car's in the car park. We haven't had any real problem from them so far today. Thompson, the wind really ruffling his shirt and his trousers. He comes in and bowls, pushed back down the pitch to the bowler. If it's going to help anything, it should help it to float away from the right-handers. But it's been with us all day. That flag on the far end has hardly dropped towards the pole. Thompson in again, pushed out on the offside. In fact, pushed back down the pitch. The bowler himself does the fielding. Thompson with his habitual rubbing his hands in the dust before he goes back. Ready to go now. Jogs in, bowls, and the nice bit of cricket from Haynes. He just dabs the ball down into the offside, and he knows that the extra cover is out on the boundary. And that Madsen at slip has a fair way to go to his right, so he takes the single. And Worcestershire go to 166 for 2. Azhar Ali has 57. Jack Haynes has 70. Next ball is Azhar Ali plopping forward, bat in front of the pad. Back to Thompson. Ready to go again. Off about, 4 or 5 paces. Next ball played out on the offside. That is the end of Thompson's over. Tidy over, conceded 1 run. He's conceded 5 in 3 overs so far. So doing a good job for his team. Not looking particularly threatening, but keeping the run rate down so that the captain can just rotate his quicker bowlers from the other end.
Terry's there in Belper trying to sort his laptop out. He says the wicket looks good. They're flooding in now.
Yeah.
George Selby says, yes, he's watching. With the right arm bowling attack familiarity, do we know when Rees will be fit to bowl again? It's a very good question. He was bowling at something like full pace prior to the game, but he's not quite there yet. I expect him to be bowling in time to play a part with the ball in the T20, which is very soon. Connors begins a new open, the first delivery of which is turned into the leg side by Jack Haynes for a single. He moves on to 71, 167 for 2. We would expect him to be back at some point. Today's the first time I've seen him on the field when he hasn't been hobbling, which is always a good thing. Had knee and shoulder operations in the close season. So he's still really working his way back from those, because I think it's going to take him a while. Connors is in. Azhar Ali gets one off a thick outside edge down to third man, where Lakmal does the fielding. Another single to the Pakistan international. He moves to 58, 168 for 2.
I've got a tweet from Alverley Cricket Club, which is in Careful Brothers. Shropshire. I'll get another one in a minute saying
not.
we're endorsing you, idiot. It's Shropshire or Staffordshire. I think I'm going for Shropshire anyway. And I'll tell you all about it in a minute.
Lovely. Connors bowls a short delivery that Haynes just ducks underneath.
And they're saying you can follow today's county game at Four Oaks by following the link below. Worcestershire versus Cheshire over 70s. Anyway, we're also streaming Worcestershire versus Derbyshire within the clubhouse, enjoying the commentary. Good lads.
Wow.
All at Alverley Cricket Club.
Yeah.
Hope you're all fit and well.
Down there in Cornwall.
Wherever you are. In Strathclyde.
It's Connors again over the wicket bowls and is driven by Haynes. He didn't get hold of that completely. But there's a little slip in the field there by, he slipped twice at least. Anuj Dal, who doesn't normally slip, he's just making sure his boot's on properly at the moment. They got back for 2 runs there. Haynes moves to 73, 170 for 2.
Hey, Martin's on the ball. Alverley, definitely in Shropshire, he said. It's about 10 miles from Bridgenorth. Well done. Thank you very much. Got it right.
Yeah.
Right first time. Never change your bet.
No, absolutely not. Here's Connors in again, bowls to Haynes, who defends this one. Out into the north side. And there's no run. You're welcome, George, anytime. If anybody's got any questions, if we can answer them, we'll answer them.
Anything. Shawaddy drummers, we're good at that.
Well, you are.
It's just a pure guess.
It was an excellent. Well, they're basically a Leicester band, aren't they? Shawaddy Wad?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all East Midlands to me, as a northerner. Although I do regard Derby as the north. I don't think people in Derby do. Short delivery from Sam Connors, waste of effort, bounces fairly harmlessly over the head of Haynes, who ducks underneath it. Through to Brooke Guest. Azhar Ali has 58. Haynes has 73. The partnership 129. Worcestershire 170 for 2.
Yeah, I'm always amused that Worcestershire is in the West Midlands, or in the Midlands, which surely it is. But, I could ride my bike from our house to Gloucester, and I'd be in the West Country, apparently. So I don't know where.
Yes, I'm not sure where the north starts, really.
No. Well, Watford, some people say, if you live in London. Yeah. Azhar Ali is just, I don't know whether he had I think he just had changed his gloves. He might have taken a pain-killing tablet, but anyway, he's ready to go. Thompson to bowl. Alex of that ilk from the racecourse end, and Azhar Ali is forward, plays the ball out to Latmal at mid-on. There'll be no run on this occasion. Some darker cloud building up away to the west, but it's not threatening. It's just kind of wandering around, being a bit noisy. Here's the next ball from Thompson, which Azhar Ali plays and then flicks his batter. Sort of never seen him do that before. Little idiosyncrasy as Thompson's ready to go again. Just push that out on the offside. It was a dot ball. This time Azhar Ali drives, doesn't time it, drives it into the ground, and it goes straight to Deploy, who's at extra cover. There's certainly one square of the wicket on either side, really, if they can get it there, or if Azhar Ali can get it there. And this time, quicker ball from Thompson. And his quicker ball looks pretty rapid to me. He's about mid-50s, maybe 60 miles an hour. And he's just a tall lad. When he whips that one in, it's going at a good old pace.
Unleash a bouncer.
Yeah. Next ball is whipped away through that gap on the leg. Well, not exactly through the gap, but it's Dahl who goes to his right-hand side as ever, picks up cleanly and good underarm throw to the wicket-keeper, but batsman quickly into there. Work, and Azhar Ali picks up one more. He goes to 59, and Jack Haynes has 73, and Worcestershire 171 for 2. Thompson in again, and this is Haynes comes down a few paces here, and Thompson picks the ball up, flicks it back to the wicket-keeper, but Haynes is comfortably back in his crease. That is the conclusion of the over. Thompson 4 overs for 6 runs. That's a decent effort. And Azhar Ali has 59, Haynes has 73, and the partnership is 130. On what is now a very pleasant afternoon. I'd imagine you'd still want your coat on though, wouldn't you?
Yes, I don't think it's particularly warm, is it? It's warm behind the glass, but
Sat in the bleachers, it might be a bit cool. Change a bowl in.
Yeah, Saranga Lackwell's going to come back from the city end. Replacing Sam Connors. His latest spell was short, 3 overs for 11. And Lewis Rees comes down to join us at third man now. First time he's been down in these parts for a while. He's also wearing his baggy Derbyshire cap, which is relatively unusual. He started wearing it. He went for a number of years without wearing any form of headgear. He said he didn't like wearing a cap, but he's got the old baggy blue cap on. Blackwell's got a couple of slips, Thompson and Madsen. That's it. As he's in now is Blackwell, and that was wide of the off stump, left alone by Azarali to go through to Brooke Guest. I think it's good to see as well. Ben Aitchison has just gone round the back towards the nets. Saw him at lunchtime. He was doing some slip fielding, Ben Aitchison. Injured himself in one of the 2 warm-up games here at the start of the season. Got a stress fracture, as quick bowlers so often do, sadly. And he's really being missed by Derbyshire. He was the reason that they had to bring in Ryan Sidebottom on loan from Warwickshire. Was predicting a very big season for Ben Aitchison, but we've yet to see him. They're around about 3 to 4 months from the moment he picked up the injury. This next delivery from Blackwell is clipped into the leg side by Azarali, fielded there by Liz Deploy. Out in the mid-wicket region, hands on hips, having a chat with Graham Lloyd, the umpire. I don't know, everybody gets injuries and what have you, but he's not had an awful lot of luck. He injured himself up at Durham. I think it was last season, it might have been the season before now. They all tend to merge into one after a while, don't they?
Yes.
They were told not to bowl at lunchtime on a particularly wet wicket. As Blackwell bowls, that's edged into the ground, and down to his right goes Wayne Madsen to do the fielding, but that was a controlled edge into the ground. No real danger of it going to hand. And he went over on his ankle at lunchtime when he was bowling out in the middle. And that was the end of his season. Missed the entire T20 and white ball campaign. Real shame. Really exciting prospect, Ben Aitchison. The sooner he's back, the better. There's Saranga Lackwell in again and bowls that one rather hurries as a rally, who gestures as though that one just moved a little bit quicker than he'd been expecting. He turns it up to the aforementioned Sidebottom, who's fielding at mid-on.
I think Blackwell's the big hope of breaking this partnership.
Yeah,
isn't he?
I think you're right.
He's got that extra zip to his bowling, and he troubled Azhar Ali. The couple of balls he bowled to him this morning, well, it would be the old look at the bowler and say, I'm not good enough to get an edge on that, mate.
Waiting now is Azhar Ali. Defends this next delivery a little hurriedly up towards Sidebottom once again, a very straight mid-on this time. I mean, he's got the know-how and everything, hasn't he? That's the thing about Saranga Lackwell, the man you would expect, the man who Billy Godleman will be turning to almost pleadingly and saying, just get me a wicket. We can break one of these two ends open. Partnership's already 130. Both batsmen very well set. Haynes has, well, he hasn't looked in trouble from the moment he came in, really, has he? It's bizarre to think that Azhar Ali might be the one they can get out. This one is turned into the leg side, into the gap, and they're going to get at least a couple of runs here. Lackwell can't quite believe it. Sidebottom retrieves the ball, and they do come back for a couple. Azhar Ali moves to 61, 173 for 2 at the end of the over. Haynes has 73. The partnership 132.
Where are we? 10 overs till tea. So that will obviously not take place because that's 20 minutes away. So
we might get to tea at 4 though.
4-ish, yeah, maybe. As long as Thompson stays on. And he's doing a good job for his team here.
He's doing exactly what you'd want from an off-spinner in the first innings of a match, isn't he?
Yeah. 4 overs for 6 runs.
The toss-up was between him and Alex Hughes. They're probably quite pleased they went for Thompson, because Alex Hughes is another right-arm, medium-pace bowler, and had 5 of them.
Thompson in bowls, turned on the onside, which is fairly well packed with a short mid on, short mid wicket, we'll say. Mid on, short mid wicket back a little further, deep square leg and fine leg as Thompson bowls. And this is going to be a comfortable single in the end from Haynes as he plays it wide of the bowler up to Lackmal at mid on. Call was nice and early, and a comfortable single to be taken. Total goes to 174 for 2. Here's Thompson's next ball, and this is pushed away on the offside. There might be a couple here. Azhar Ali running the first one quickly. No, there isn't. I suspect it's Duploy who's maybe out there on the boundary. Can't quite see round the corner. No, it's Connors out there on the boundary. He suddenly appeared in my vision. So one more to the Worcestershire total, which goes to 175 for 2. Haynes to face. This time he's cautiously forward. Plays the ball back up the pitch. Bowler in the end does his own fielding, although Rees at mid-wicket was willing to pick it up for him. He's the shorter of the 2 mid-wickets. Or the closer. Haynes pushes on the offside. Good call. It is Duploy in the action this time. He's an extra cover, but it's away to his left. And Haynes picks up another run. And he goes to 75. Azhar Ali has 62. Thompson to finish it over. Bowls, and that's a quicker delivery. Azhar Ali goes back and plays it once again to Rees on the leg side. That's the end of the over. And Worcestershire on 176 for 2. Azhar Ali has 62. Jack Haynes has 75. Out this morning, Pollock Cook guest bowled Lackmal for 7, Libby LBW to side bottom for 17. 41 for 2 at the time. We're Worcestershire there now, 176 for 2.
Yeah, 11:53 when Jake Libby was out. Seems an age ago now, from a Derbyshire perspective.
Yeah.
We're going to lose the 3rd man here. A late shout for Lewis Rees to get back up into the edge of the imaginary circle, because Shan Masood has been put into mid-wicket. There is a man out on the mid-wicket boundary as well. There'll be a long leg, there is, away to our left-hand side. Saranga Lackmal beginning a new over. His 15th of the innings, and he bowls outside the off-stump, and it's played off the back foot out towards the extra cover boundary. Lewis Rees is chasing it, and he's going to get there because the ball stops inside the boundary. And they come back for 3. Haynes moves on to 78. Worcestershire to 179 for 2. Wow, they do need a wicket.
Leicestershire 146 for 8 against Sussex at Grace Road. Between the two teams, who this morning were the bottom 2 in the Division 2 table.
Sussex have got some proper batting.
Yeah, Lad Haynes.
Yeah,
Seen him a couple of times.
useful, very useful.
Good player.
Next delivery from Lackmal is driven again, this time by Azhar Ali, and this rather extravagant dive from Billy Godwin, who loses his cap in the process, but keeps them down to a single.
It was a good effort, wasn't it? Because he's, you know, he's not the. Don't want to be rude. He's not the most natural fielder in the world, is he?
No, he's not.
And he worked hard to get after that one.
That is a perfectly fine thing to say. He may disagree with you.
Well, if you ever saw my fielding, you would disagree with me.
The Sussex bowling. Ollie Robinson opened the bowling for Sussex. He's bowled 1 over 1 maiden and hasn't bowled since.
That doesn't sound good,
doesn't
does
sound
it?
great, does it? From an England perspective, as I think Saranga Lackmal's got something in his eye there as he set off to run towards the umpire, and he's stopped, and round side bottom is having a little look.
Well, I was reading in my paper yesterday morning about the possible England selections, and they were saying if Robinson's not fit, there's a few England pace bowlers not fit, and they were talking about the lad Potts from Durham,
Oh yes,
Seen a couple of
yeah,
times. Bowled
yeah,
very well at New Road last week
yeah.
on a flattish old pitch. So whether he will come into contention. There's all sorts of names get bandied around, isn't there?
Well, there are, yeah, and a new regime as well. People will be talking about all sorts of things, all sorts of players, and
Durham 172 for 5 against Glamorgan at Chester Less Street. Notts 193 for 4 against Middlesex. And Somerset 207 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 167 for 2 now against Yorkshire. Surrey are 180 for 3 against Kent. And Northamptonshire 242 without loss against Warwickshire. This match is at Edgbaston. Will Young has 89. Ricardo Vasconcelos has 134. So they're going.
you're not missing anything because the physios come on to see to Saranga Lackmal now. The batsmen are having a drink, the umpires are having a chat. Ricardo Vasconcelos was involved in one of my favourite bits of cricket a few years ago when he was playing for Northamptonshire here in a T20 match.
Oh, okay.
And he was knocked off his feet by Lockie Ferguson with a Yorker. It was a sensational delivery. And he was knocked off his feet. It was excellent. And they were both having a bit of a chuckle up in the changing room about it afterwards. I don't think he was chuckling at the time, mind. I think the fly, the object, whatever it was, bit of dust, could have been anything, has now been removed from Saranga Lackmal's eye. Now then, the physio is now talking to the umpires. Julian, the physio. They're having a chat. We might be doing an update for Colsey in a moment. Who knows? And they're looking around. Lackmal doesn't look 100% happy. The umpires are saying, well, should we do this? Should we do that? What we're going to do? We're going to take him off. I think they're going to take him off, you know. This is fascinating. Slightly concerning. He's going to have another look, perhaps, at the eye. We could do sorting this out sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we'll never get away this evening. And I know the players' fitness and health is of paramount importance. I don't think Lackmal's going. He is. Lackmal leaves the field. Oh, that's not good. After 2 balls of his 15th over.
To complete this over with 4 balls remaining.
Might be an update for Colsey coming up here, so we'll wait and see. No, we're not. Excellent. So Lackmal leaves the field. And Ryan Sidebottom, who had his over completed for him by Alex Thompson at Lord's, is going to complete the Saranga Lackmal over here at Derby. That's not great. That is not great. We've got a message request. That's always exciting. Well, Jeremy, good to have you along. Listening in from Sydney in Australia and enjoying the coverage. Good to have you with us. Excellent. Here is Sidebottom then from the city end, in and bowls to Haynes, who guides this one away to the cover boundary. That won't get all the way, I don't think, because Anuj Dal is chasing it. The ball's slowing up as well. Dal gets up, but they do come back for 3 just about. Had to hurry there, did Azhar Ali, but he hurried enough, and Haynes moves into the 80s. He's on 81. And Worcestershire 183 for 2. that? Well, it's Alex Thompson who's continuing to warm up at extra cover. Side bottom is in from the city. Bowls a short delivery. That one's carved away. That might go for 4 off the bat of Azarali. It will go for 4. Just carved away, short and wide outside the off stump. And Derbyshire's bowlers are just struggling a little bit here, not only for line and length, but for a bit of control, which they desperately need at the moment. 142 the partnership. Azarali has moved on to, in fact there was 4 off that ball, so it's 100 and, oh dear, I don't know, 187 potentially, or 184, one or the other. Here comes, we'll wait and see what the scoreboard comes up with in a minute. That one is clipped into the leg side. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. I think there was probably bat involved. It is 187, probably, for 2. Here comes side bottom again, then running in from the city end. In and bowls to Azarali, who turns this one round the corner into the leg side for a single. Ball is fielded there by Nick Potts, I think. Well, let's see, it is Nick Potts, and it's the end of the over. 188 for 2. Oh, I know where the problem is here. They've put the wrong number of balls onto the wrong bowler, so now it's going to go down again. Oh dear. Just make a note of that. 15:33 scoreboard shambles. Here is Thompson in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, who rings out his right hand. I think it struck him on the thumb, but there is no run. Next delivery is a couple of steps down the track from Azarali, but he doesn't really get hold of that one. And again, it's Lewis Rees who does the field and clips it. It's clipped into the leg side, and he manages to pick it up and throw it back to the wicket keeper. 188 for 2, probably. This next one is cut away into the offside, backward of square. Around goes Sam Connors to do the fielding. They pick up 2 more as Raleigh moves on to 70 now. 190 for 2. Thompson bowls, a couple of steps down the track from Azarali, clips it out into the leg side. It's fielded there by Arno's Dahl. The ball, there is no run. 190 for 2. I haven't done mine yet, Bradders, so if you take up commentary after this Thompson over, that one is pushed back to him. There's no run.
190 for 2, Worcestershire. 10, obviously 10 runs away from a first batting bonus point is Thompson. Right arm over from the racecourse end, and this is turned away onto the onside. But one of the 2 mid-wickets, who's Anuj Dal, who's the deeper of the 2 mid-wickets, does the fielding. And that completes the over. Thompson has bowled 6 overs for 11 runs. Good effort from the spinner, and has not conceded a boundary. Bowling quite quickly, but bowling very frugally, which is what his captain has asked for. And now it looks as if Lakmal is back on the field. A bit of a mystery as he went off. Apparently got something in his eye. Physio came on and maybe he had to go off for some eye wash or something similar. As if I know too much about insects or whatever in people's eyes. Anyway, he's ready to come back. And he's going to continue from the far end from us, from the city end, traffic beginning to build up on the ring road. It's always busy on the ring road, but beginning to build up a little bit more as we head towards going home time. Schools are in at the moment, of course, which generally causes a little bit of traffic chaos in most city centres, town centres, village centres. As Blackmell to bowl to just one slip now to Haynes. Ring of 3 on the... in fact, we do have a slip in there. I do apologise. As Lackmell comes in and bowls, and this is short. Haynes gets away. It's in the air, and it's gone out of my sight. I think Deep Fine Leg was interested. It's gone for 4 for a while. Hauled away there by Haynes. And he goes to 85, and Worcestershire go to 194 for 2.
The way the leap came out there from Sam Connors, who's around the corner. I think it's Sam. Yeah, it is. I thought it had gone for 6, but...
was that on the bounce, was it?
Yeah, just on the bounce.
Yeah. I'm not sure Jack Haynes was completely in control of that, but he's got 4 more to his total. Blackmell, after his eye problem, is in again and bowls, and Haynes pushes away on the offside. There is no run. That was a bit of a mystery, wasn't it? Because
it looked like he got something in his eye as he set off.
Yeah.
I don't think the physio could did a bottle of water, squeeze it into his eye, I suppose.
Yeah, getting an eye wash on it.
Yeah, so he went off, which was a bit of a concern, but he's back on, which is the main thing.
And his replacement went for a few runs, right?
Yes, he did.
And yet, do excuse me, he's Blackmell racing away again. He's rattling away in the background. I have no idea what that was. He's in and he bowls, and Haynes pushes away on the onside. And there is no run. Good afternoon to Stephen Lewis, who's listening in Cardiff. He says, good to hear and watch some live cricket. Well, we've had plenty of it this summer. I don't know where you've been, Stephen, but we've been here. Alverley Cricket Club. I knew they'd come. I knew. I'd got it right in the end. Yeah. 11 miles southeast of Bridge North. A parish population of 2,098 in the 2011 census.
Excellent.
Is the next ball wide of the off stump. I wonder if they got to 2,100 and had a round of applause for the 100. If you're ever passing by, please pop in. No, you don't want to say that, mate. You do not want me to pop in. John Morris. Oh, this is Charlie Morris's dad. Hello, John. How are you? If it's any consolation, I'm listening while waiting for Charlie's mum to come out of a meeting. There you go.
Excellent.
Proper stuff.
Yeah.
Tony Pearson sent us a picture of some cricket bats. Very good. Thank you, Tony. Here is Lackmell in bowls. That's very short. Haynes this time doesn't go for the hook shot, but just nods his head out of the way. So he goes to the wicketkeeper.
You got popular all of a sudden there, didn't you?
I did, yeah. It's probably because I haven't answered any for a long time.
While you were away, I read one out from Jeremy Wilson, who's listening and enjoying the coverage from Sydney in Australia.
Sydney.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Yeah. Well, it's a wonderful thing, the internet, isn't it? All over the world, the World Wide Web. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can watch cricket from Derby today.
Yeah.
Lackmell in. Haynes pushes away on the offside. Thompson fields no run. End of the over, and the total is 194 for 2. Lackmell has bowled 15 overs and 2 balls. 1 maiden, 1 for 49. Azhar Ali has 70. Jack Haynes has 85. And that's about it. The stand now is worth 153. I don't know why I'm struggling to work that out, because it says, I've just noticed it says on the thing, partnership 153.
Definitely there, yeah. That's the only reason I've been saying what it was.
I've been trying to work it out. Take away the number you first thought of.
I think that's good for you, though, if you can.
Oh, yeah. Keeps the brain moving.
Keep active.
Yeah.
Is Alex Thompson in and bowls to Azhar Ali, who just pushes this one out into the onside. Lewis Rees does the fielding. If you're feeling sorry for Billy Godleman, because they decided to put Worcestershire in, they made on 194 for 2. Spare a thought for the Warwickshire skipper.
Oh.
His next delivery is till it to the leg side, and they think about a single there. Lewis Rees sort of dives towards the ball, doesn't get anywhere near it. Saranga Lakmal does. We'd heard about Ricardo Vasconcelos' century. Will Young's on 107 now. 262 without loss in 60 overs. That is going some. That's at Edgbaston. As this one's turned into the lakeside by Azarali, and there's no one. Just think if
and they were put in.
Yes, Warwickshire chose to field. It says here. Yeah, not great, is it?
Ouch.
Yeah, not great. And of course, Northamptonshire wouldn't have been in the first division, and Nottinghamshire had their way. Here comes this next delivery from Alex Thompson. It's pushed back to him by Azarali. I'm not sure they did put in a complaint, but they have now moaned about it, or some people have moaned about it. I don't think they're even officially associated with the club, although you'd find it hard to get a bit of paper between them and the club. This one's turned into the lakeside by Azarali, and it's fielded by Hannes Dahl.
Talking in riddles, mate. Riddles.
I think people know what I'm talking about, though. That's the good thing.
Yeah.
That's the good thing. We'll be there next week. The brace girdle the girdler will be welcoming us with open arms, I'm sure. This one is guided into the offside by Azarali. That sun is just starting to get round now. I might have to put the cap on in a minute. And that's the end of the over. I think just that one run off it, actually. Another decent enough over.
He has done well, Thompson. 7 overs for 12 runs.
He's blocked an end up, hasn't he? The problem is that the other end has been almost free-flowing.
Does Madsen bowl these days?
Yeah, no, he has done. And Leah's deployed as well with a bit of left arm stuff.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure what it is, but I think it's supposed to be spin. But the two people at the top of the Derbyshire bowling average, neither of whom are playing today.
No.
Yeah,
Madsen's taken 1 wicket for 68 this season. Here's Lackmell to continue. We have, how many overs do we have till tea now, Dave? 5, indeed. The over rate for Derbyshire is -1.
It could work out nicely though, because if they go off at 4 o'clock, that's quite good, isn't it? What you don't want is them to go off at 10 to 4, because then your update's halfway through it.
Yeah. Next ball pushed away on the offside, and there'll be a single there for Azarali. He goes to 72, 195 for 2.
On balance, you said the afternoon session belongs to Worcestershire. On balance,
yeah,
just about.
I think you'd struggle to make the case, Your Honour.
Oh, yes, I don't think I'll even try.
The case for the prosecution. Yeah. Lackmell has only got Madsen at slip, 3 saving a single on the offside, 2 on the onside. Bowls to Haynes, who flicks this one away through square leg. Might be a couple here. There is indeed a couple to be had. And Haynes goes through to 87. He had 33 at lunch, so he scored 54 so far in this session. Azarali at lunch had 19, so he's added 53 in this session so far.
He's looked a lot better since lunch, hasn't he?
He's certainly scratched around this morning. My granddad used to say he's scratching around like an old hen.
He said all sorts, didn't he?
He did. We never had a conversation. He just talked in phrases. Here's the next ball, which is short. Goes over the batsman's head through to the wicket keeper. He used to, every evening, he used to either stand or sit outside his gate watching the people going by. And in those days, there weren't that many. But somebody go by in a car or on a tractor, and he'd go, "Oh, there's old Jack Freeman there." And I'd think, "Grandad, he's 10 years younger than you." Everybody was old. Oh, it's old Ernie Badger. Yeah, okay. Great man. There's Lackmell. Into bowl to Haynes. Bat raised, waits, short again. No ball called by umpire Warren. That's 7 no balls today.
Yes. Yeah.
That's 14 runs given away and an over and a ball to bowl. Who was the coach who fined his players every time they overstepped? It was the coach at Hampshire. Every time they bowled a no ball, it cost them a tenner or something like that.
But they soon stopped, didn't they?
Well, that was, yeah. That was his theory. Blackmail to Haynes. Haynes drives through the offside. Good stop. Anish Dal, before he bats, is plus 15 today. Trust me, that was a great stop. That was 4 all the way. He's really cut off a lot of runs in that backward point position. And as we were saying, that's where you put your best fielder, and he's comfortably the best fielder in this side. Maybe you could broaden it and say, in this league.
He won't be far off, will he? He won't be far off.
Nah. There's some good fielders around.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair.
He's hurt his hand as well, because that was really going. Blackmail. Again to Haynes, will be slightly frustrated that he didn't get 4 off that one. Comes forward, plays it away on the onside. Up to mid-on. There shall be no run. A large white bus just disappears between the 2 buildings away to our left, up onto the estate, housing estate away to our left. The tap of Haynes' bat on the ground. 1, 2, 3. You give it a couple more? No. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Now he looks up. He's ready to go. And this time he plays the ball back down the pitch. Plays it back to Latimer. Then looks a little suspiciously at the pitch, as if that ball might have stopped a little bit on him, or maybe he just mistimed it a bit. That's the end of the over. Lackmell has bowled 16 overs and 2 balls, because he went off with a fly in his eye. 1 for 54. He has taken, and Azhar Ali has 72. Jack Haynes has 87, and Worcestershire 200 is up. They are 200 for 2, so they have a batting bonus.
I've just been doing some maths.
Have you?
Yeah.
Goodness me,
Yeah.
you don't stop that.
I did some maths, and then I double-checked it using the calculator, and it turns out I was absolutely right.
Right.
Before the start of this match, this season, in the 2 games that have been here, we've had 2,606 runs.
Right.
Is that right? We only had 2 matches here. Yeah, we have. For the, I'm just 52 wickets. So the average per wicket has been 50 runs per wicket, and that includes Sussex's 174 all out, which was quite abject. They batted appallingly. That's the only score below 300. Here's Thompson. No idea what it proves.
What? Proves it's a decent pitch, I
Yeah,
suppose.
well, the pitches have been good. Another single added there by Azhar Ali as he pushes the ball out into the offside of the first delivery from the Thompson over. His 8th, 201 for 2.
Who's on his 12th man at mid-wicket?
Alex Hughes.
Alex Hughes.
Yeah.
Looked a bit like him.
We have had Nick Potts on, but that's Alex Hughes. Next delivery from Thompson is defended by Jack Haynes towards Lewis Rees. Brett D'Oliveira, who's probably been the shining light with the bat, has he, this season so far, is yet to come in. He's next in for Worcestershire. That doesn't bode well for Derbyshire. He's got to get one of these 2 out first, of course.
What's he averaging? 118.
Not bad.
169 not out helps, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Haynes waits. That one's clipped into the leg side. Out towards Shan Masood, who'll do the fielding. Coming in from deep backward square leg. They get through for a single. Haynes moves to 88, 202 for 2. Yeah, I don't know what that proves, but 2,600 runs in 2 matches, going to 1,300 runs apiece. Unsurprisingly, 2 drawn games. Next delivery from Thompson is just guided by Azhar Ali out to backward point for a single. Sam Connors does the fielding. 203 for 2. The score moves on to. It has that feeling of drifting, certainly from the fielding side, doesn't it? I don't think the batsmen are bothered whether it drifts or not at this stage, but it really does feel like it's drifting as an inside edge onto the pads there from Haynes.
Yeah, it feels like Derbyshire need to do something a little out of the ordinary.
Yes,
And maybe
yes.
Madsen or somebody else to come on and bowl a couple of overs and try and buy a wicket, I suppose.
Right side bottom's going to come back from the city end. Now, try a bit of left arm spin from Lewis Deploy, who's got wickets so far this season. They don't have the leg spinner, so the left arm spinner might be the option. They can't bowl Lewis Rees, who's coming down to field at third man. Wayne Madsen quite often, I mean, he hasn't got an awful lot of wickets in his career average, is not great, but he is a bit of a golden arm. What they are going to do is bowl around the wicket at Azhar Ali. Ryan Sidebottom has just indicated to the umpire, who's told the batsman he's going to bowl around the wicket. Now, I suppose it's a different angle.
Yeah, it's a different angle,
The
but
same bowling from a different angle.
yeah, get Madsen on its different pace and a different, just something a bit different. Just mix it up a bit.
Anything really. So Madsen's gone to a very, what's he gone to a gully almost, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And the third man, Lewis Rees, is very, very fine down below us.
It's very much a run-saving field at the moment.
It is.
His side bottom in, that's very short. And although Azhar Ali ducks, he probably could have stood up straight and that would have gone over his head. How many overs have we had? 61, so it's a long way to the new ball for Derbyshire. Well, not a long way, but some distance. A couple of gentlemen, looks as if they're leaving on the far side. Both have some very nice straw hats on. Very cricket-like. Next ball to Azhar Ali, and this is the pace on that. Azhar Ali leaps up in the air to play it out on the offside. No run shall occur. Something weird has just appeared on my screen in front of me.
Yeah.
So, well, that's my story, officer.
You're looking at tractors.
I was looking at tractors. Excellent. What else would you be looking at? Next ball is that's very short. I would have thought that was the 2 for the over for the bowler.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Umpire indicating.
I'm not sure how many they're allowed anymore, though.
Well, I think it's 2, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. So I believe he's used 2 in his first 3 balls. So if it is 2, then Azhar Ali's pretty certain he's not going to get another short pitch ball.
No, most of them will be in his half, won't they?
Yeah. Turns the sheet at the far end still blowing a bit, but not blowing up in the air as it did. But that halted play. Bowls again, and Azhar Ali gets one off the thigh pad. I would suggest he's got his back to us, so it's difficult to say.
That big white car's left again.
Has
It's
it?
about the third time it's left today now. Must be a different one.
How many big white cars are there in? I got a big white car at the moment, but it's not mine. It belongs to the BBC apparently.
I don't really understand cars.
No,
Not a big fan.
no. If somebody tells me they've got a B26 turbo thrust overcam, self-heating, regulated, something like that, okay, what colour is it, mate? Here's the next ball, which is wide of the stumps. Azhar Ali lets it go through to the wicketkeeper.
The person I'm starting to feel most sorry for now is Stephen Martin, who works on the media team here at Derbyshire, whose job it is to select the end of play victim. Because at the moment, I can't really see there's anybody standing out there, to be brutally honest with you.
No.
We won't hear from Lackmell, who's got one of the wickets. Sidebottom bowled okay.
Yeah,
We've never spoken to him.
he got a wicket. He's bowling to Azhar Ali as we speak. And this one's wide of the stumps, goes through to the wicketkeeper. Well, I think in that over, Azhar Ali had to play 1 ball. 2 short over his head and then 3 wide in the off stump. Which may well be the plan, to starve him of the strike. 203 for 2, Worcestershire, Azhar Ali has 74, Haynes, Jack of that ilk has 88, Lunch 89 for 2, Worcestershire. So they have put on 114 between Lunch and, well, T is still 2 overs away.
Alex Thompson's going to bowl the first of those 2 overs before tea from the racecourse end. Anuj Dal, who'd been replaced temporarily by Alex Hughes, is back out there. And Thompson begins the over, bowling to Jack Haynes, who just guides this into the onside. Around from behind the stumps comes Brooke Guest to do the fielding. There's no run. Bit more blue sky away to the west, so we might get some more later on. At the moment it's quite cloudy as this one's turned into the leg side by Haynes, fielded by Dahl. Somebody wearing some flesh-coloured trousers on the far side, a blue top. Looks like they're naked from the waist down. Sorry, it just caught my eye. Perhaps they are. This one's turned down towards a square third man for a couple of runs. Wayne Madsen retrieves the ball and hurls it back in. Haynes moves to 90. 205 for 2.
The Derby semi-streaker, is it?
Yeah.
Naked from the waist down.
Naked from the waist down. I started to wonder. It's never a good thing. So Haynes on 90, Azarelli on 74, Thompson in to bowl to Haynes, who pushes this out towards Lewis to ploy on the offside. And there is no run. They'll go to tea just as we do our updates at 4 o'clock.
Oh, that'll be all right.
Not too, well, actually, it'll be a bit later than that because I think the 4 o'clock one's a tricky one. Next delivery is guided into the offside by Haynes.
Have a nice cup of tea.
All right. Not many biscuits.
Lunch was very pleasant,
Wasn't
today.
it?
Really
I
enjoyed
don't know
it.
what it was. But
Thank you very much to whoever provided us with it. It was all right.
yeah, we do get well looked after here. Next delivery, final one of the Thompson over, is defended immaculately by Haynes. Back towards him. He takes his sweater and his cap from umpire Lloyd. He's bowled 9 overs for 17, Alex Thompson. And Worcestershire with 1 over to go until tea are 205 for 2. Azarelli has 74. And Jack Haynes has 90. They've put on 164 so far for the 3rd wicket. And if they can negotiate the next 6 deliveries, they'll have gone through the entire session without losing a wicket as well, will the visitors.
Which these two did last week at New Road against Durham. Wispy thing just going, wisping in front. Here is side bottom. He's going to continue from the city end around the wicket, right arm around the wicket to Azarelli, flicks it away off his hip. It's going to be a single down to fine leg, the batsman. Jog rather than run. In fact, Azarelli walks the last 5 or 6 metres, and everybody agrees that that can be a single. Haynes takes guard again, because, of course, the bowler is coming around the wicket. 206 for 2. Azarelli with that single goes to 75. Changes in the field, and the umpire is coming over to the offside. He's coming over to the offside because there's 3 fielders on the leg side, and he's just going to make sure there's not 3 behind the batsman, behind the stumps, because that is a no ball if there is. The next ball is short from side bottom. He's giving it a bit of a go here, side bottom. You could hear him, you may have heard his grunt, but it's short, and Haynes has plenty of time to get into line. Plays the ball. Well, there we go. Right. I'm going to put this alarm on tonight, and in the morning when it goes off, I'm going to get up. Oh, Worcestershire 27th.
We'll hear from Bradders in around about 20 minutes' time when we resume after the tea interval. 4 balls left to go. As this one is a short delivery, another short delivery, and he just sways out of the way of it, does Jack Haynes. And there is no run. So 3 deliveries to go until tea. Slip moves back to slip. That's Wayne Madsen. 3rd man moves a little squarer. Had been very, very fine down below us. And in comes side bottom and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Haynes, who picks up a single. ...118 runs added in the afternoon session so far. And comes side bottom again. In and balls to Azarali. Short delivery, ducks underneath it. And so we reach the final ball of the afternoon session. Side bottom with his really quite lengthy run up. He's at the top of it now and he sets off, running towards us, bowling to Azhar Ali. He's in. Ali leaves this one alone outside the off stump. It's a no ball, so it isn't the last ball before tee. He's got to bowl that one again. And it means they've added 120 since lunch, 209 for 2. And he comes again then side bottom. Will this be the last ball before tee? It's a short one. It is. And that is tee. With Worcestershire on 209 for 2. Haynes has 91. Azhar Ali has 75. They've added 168 so far for the third wicket. They added 120 runs in the afternoon session, and we will return after tea. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the evening session of this championship match between Derbyshire. Bradders has gone again. Between Derbyshire and Worcestershire, after Worcestershire had a terrific afternoon. They put on 120 runs in that afternoon session, didn't lose a wicket. And they will begin with Jack Haynes on 91 and Azhar Ali on 75. They've added 168 so far for the third wicket. 209 for 2. It's going to be Alex Thompson to pick up the attack from the racecourse, and he bowls to Haynes, who guides this out into the offside and picks up the first run of the evening session. 210 for 2.
Cold wind, I'm told. Somebody who went outside said there was a cold breeze across the ground.
Yeah, it does look like it might be a bit chilly. There's nobody exactly sitting in shirt sleeves out there in the sunshine. There's one or two people in shorts, which is good to see.
Including you.
I meant out there.
Oh, okay.
Next delivery is a little bit short, turning to the leg side by Azhar Ali. Lewis Rees does the fielding. Saranga Lakmal with his hands deep in his pockets, and a couple of steps forward this time from Azhar Ali, turns it again into the leg side, and once more it's Lewis Rees who does the fielding.
I tell you what, winning the toss and fielding has not been good for a lot of teams today.
No. That's delivery. Well, that's gone away down. The third man guided by
Spotted.
Azhar Ali.
Yeah, reverse swat sweep and away it went.
Yeah.
It's a clever shot, isn't it? Because there's nobody behind square on the leg side. Well, on the offside rather, because he reversed swept it. It looks like the leg side, apart from Madsen at slip.
Went to retrieve the ball. He's now back in place, and he's reverse swept him again, and it's had exactly the same result. He turned that one into a full toss, I think, and that's gone away for. It hasn't reached the boundary. He's only going to get 3 from this one. He didn't quite time it as well as he might have done. So 7 off 2 balls. Azhar Ali moves into the 80s. He's on 82 now. 217 for 2. Partnership 176. Wayne Madsen in each of the last 3 matches has been involved in double century partnerships. It looks like I'm going to see another one here. I'm getting sick to death of seeing all these runs.
I see a team for 80 plays 120.
Yeah. Next delivery. Well, that's gone very fine, down a fine leg. Did he get some bat on it? I rather fancy he did, you know. And it's 4 more. This time to Jack Haynes, who moves to 96, which is good news for me, because it means in a moment that that Bradders will be commentating entirely exclusively on the game as he waits for his man to get to 100. What time? I'm sort of being asked here in a roundabout way by Doors what time we'll finish. I would say round about 25 past, 6:30.
Yeah.
Would be my guess. Ed, if you're listening.
I wonder if Worcestershire thought about this at tea time and thought Thompson's tying us down a bit here. Let's get after him.
Get after him and try and knock him out the attack.
As I was saying, winning the toss and fielding. Middlesex win the toss and field against Notts, 231 for 4. At least Leicestershire 174 for 8 chose to back. Glamorgan chose to field against Durham, 224 for 5. Here, of course, Derbyshire won the toss. Gloucestershire chose to field against Somerset, 241 for 3. As the start of a new overseas going up on his toes and playing it out on the offside. Azhar Ali to Sidebottom's first ball. Surrey chose to bat. Warwickshire chose to field against Northamptonshire at 287 for 1. So all those teams that decided to field, the opposition are over 200 with lots of wickets in hand. There we are. It's an easy game.
Who doesn't bat first in May?
Lots of people.
Yes.
Azhar Ali waits for Sidebottom, and this time he jumps back into the crease and plays the ball out. Bowler on his follow through. Does the fielding, 221 for 2 Worcestershire. That was a very good session for them between lunch and 220 runs for no wickets. 5 bowlers used so far by Derbyshire today. New ball due in 14 overs and 4 balls. Sidebottom bowls. Azhar Ali cuts into the ground. Doesn't really time that one. Cuts it down and then he bounces up nicely into the hands of Anush Dal at cover point. What happened there? The cable suddenly was ghostly.
It was being tacked down by that bit of grey gaffer tape. It was an old bit of gaffer tape. Second-hand gaffer tape's never usually good, is it?
Never trust an old bit of gaffer tape, my granddad used to say.
Of course he did.
Yeah. Sidebottom in bowls, and Azhar Ali plays that. Once again, doesn't really time it. It's not a defensive shot, but if he'd got a good push on it, he probably got a couple wide of extra cover, but instead he picks up Shan Masood at extra cover, and the total remains on 221 for 2. The grey cloud again drifting over the ground, but the sun is doing its very best to poke through that cloud. But I think if you were sat out there today, you would probably not have taken your coat off at any period. Sidebottom's next ball. Cat 4. It's cut dismissively by Azhar Ali. Too short, too wide, and even Anuj Dal didn't bother to move for that one. So Azhar Ali goes to 82, 86. Jack Haynes has 96. This partnership now with 184. Fine shot, that one. Really, you can't bowl it there, lads. Oh, just saw the replay of that one. He actually did quite well to reach it. Sidebottom, wind coming from his left as he comes in and bowls, and this time Azhar Ali is forward playing on the onside. Won't get anything there. Good tumbling stop there in the end by Alex Thompson. He's on the practice wickets over there, so never easy to field on. End of the over, Worcestershire are 225 for 2. You listen to live cricket from County Ground here in Derby. Myself, Dave Bradley, my colleague Dave Fletcher, the BBC, of course, bringing you this commentary. And also on the Derbyshire Cricket Club web streaming on all the various platforms. Thompson is to continue. Conceded, 11, I think, in his last over. Haynes.
12.
12, isn't it? Just a bit of running round. A few field changes. And we'll be ready to go.
Stand by for the alarm.
The alarm should be at 4:32 today.
Oh, really?
Slightly later.
Oh, okay.
For the sports bulletin.
Yeah, mine's the same, actually, in the sports bulletin. Here comes...
There you go.
Thompson.
It's a bit early, that. What's going on?
Ball turned into the leg side and there's no run.
Yes, my dear, oh no. Let the dogs out.
Thompson around the wicket, bowls, and you should be commentating on this, by the way. You're going though, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I'll do a couple more.
Do a couple.
Yeah.
Just in case he's on 96.
He is on 96.
He could easily get the ball to the boundary if he tries.
He could. Yeah, Haynes, very good 96. This has been 162 balls he's faced so far. And 40 plops and pushes the ball out on the offside. Came in with Worcestershire in a bit of pickle this morning, 41 for 2. And it was not easy, particularly against the bowling of Lackmal at the start, who bowled really well from the city end without too much luck, he would consider. Thompson bowling right arm around the wicket. Haynes forward, once again, pushes out on the offside. 2 balls left in the over. Thompson with 1 slip. That short mid-wicket is still in there. Not had too much business so far. Next ball driven on the offside by Haynes. So he's got 1 more ball in this over to get to his century. If he gets there, his 2nd in consecutive innings. Just tapping the crease. Thompson in. Flicked away by Haynes. Not going to get a run there. Worcestershire at the end of the over are 225 for 2.
We did our best, but he didn't quite get there. So there'll be an update coming up fairly shortly for the BBC Radio Derby Sports Desk. Bradders has gone next door to update listeners at BBC Hereford and Worcester. And then we'll all get on with our lives again for half an hour or so. 225 for 2. I just got up the scorecard from the game at New Road last year when Haynes made 97 off 187 deliveries. Matt Critchley managed to get the wicket. They made 421 though. Interestingly, as a new over begins from Azhar Ali, from right side bottom to Azhar Ali. Azhar Ali turns it into the leg side. There's no run. The Derbyshire bowling attack included Matt Critchley, Dustin Melton, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ben Aitchison. So of the bowlers who bowled in that game, only Sam Connors and Wayne Madsen are still or able to bowl. Dustin Melton and Ben Aitchison, of course, both at the club, but no longer, or not playing at the moment, as this next delivery is turned down the leg side and Azhar Ali doesn't get a flick on it. It's taken well by Brooke Guest, diving away to his left. May well have the update at the start of the sports bulletin, so forgive me for updating on all streams as well. Unavoidable. Side bottom is on his way in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Azhar Ali, who moves on to 87. And they do, yes, 226 for 2 now, Worcestershire. Azhar Ali's on 87. Jack Haynes is on 96. He made 97 in Worcestershire's innings victory against Derbyshire at New Road last season when they made 421. Well, they could well make 421 or more this time because they've batted really nicely since this morning when they lost a couple of early wickets. They had Pollock out for 7, Saranga Lackmal the bowler. Brooke Guest taking a good catch low to his left-hand side, and Jake Libby, LBW, to Ryan side bottom. He made 17. But since then, and that was 11:53 when the wicket fell, it's been all about the Pakistan international Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes. Haynes has now moved on to 97 with a single out to square leg. Azhar Ali's on 87. Between them, they've added 186 for the third wicket so far. And Worcestershire, who were put into bat this morning, remember, when Derbyshire won the toss at 227 for 2. So Haynes to 97. Azhar Ali on 87 on strike now, as in comes side bottom again. That one is just stroked into the offside. In fact, it was Azhar Ali to Shan Masood, the two Pakistan internationals, playing in either side here at the county ground. Saranga Lakmal. Where is Saranga Lakmal? Mid-on, with his hands in his pockets. Can't say I blame him. Chilly out there. 227 for 2. Side bottom. In bowls to Azhar Ali, who just guides this one. Just pops a little bit on him, and he does well with soft hands to play it down to Lewis Rees. A very fine third man. He pinches the strike as well as he moves on to 88. 228 for 2 at the end of the over. 28 overs left in the day's play. 88 to Azhar Ali, 97 to Jack Haynes. Partnership 187. See a continuation of Alex Thompson. I think we are. Thompson gone for 12 in his 2 overs since tea. Well, the first over went for 12. The second one was a maiden, which was a good effort after that first over that he bowled following the tea interval. The good news is that with Haynes 3 away from the century, Bradders is back.
Okay, what's the bad news?
I don't think there is any bad news.
Oh, well, if I'm the good news, then...
Yeah. Yes, if you're the answer. What on earth is the question? Thompson around. The wicket edged and caught, and Azhar Ali has gone for 88. Derbyshire finally have a breakthrough. They didn't manage one in the entire afternoon session, and Azhar Ali has been caught by Wayne Madsen at slip off the bowling of Alex Thompson for 88 off 192 deliveries. It's been a terrific innings from the Pakistan international, but he's gone, and Worcestershire are 228 for 3.
Well, a wicket out of the blue, really. Just looking at the replay of that, and it just sort of drifts across him, and probably it was a bit too close to him to try and play that cut shot, but I think he wanted to run it down to third man, which was pretty vacant. He reverse swept down to there a couple of times. But Azhar Ali misses out on a century for the second game run. He got 92, if my memory serves me correctly, in the game last week against Durham. So how about a fine knock from Azhar? Indeed, he did get 92 last week. So we had a batting average of 18 before this game because he'd had a very poor run at the start of the season. But Thompson getting a reward for a good spell of bowling here. He's not turning it a great deal. I think he's not turning it at all, but he's bowled a good line, good length, and he's gone for that round the wicket angle, and he's picked up the wicket. Well bowled.
Yeah, especially after that very difficult first over he bowled after tea, when he went for 12 runs. He's come back with a maiden and now a wicket with the first ball of his third over after tea. So yeah, well played him. Brett D'Oliveira, the new batsman. The partnership 187 off 340 balls. He hit 12 fours in that innings of 88 as well. And well, quite frankly, Derbyshire will be delighted to see the back of him. They'd have been delighted to see the back of either of them because that's the first wicket that's fallen. Wickets have fallen 11:53 and 4:36. Been a long time between wickets for Derbyshire. They really need to pile in now if they possibly can. Brett D'Oliveira is the new batsman. He's, as we were discussing earlier, top of the Worcestershire averages. A couple of big centuries. What's centuries? As Thompson around the wicket bowls to him, he pushes it out into the offside. Now all of a sudden it's oohs and ahs, and the bit more chat from the Derbyshire fielders, as you might expect. The ball's just been thrown back to Thompson, who probably dropped it. That's never a good sign. He's picked up another wicket, and Alex Thompson. He's bowled nicely this year. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives it out to the offside, fielded not cleanly, but fielded nonetheless by Lears to Ploy. What are those averages that I had before? No idea. Bits of paper everywhere. The next delivery is pushed out into the offside, and again, there is no run.
What are you seeking, old boy?
Well, I thought I had a bit of paper with Derbyshire's averages on, but I
Bowling?
I don't. Yeah, I'm just wondering how many wickets he's taken this season now.
Thompson.
Yeah.
7, 9, 10.
He bowls now, and that one is driven out into the offside on the bounce and fielded once again.
It's like the IPL auction, that was. Yeah, that's his 10th.
It's 10th. That's not bad, is it, for a spinner in April?
No.
You wouldn't really expect spinners in April to take many more than that. I wonder where all those bits of paper have gone.
Oh, I don't know. I think you made an aeroplane out of one.
Yeah. Well, I was getting bored before next deliveries. Pushed into the leg side by D'Oliveira. Wicket maiden from Alex Thompson. 2-2-8 for 3 at the end of the over. A successful over for Derbyshire. And Haynes is on 97. He'll be on strike at the start of the next over, which is going to be bowled, I fancy, by Ryan Sidebottom.
It is indeed. He has removed his cap and his sweater, and he is making his way towards the
There they are, look.
seating. There they are.
There they are.
Well done.
Thank you.
At the far end of the ground, if you wanted to, I think drifting. It's been a cool day here, so if you're like me and you feel the cold, you might be starting to drift away a little bit. As Haynes on the nervous 97s, batted well today. I put the kiss of death on him, I know, but side bottom in bowls. Haynes pulls away through the leg side, going out to deep square leg. Is it going to beat the fielder? It is, and Jack Haynes has a century. His second century in consecutive innings. He hadn't scored one until that second innings against Durham last week, and he's picked up another one here. Super century as well from Haynes, not given a chance, and he goes to 101 and gets a good hand from the Derbyshire supporters. Haynes 101, Worcestershire 232 for 3.
168 balls with his 12th 4. He's batted beautifully. Hasn't looked in trouble from minute 1, really, Jack Haynes.
No, and he really got going before lunch, didn't he? Hit those 5 boundaries through the offside, really set him off. Side bottom in again, bowls, lets this one go by outside the off stump, and there is no run. Yes, before last week he hadn't got a 50 this season in Championship cricket, so he's really put his foot on the pedal. 120 not out he got last week against Durham.
Gary Charlesworth claiming all the glory for that wicket's end. Just how early from work. Look at the stream. Da-da, a wicket.
Well done. Yeah. Side bottom bowls, Haynes drives into the offside. It's being sort of shadowed down towards the boundary by Billy Godleman. He and the ball sort of running side by side. He knowing that the ball was, sorry about that, I just bashed my own microphone. He knowing that the ball was slowing down, so shadowed it, flung it back in, and Worcestershire 234 for 3. So on these occasions when there should be 5 wickets down, because then it'd be 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. But they're not. So no idea why I came out with that. It's side bottom in and bowls, and it's through to the wicket keeper. Some say it's been a long day, but others say it's been a long life. That flag at the far end has not stopped. I'm going to go at the flag.
It'll be exhausted, won't it?
It will be shattered.
Absolutely exhausted.
It's been fluttering away from the pole all day. That wind coming across the ground. Not that if it was coming from the other side, it'd be a bit of shelter from the big pavilion building, big stand there. Side bottom bowls. Haynes works away on the leg side. Oh, there was nearly a mess up there because Thompson, who was at mid wicket, thought, "Oh, I'll leave that," and then it nearly fooled both of them and disappeared past them. They wouldn't have gone for 4, but
I think Lackmel thought, well, he's going to get that. I'm
Yeah.
not bothered moving.
they both left it to each other.
They both shout yours.
Polite, yes. Skipper wouldn't have been happy.
Or the bowler.
Haynes waits. And this time pulls away again through the leg side. A lovely shot. It's too short there from side bottom. And Haynes has been in a long time. He's quickly into position. Smashes that away in front of square on the leg side and picks up 4 more. Haynes has 107. Worcestershire 238 for 3. We have 26 overs remaining in the day.
That shot tells you, A, how in Jack Haynes is, and why wouldn't he be at 107? But also how, well, the pitch isn't the kind of pitch where you can bang it in short. He pulled it so far in front of square that the man at square leg, who was 25, 30 yards maximum away from it, never stood a chance.
No.
It was just a terrific shot from Jack Haynes.
No. I mean, if you're going to bowl short on this, you've got to bowl very short. But that was a bit long.
Then it just loops over the
Yeah.
over the batsman's head. We've seen a few of those. Alex Thompson's going to continue. He's bowled 5 dot balls to Brett D'Oliveira so far. That's a 6th as the ball is pushed out into the offside. They're playing the Eurovision song in my ears now. You know what? I really like it.
They're not going to win. Ukraine are going to win it.
Well, I'm not
It's
sure.
political, mate. Political.
Well, I know it's political, but this is a really good song. Really good song. Here is Thompson again, turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira, fielded by Lewis Rees.
It is a good song, but does the best song win Eurovision? You have to ask yourself.
Well, no, Waterloo won it once, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dreadful song.
Poor old Napoleon. Got to feel sorry for him. It's
Thompson around the wicket, flicked into the leg side by D'Oliveira. Didn't get hold of that one though, and it's straight to Shan Masood at square leg.
I think I've only watched it once since Wogan packed up doing it, and at least it was funny then. But yeah, Estonia will give Latvia 10 points, or however many they got. You know what they get.
Next delivery is a full delivery into the block hole and pushed out into the offside by D'Oliveira.
Very good friend of mine has a Eurovision party.
Oh, I think my lad and his girlfriend are going to
Are
it. Yeah, yeah.
That's just an excuse for a booze up.
They were saying that the younger generation are more into it than the older generation.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. This is pushed out into the offside. We've got a presenter, Martin Williams at Radio Derby, who's in Turin because he absolutely loves Eurovision, and he does a podcast about it and all sorts. Mad as a fish. The next one is defended by D'Oliveira, and that's another maiden. So a wicket maiden and a maiden. Following, I think, a maiden from Alex Thompson. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29. His figures now. D'Oliveira yet to get off the mark. Faced 11 deliveries. Haynes has 107, 238 for 3.
How many things can you be mad as? You know, can be mad as a frog, mad as a badger, mad as a fish,
Hatter,
mad as a hatter.
which came from the
Alice in Wonderland.
well, it did, but you were mad as a hatter because of the millinery. Is it millinery?
Yeah.
People who make hats, because the hats were made of felt, and the felt released lots of little particles, and when they breathed in the particles,
Made 'em
it
mad.
actually sent them mad. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Velvet. Stockport, a big hat making. Luton, of course,
Luton,
but
yeah.
big hat making centres. Both called the Hatters.
Yeah.
Football teams.
We have. Who's bowling? No, this is
Sam
a change
Connors
of
is
bowling.
coming
Sam
back,
Connors
yeah.
is coming on. Yeah.
That big crow's on the side screen at
Is
the
he?
far end. Yeah.
Oh, he's a monster.
I'll be pleased about that.
Connors in bowls, and this is wide of the off stump through goes to the wicket keeper. Where is he? That crow? I can't see.
He just dipped down. He's on one of the. He's rooting around one of the seats to try and get some. But he's looking for chips.
Yeah.
He'll be looking for chips on it.
Crows and chips.
That's what I'll be looking for. That's right.
You're looking for chips under the seat.
Well, not necessarily under the seat.
I know times are hard at the BBC, mate, but you know. You want a couple of bob? Here's the next ball, which is turned away nicely by Haynes through mid wickets. Not going to go to the boundary, but he might get 2. He'll probably get 3. D'Oliveira's a scamperer of runs, but even he says no, 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 no. And a good decision in the end. So a couple more. The sun is with us and bringing us the shadows of the floodlight pylons. 238 for 3. Haynes 109 with those 2. D'Oliveira yet to get off the mark. Haynes waits again. Side bottom bowls. Haynes cracks this one away through the offside. He's not going to get 4 this time because hovering on the boundary is Shan Masood. So one more to Haynes. He now has 110. Worcestershire 241 for 3. An alarm. Was that an alarm or an emergency vehicle?
So I think it's an emergency vehicle, isn't it? Trying to get through the traffic on going towards the Pentagon Island, which is moving at the moment, which is good. Doesn't often move at this time of night.
No. There
it is.
The wail of a siren, the ambulance, yeah. Here is the next ball, which D'Oliveira faces and pushes out on the offside, and there is on this occasion a run not to be had. 241 for 3.
So I'm going into the office after I finish here. So one of the lads there has been playing snooker with a professional snooker player. Wants me to do some commentary on his snooker. I don't know much about snooker, if I'm entirely honest with you.
Well, you know what you get for each ball, don't you?
Roughly.
Yeah. Up to 7.
Yeah.
1 for a red.
I don't think he's going to get many points.
All right. Here's the next ball to D'Oliveira, who goes for a cut shot, doesn't get it. Heads go up, well, head goes up in the slips, Madsen in the slips, and wicket-keeper Guest, who was snaffled the only chance he's had today. Pollock early on. Yeah, do you know what? I really enjoy the snooker. I enjoy the tactics of it. And I sit and watch it, and I just go, 10 minutes, I've gone to sleep.
Yeah,
it's just so...
I did mention it wasn't really my sport of choice.
No, I watched the final. O'Sullivan beating Trump. Judd, not Donald. Here's the next ball, which is D'Oliveira just pushing away on the offside. No, there's never a run within the regions of Anuj Dal. And that is the end of the over. Decent over in the end. And Thompson whips his jumper off. He's going to bowl through till the new ball, I would think, unless somebody really
so now, wouldn't you?
collars him. 13 overs, 1 for 29, in a total of 241 for 3. That ain't a bad effort. Josh Baker, the Worcestershire spinner, will be quite interested to watch what Thompson's doing, because although he bowls with a different hand, it's...
well, he uses his own, presumably.
What he does.
He's going to borrow Thompson's hand.
Borrowed Long John Silver's. Wonderful.
There's Thompson bowling to Jack Haynes, who's on 110. And he just clips this up to a deep mid-on or a long-on, where Saranga Lakmal does the fielding. It means that Brett D'Oliveira is back on strike. He's faced 14 deliveries so far as D'Oliveira, yet to get off the mark, but that won't worry him. Derbyshire just close in a little bit. He drives up towards Billy Godwin, who stops it with his right shin, I think. Shows no pain. There is no run. So he's got a man close in at mid-wicket. It's sort of on the drive. Lewis Rees, 1 slip. Everybody else in a ring around the pitch as this next delivery is guided to Lewis Rees, who picks up, polishes the ball furiously on the back of his left leg for no reason, because it's 72.5 overs old. And once the ball gets this old, it's pretty much useless. Next delivery, defended straight back to Thompson by D'Oliveira. Again, bends down, dries his hand if it needs drying, but it's just a habit he's got into. And the footmarks, if there are any footmarks, there don't appear to be any footmarks either. And he goes again, and once more it's defended, this time out into the offside. Round from behind the stumps comes Brooke Guest. He does the fielding, the wicket-keeper. And Thompson completes his over with a ball that is driven straight back to him by Brett D'Oliveira. I think 3 maidens in a row, including a wicket maiden, and now 1 run off this over from Alex Thompson. 14 overs, 1 for 30. Decent effort from him. Worcestershire 242 for 3. D'Oliveira now 19 balls into his innings and waiting for his first run. Haynes 111 from 177.
Done a good job. Thompson, really good job for his team today. Worcestershire found it, unless they're going to sort of take 2 steps down and try and drive him over the top, they found it difficult to get him away. He's done well. Here is Haynes waiting for the next ball, which he chips, he plays backward of square on the offside. He's not going to get 4 for it, or he shouldn't get 4 for it, because Masood is fielding way out there, but he picks up a couple. First ball of Sam Connors over, the 17th. The bowling fix look a bit strange, because at the moment we've got 3 bowlers, 16.1, 16.2 and 16.4. Need a 16.3 in there. This was because Lackmell got a fly in his eye, we think, and had to go off. So the over had to be completed by side bottom. Next ball is driven down the ground. That's 4 runs. Because, well, mainly because there's no mid-on anyway. Well, mid-on quite wide, more round towards mid-wicket. Over-pitched. Lovely shot, that, from Haynes. A confident shot, I'd call that.
Yes.
Cracked it straight down the ground and picks up 4. He goes to 117. So he's got 4 to get past his highest ever score, which he recorded last week.
120? Is that right?
It was. Yeah.
That would make sense.
Here's the next one. Rachel Riley must be
Oh dear.
turning in again.
I did some maths before, and it turned out to be right. That isn't going to help me, is it? Sorry.
Rest on your laurels.
Yeah,
Man.
sorry. This is foolish.
Next ball played back down the pitch. Bowler fields. A slightly strange field, because there's nobody basically between mid-on and deep square leg. There's no mid-wicket in at the moment, which is putting a bit of pressure to bowl on the off stump. And this ball is full length, and Haynes forward defensively pushes it into the offside. Thompson is the fielder there.
Is that away from Lewis Rees?
He will.
I've just had one. Down here.
A wave.
A
Oh,
wave.
right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure what you said then. You're on my deaf side, you see. It's next ball from Connors. He bowls, and it's very short, and Haynes, well, he kind of moves his head out of the way a bit, but I think it would have bounced over his head if he'd have stood up straight. But good bouncer. Good bouncer. And the effort ball, as it's called. I think 1 or 2 have kind of started to drift away now, not quite as many in there. Was it the permanent temporary seating at the far end?
Temporary stand, yeah. I don't think that's his real name.
No. Be named after a player, won't it? Every stand, isn't it? As the next ball is allowed to go through. It's fairly low to guest on this occasion, but never bothering the batsman. End of the over. 248 for 3. Haynes on 117. D'Oliveira's yet to score. You go to Taunton these days, there's about 50 pavilions, isn't there, named after different people. There's the Botham Pavilion, the something else. The On Dart Pavilion, is it? I don't know.
That stand is actually named after the company in the sort of brown and black writing on the front of it.
Ah, is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know, I couldn't keep up with it. The Andy Caddick Pavilion. But it's a nice ground now, Taunton. It's
I went for the first time last year.
Yeah.
Never been before.
used to be a bit ramshackle in days gone by, but they've done a good job there. They've improved it without losing that bit of ruralness.
Thompson begins a new over, turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. He's off the mark. With a sharply taken single, Masood does the fielding. 249. 4-3, 1 run away from another batting bonus point, 1 bonus point apiece at the moment. As Thompson is in again, bowls to Haynes, who defends it straight back to the bowler. Yeah, that was my first trip for a 50 over game on a Sunday afternoon at 2:30.
Oh, right.
Bizarrely.
Right.
Derbyshire were rubbish, they lost. This one's turned into the leg side, but they were hopeless last year. Turned into the leg side by Haynes, fielded by Masood, no run. But it was nice to go.
Day-nighter, obviously.
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, on a Sunday.
On a Sunday.
They had a cider festival.
Ah.
It was chaos. Next delivery is turned into the leg side again by Haynes. This time he will pick up a run as Masood has to move backwards. And there is the 250 for Worcestershire. 250 for 3. Another bonus point in the bag for the visitors with power to add. We're 5 overs and 2 balls away from the second new ball. As Thompson bowls a flatter delivery that's whipped into the leg side. Anuj Dal will do the fielding, bends down, picks up, hurls back. Rather inaccurately as it turns out, but the batsman had settled for a single. D'Oliveira doubles his score, moves on to 2. 251 for 3. Your latest alarm is late, as this one is.
Oh, it's 2 minutes past.
Punted down the ground by Haynes, who moves on to 119 at the end of the over. 252 for 3.
5-minute bulletin at 5 o'clock. So my phone knows that.
Yeah.
There's actually an app on my phone that tells me about 10 o'clock tonight at night that it's probably time to go to bed. How does it know that, my phone? It's remarkable. And you can make phone calls on them, I just do. It's beyond my comprehension. You can watch the cricket on it.
You can do all sorts, can't you?
Yeah.
Watch a bit of baseball. I was listening to the baseball on mine last night. Brilliant.
Here's the start of a new over. Sam Connors bowling from the city end. Haynes pushes into the offside straight to Anuj Dal at backward point. A fair bit of chat from the Derbyshire boys today. Washing's still out on flat 2A on the far side of the ground.
Should be dry now, shouldn't
Oh, boy, it'll be too stiff to iron if you leave it out there for too long. Says he, an expert on washing and ironing, of
I
course.
can't remember the last time. I don't think I own an iron.
Is that right?
I don't.
Here's the next ball, which is jabbed away this time by Haynes. Too close to his body for a cut, but gets plenty of bat on it. Pushes it out through the gap at cover point. Picks up a single 253 for 3. Haynes goes to 120, so he has equalled his highest ever score.
120, isn't it?
It is, roughly.
I thought so.
Approximately 120. Connors is having bootlace trouble, which he ties back together.
If I do own an iron, I don't know what it is. I know that. I wouldn't have the first idea where to look.
Here's the next ball. D'Oliveira drives through the offside. He's only going to pick. There we go. Here we go. The eggs are ready. Through the offside for a single. There you go. You can finish this over on Mr. Fletcher.
Thanks very much.
With your non-iron shirt.
254 for 3. Haynes 120. D'Oliveira on 3. This one is guided by Haynes down towards a wide third man. He has now got a career high 121 not out. Worcestershire 255 for 3. And more than 4.5 hours after taking the second wicket of the day, Derbyshire finally got the third when they had Azhar Ali dismissed for 88. Called it slip by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of the spinner Alex Thompson. Since then, though, Jack Haynes has gone on to a career high 121 not out. Brett D'Oliveira is unbeaten on 4. And Worcestershire, who were put into bat this morning when Derbyshire won the toss, at 256 for 3. Potentially 4.5 hours, certainly. Almost like 4 hours or 40 minutes, but 4.5 hours is close enough, isn't it, really? Here comes Sam Connors again in from the city and bowls, and that is defended by Haynes, who got up on his toes, pushed it out into the onside. Wayne Mountain does the fielding. He's no longer at slip. He's fielding on the leg side. And we now have 4 overs until the second new ball is available. And interestingly, Sam Connors has now bowled 3 overs. He'll have bowled 5 overs by the time the new ball becomes available. The second new ball. There is Thompson around the wicket in bowls to Haynes, who just clips this into the leg side. They skip through for a quick single. He moves to... That was D'Oliveira, beg your pardon. D'Oliveira moves on to 5. I might have said D'Oliveira, I got slightly distracted there. Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who defends. Almost meandering towards the new ball, the second new ball here. The over rate's level. 20 overs to go in the day. So how can it be level if it's supposed to finish at 6 o'clock, which it won't? A couple of lengthy delays for Azhar Ali's injury when he bashed the ball into his foot and required treatment, and for Suranga Lakmal got a fly in his eye. Latest delivery from Thompson is pushed back towards Haynes, and there is no run. Thompson in again, bowls to Haynes, who pushes it out into the offside. Everybody leaves it for each other. Eventually, Lears Deploy thinks, I better pick that up. So he does. I assume that's what he was thinking. I have no real way of knowing. Haynes waits, and that is pushed out into the offside. Might have taken the outside edge of the bat. Is he getting some turn? Probably not. End of the over. 257 for 3. Haynes has 121. D'Oliveira has 5 in a partnership of 29.
Just looking on the replay, I think it's just the angle that he's bowling at.
Is it? Yeah. Just caught the edge of the bat, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just for a moment, there was a bit of excitement.
Just listening to the news, it may have been on your news bulletin again, a woman's been fined in Scotland for driving while eating a bowl of cereals. One asks what they were. What cereals? You go, folks. Send us a text. What cereals do you
would you eat?
normally eat when you're driving?
Lears Deploy, left arm spin.
Yes.
Who'd have thought?
What's the over rate at the moment?
Level.
Oh, it's level. Yeah.
We've got 3 overs until the second new ball, so he'll bowl 2. Thompson will bowl the other. They've just been bowling. I thought it was strange that Connors was bowling, whether he isn't going to take the new ball, which would be a departure.
Well, it'll be Lakmal and somebody else, won't it?
Well, Lakmal and side bottom, presumably, if Connors isn't going to come back and bowl.
He's ready to go.
We'll soon find out.
The first left arm spin of the day. Off 4 paces, of which the first 2 he kind of strolls. He's in and bowls, and good start, good line of length. D'Oliveira goes back and plays it away on the onside, and there is no run. In again, Deploy, and this is driven by D'Oliveira out into the wide open spaces through extra cover. Masood is the fielder out there. 1 more to the Worcestershire total, which goes to 258 for 3, with 18 overs and 4 balls left in the game, in the day rather. And Worcestershire still be out batting. They look to be beyond 300. A lot will depend on this new ball. Haynes takes guard again and then does some leg shuffling away on the leg side. Now he's ready to go. Deploy bowls short of a length, and this is cracked away through the offside. Again, it'll only be 1. Masood is the fielder out there. Quickly to the ball. 1 or 2 more start to leave. Very bright blue bus goes up the road on the far side. Busy on the ring road. D'Oliveira turns the ball busily on the leg side, but doesn't get a run for it. Probably hear the breeze picking up on air effects. Mike's been there all day. Deploy bowls. D'Oliveira just plops forward, pushes the ball back out. Bowler himself goes across to do the fielding. The roar of a motorcycle somewhere in the distance. Deploy bowls. Oh, that's very short. That's a real long hop, and D'Oliveira has clobbered that over deep mid-wicket. It's gone for 6. That was a shocking delivery from Deploy, it really was. It bounced about halfway down, and D'Oliveira's his eyes lit up there and smashed it over deep mid-wicket for the first 6 of the day. D'Oliveira goes to 12, 122. Haynes, 265 for 3.
Awful delivery.
That's a shocker.
Awful delivery. From an occasional left arm spinner.
Yeah.
He's got 1 wicket this season in the first innings against Sussex, I think it was.
Yes, I think anyone with any competence with a bat would have whacked that somewhere. There's another white car leaving the car park, right?
It's the same, isn't it? It's like 4 times now.
It's going round the ground, is it?
Here's Alex Thompson bowling to Jack Haynes, who's on 122, and that one is played off the back foot out for 4 runs, because there is nobody out there. Why is there nobody out there? That was just stroked out towards the extra cover boundary for 4.
He was panicking a bit then, Jack Haynes, because he thought the ball wasn't going to make it to the boundary.
Yeah, just about bobbled over it in the end. But I'm sure I saw Saranga Lackmal asking Billy Godleman if he was going to have a bowl. Well, that would be something. I've never seen Billy Godleman bowl in the time I've been here. I think he's described as most openers who don't bowl are as a leg spinner. All the websites just seem to put leg spin down. Haynes moves to 126. Defends this next delivery from Thompson back to the bowler. I don't think he's given a chance, has he? I think it's been a chanceless 1-2-6 for Haynes.
He hasn't. Played and missed a bit this morning when Lackmal was at his best, but apart from that.
Next one is a full toss from Alex Thompson, and it's punched away. Even, I was going to say, even Shan Masood's not going to get to that one, but it isn't Shan Masood, it's Anuj Dal, and he couldn't get to it. That's why he didn't look to be running particularly quickly there, Anuj Dal, but he stood no chance.
I think he made his mind up that was going for 4 early in the piece.
Yeah. And away it went, and back to back. Nearly. Boundaries. 2 and 3 balls, in fact. For Haynes, he moves to 130 off exactly 200 deliveries, which I reckon means his strike rate's about 65. This one is pushed up towards mid-on. Now it's gone up to 201 deliveries. I have no idea what it is. That's the remarkable thing about Shan Masood. His strike rate is in the 70s over the course of the 700 runs that he scored, which is quite remarkable. That one is clipped into the leg side. Dahl has raced around the boundary to get there, but they're going to come back for a couple more. Haynes moves to 132 now, 275 for 3.
That's pretty decent in 4-day cricket. Strike rating.
It's ridiculous.
70.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So much quicker than everybody else in the side. There's another white car leaving. In comes Thompson. That one is turned rather unconvincingly by Haynes into the leg side, where it's fielded by Leas. Deploy end of the over. Haynes has 132 now. D'Oliveira has 12. The partnership's already worth 47 off just 65 balls. And Worcestershire at 275 for 3. We're 1 over. This over from Leas Deploy, which will clearly be his last. 1 over away from the second new ball. Then we'll have an hour or so to go, which means we will finish around about 6:30-ish. I've got a lengthy considered interview with Ed Dawes at 6:10.
Here is well, that's another shocking delivery. It's really short, and D'Oliveira this time smashes it through backward of square on the leg side. 4-4. It's really giving some runs away here, which is. It's also got D'Oliveira into a bit of a groove. Yeah. He's gone on to 16, and it took him 20 balls to get off the mark, I think. But He's added 16 runs off the last 10. Applause around the ground for, not sure, 50 partnership. Oh, right. Good spot there, Fletch. Next ball driven by D'Oliveira head through the offside. Masood comes jogging in from his... Oh, he's misfielded that. It didn't go far, but he didn't pick it up cleanly. He apologises, although he didn't concede an extra run. So 280 for 3. D'Oliveira goes to 17. Now a deep mid-wicket, long on. It's more of a one-day field now. Deploy bowls, and there's a comfortable single there because everybody on the leg side is out on the rope, or almost everybody. So Haynes cleverly pushes for a single. Wind once again rattling Air Effects microphone. 281 for 3, Worcestershire. D'Oliveira faces, drives again through the offside. Might get a couple here. Masood has got a long way to come round. They will come back for 2 very quick between the wickets. D'Oliveira. There was a dive way to his right by Lewis Rees, but didn't get a hand on it. 283 for 3, Worcestershire. D'Oliveira has got 19. Haynes has 133. Deploy to D'Oliveira again, and D'Oliveira this time pushes through the offside. They're only going to get 1 this time unless Masood has a massive misfield, which he doesn't. So that doesn't conclude Deploy's over. He's got 1 more ball.
Sadly.
11 balls for 17 runs so far. Bowls again, and Haynes treats this with due respect, pushes the ball back down the pitch. And that is the end of Deploy's over. Interesting to see who's going to take the new ball, because as you say, Lackmel likes to bowl from the city end, so he's
well, he wanted originally to bowl from this end, Lackmel. I think he is going to bowl. No, he's not. I'm talking nonsense. It's going to be Sam Connors. I thought Lackmel was warming up, so perhaps he is going to bowl from the city end, but Connors has got his favourite end. There is the new ball being shown to everybody by umpire Graham Lloyd. There'll be an announcement in a minute to say that the new ball has been taken. I can almost guarantee it.
almost.
He's got it in his hand.
A drink for Haynes, brought on by, I think Dylan Pennington's doing the 12th man duties on this occasion. So, 16 overs left in the day. Refreshments have been taken. Stretching exercises.
There we go. He's got the new ball. Have a long chat with Billy Godalman. This is Sam Connors, who's bowled 18 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 70. Derbyshire's leading wicket taker this season.
Yeah, had some stick from Haynes, didn't he?
Yeah, could do with a couple there. Well, he kept bowling it short and wide.
Yeah.
Could have got a stick from most first-class batsmen, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he went for 5 fours in that little period.
Horrible. There he is then, with the new ball in his hand. He's in, and the first ball, is chipped into the leg side by Brett D'Oliveira and lands a couple of yards shy of Shan Masood.
A strange shot, that. He wasn't
Just, it's almost like it stopped on him, but I can't imagine why it would have stopped on him. Umpires are just looking at the dirty, great dark clouds away to our right in the west. We are allowed to use the lights, but they make little difference, sadly. Here at the county ground. As Connors is on his way in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side. That might be 4 runs with the new ball. It's racing away. Shan Masood is chasing hard, and he gets there just before it reaches the...
Well, the bean crop, the farmer's bean crop looks pretty good to me.
Connors in to Haynes, who pushes this one up to Lackmel at mid-on.
Yeah.
And there's no run.
3 fields of beans growing, so he won't miss a couple, will he?
So
All those beans.
No bean shortage then
No.
this year, is that what you're saying?
No, don't panic for your beans, folks. Oh, could pick a few and then start a rumour that there's a shortage of beans and
Yes, and sell them.
put your beans on eBay. Oh, Jack with the beanstalk, he'd have bought them, wouldn't he?
Connor's in, and that's edged and caught at first slip by Alex Thompson, and Haynes has gone. A good delivery from Sam Connors, who's delighted by that. The new ball has struck just 4 deliveries into its life. And Haynes, well, it's been a terrific innings from him, 133 from 206 deliveries, 16 fours, new high score in first-class cricket. Derbyshire, well, that was a much-needed wicket, 287 for 4 now, Worcestershire.
Yeah, good catch.
It was, wasn't it?
It was going a bit, yeah. He had a good hand as well.
I think I just said all that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, good effort, lovely knock from. He'll be disappointed, Jack Haynes. He would want him in there at the end tonight. Although D'Oliveira's in on 23, brings a new batsman to the crease. And they would have thought of really clagging it on tonight. I would have thought, Worcestershire, if they could have done. But well batted.
287 for 8 at the close. An even day, bizarrely, but still some work for Derbyshire to do in that respect.
Yeah. Ed Barnard on the way in. Got a bit of form with the bat this season. Barnard, 358 runs at 71, including that 163 at Nottingham when Worcestershire were in deep doo-doo and in danger of a 2-day innings defeat at one time. But he batted really well with Ben Cox and forced Nottinghamshire to to get 200 not to win. So floodlights are coming on.
I don't think it's that dark, do you?
No.
It's been really bright.
Maybe the umpires have asked because it might get a bit darker.
Yeah. Keep them out there, I say.
Yeah, make them have it. Make them earn their call.
Ed Barnard's the new batsman as Sam Connors is in. Bowls that is driven gloriously for 4 runs out to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs by Barnard. Oh, yes, it's just actually trickled into the rope. It didn't have the energy to get over the rope, but it's hit the rope. That's enough. Barnard is off the mark, 291 for 4.
I think there was just a fingertip on that one there. I think he just about got his hand on
Deploy.
But yeah, deploy the extra cover. Because it was really shifting off the bat.
It looked like a really good shot, I must admit. It looked like the kind of shot that should have gone to the boundary for 4, and ultimately did.
What's the ump on to the... he's changed his decision. He has given a 4.
What was he going to give before that?
Well, I don't know. I don't think he actually signalled the 4.
Oh,
so.
okay. Definitely hit the rope. Connors is in full delivery, and that's turned into the leg side by Barnard to end the over. The first with the new ball. 291 for 4. The new ball has accounted for Jack Haynes. 133. New first class best for him. Dollywood at 23, Barnard 4. Leicestershire are all out. Great, but it's some kind of fight back, really, to a degree. 210 all out in the end. They're at the innings break there. Notts 279 for 5 against Middlesex, and Durham 288 for 7 against Glamorgan. In this division, Division 2, Notts, of course, still languishing in the wilderness, as they will be all season, and it delights me no end. Northamptonshire did lose a wicket in the end.
Did they?
Yeah, 329 for 1.
There's going to be some record.
Vasconcelos out for 156 with a score on 287. Will Young's been joined by the magnificently named Emilio Gay.
Here's the next ball, that's a good ball. He's back on. The luckless Lackmar, we're going to call him, because that was a good ball to start off with, and D'Oliveira definitely played at that one. 291 for 4, D'Oliveira 23, Barnard 4.
He has bowled without any great deal of luck throughout the course of the season. It's been a sort of topic of conversation with the rest of the bowlers when we've spoken to them.
Well, getting on at night, his 17th over, charging in. Do ball in hand. This one is a bit wide. Starts wide, so D'Oliveira just raises his bat and lets it continue on its merry way. Yeah. Just beyond the dark cloud that is coming in from the west, there's a bit of, it looks a bit lighter over there.
We'll be all right.
Yeah. He says as it starts to pour down in the rain.
It's all about local knowledge. Where's the weather come from? Well, I've no idea.
Over
Really.
there.
Over there somewhere.
Blackmail to D'Oliveira. Right arm over to right-handed batsman, and D'Oliveira pushes away on the offside. And Ijdal at cover point does the fielding. I know if you're watching the stream and I'm saying right arm over to right-handed batsman, it's saying just a little bit obvious because you can see it, but bear in mind that a lot of people who listen to our commentaries obviously can't see it. They're listening on online. I was aware of our listeners and our viewers who can't see it anyway. So it's best to give the full description. D'Oliveira waits again. This ball is pushed away. It's on the offside. Good line and length from the big Sri Lankan, Saranga Lakmal. Lots of chat from the Derbyshire fielders.
Well, I know a couple more now, and they're sort of back in the game, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're sort of back in the game.
228 for 2 when Azhar Ali went. And if they'd have stayed there till the end, you're looking at a monster score by the close of play. Lakmal chugs in again, and this time D'Oliveira lets the ball go by outside the off stump, and wicketkeeper Guest takes it low down. A red car has left the car.
Yeah, red car. What's that doing?
There. It's a town in Yorkshire, isn't it? Red car. Racecourse. So it's nice to see a bit of variety in your cars leaving the car park. I'm sure this must be enthralling for those of you.
Well, these are the things you can't see on the stream either.
Well,
so,
these,
the extra little
this
bits.
is it, the extra bit of description. As Blackmore completes the over, D'Oliveira lets this one go by. Outside the off stump, and Worcestershire are 291 for 4. D'Oliveira has 23, Barnard has 4. And Lakmal has bowled 17 overs and 2 balls and taken 1 for 54.
There's another red card gone now. That's not good, is it?
It's started now. Yeah.
The 3.5 and over, the scoring rate, which is decent enough in first class cricket. Derbyshire had I think it was the day against Leicestershire when, in fact I know it was against Leicestershire when Shah Massoud got one of his double centuries, and they scored 401 runs in the day, which really is moving in red ball cricket. Here's Sam Connors from the racecourse and bowls a short delivery to Ed Barnard, who just sways out of the way of that one, allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. But I suppose if you're scoring double centuries and half centuries at a strike rate of 70, you are going to rattle up those runs, aren't you?
Yeah.
And he certainly has this season as the Pakistan international.
Some good batsmen around this summer.
Certainly are. There he is again, Sam Connors over the wicket and bowls to Barnard, who goes back into his crease and just pushes this out into the offside. And there's no run. Fielded by Anuj Dal, backward point.
A tweet from Jeff in Tenbury Hall says, talking about 1,000 runs by the end of May. Batsmen in the past used to get 1,000 runs in May because they didn't start playing cricket till the start of May.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is very true. The next delivery is keeps a little bit low outside the off stump, taken kneeling down by Brooke Guest, left alone by Barnard. Well, the 1,000 runs by the end of May. There's only this game and one more, of course. They used to play about 10 three-day matches in May, didn't they? Probably not as many as that. That's slightly exaggerating, but.
Well, they start earlier, but don't play. They probably play the same amount of cricket, actually.
I should have a discussion with David Griffin on that one. If I was you, he might tell you differently. Here comes Connors again and bowls. That one is guided down to third man in a very unorthodox manner by Ed Barnard. Gets on top of the ball and bounces it into the ground beyond the grasp of second slip Wayne Madsen, all the way down to Lewis Rees in front of the members' pavilion. Barnard moves to 5, 292 for 4.
Of course, they used to bowl more overs in those days as well.
Yes,
You
and they were
know,
quicker.
yeah.
The batsmen, the bowlers rather, were quicker.
100 and odd. You're taking the mick now. 100 and odd overs in a day was nothing in those days.
No.
Today we struggle to get the 96 in.
There's Connors bowling to D'Oliveira, who defends this out into the offside, and there's a no run.
There's a steward still in the car park over there.
I know, he's been nearly all day, hasn't he?
I'm not sure what his purpose is, because this morning when he was parking the cars in a straight line, but poor fella's just wandering around looking. Oh, hello. Hello. It's that time of day, is it?
There goes Connors running away from us in a bowl that's defended by D'Oliveira.
Actually made me jump that time.
Well, I was expecting it to be 5:32.
Well,
not 5:30. Do you do 6 o'clock?
Yeah, and that's it.
Then that's it.
Yeah. Well, if I remember.
Brothers is on his way. He'll be back if he remembers. 292 for 4. End of the over. Connors 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 78. He was absolutely delighted when he dismissed Jack Haynes. 133 to him. If they could just get a couple more before the close of play, pick up a second bowling bonus point. They've already got 2 batting bonus points. Worcestershire are heading. Worcestershire 8 away from that 3rd batting bonus point. As in comes Saranga Lakmal from the City End, bowling to Ed Barnard, who defends it and then asks D'Oliveira if he fancies a single. The answer is no, because the ball's in the hands of Billy Godalming, which is probably the right decision. Well, it's definitely the right decision. I'll give you some of the scores from elsewhere while we're here, which we most definitely are. Northamptonshire 331 for 1 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, having been put into bat. Saranga Lakmal bowls, and that's clipped into the leg side, half stopped by Lewis Rees, but stopped enough to prevent the batsman from taking a run. Surrey 275 for 3, having decided to bat first against Kent at Beckenham. Lancashire 253 for 3, having been put into bat by Yorkshire. They were 12 for 2 at one point, Lancashire. And Somerset are 286 for 3, having been put into bat by Gloucestershire at Bristol. And the other 3 games in the 2nd division. Durham are now 290 for 9 against Glamorgan at Chester Street. As in comes Lakmal outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard to go through to the keeper. Sussex are 2 without loss in their first innings, trailing Leicestershire by 208 at Grace Road. And Nottinghamshire are now 289 for 5 against Middlesex at Lords. It was a fairly substantial innings from Hasib Hamid in that match. In fact, he's the last man out, having made 112. Stephen Mullany 72 in at the moment for Nottinghamshire, still languishing in the wilderness of the 2nd division. In comes Lakmal, turned to the leg side by Ed Barnard. No run, 292 for 4 it remains. Oh, they've got weather, I think. Weather forecast and then the update for BBC Radio Derby and to the sports desk. Here comes Lakmal again, bowling from the City End and bowling to Ed Barnard, who just guides this down to third man. Masood comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. The batsmen go through for a comfortable single. 293 for 4. Showers moving up through France. French showers heading our way. Update for Radio Derby's Lackmell bowls wide of the off stump. Allowed to go through to the keeper end of the over, 293 for 4. It certainly is. They waited 4.5 hours for the first of them and got 2 in 40 minutes, Chris. They got Azhar Ali out for 88. Caught at slip by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of Alex Thompson. He and Jack Haynes added 187 for the third wicket. And Haynes has also gone, having got to his century. Second successive innings he's reached 3 figures, having not previously got a century in first-class cricket. He was dismissed for 133. Caught at first slip by Alex Thompson off the bowling of Sam Connors with the third ball bowled with the new ball. That came just about 10 minutes ago. It was 287 for 4 at that stage. They've moved on to 293 for 4 now this morning. Saranga Lackmell dismissed Ed Pollock for 7. And Jake Libby was trapped at a leg before wicket by Ryan Sidebottom for 17. The afternoon, though, dominated by Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes. They're both back in the hutch, and if Derbyshire can pick off a couple more wickets before the close, it won't have been such a bad day after all. 12 overs to go. Worcestershire 293 for 4. First ball of the Connors over is a dot ball. I'm delighted to inform everybody. And he's going to bowl the second with the sun shining and the floodlights on as he's in now and bowls to Barnard, who turns this into the leg side again, and it's fielded by Shan Masood, and again there is no run.
Do they not know the price of electricity these days?
No, it's remarkable. What is the point? I don't think the lights had time to take effect before the sun came out again. And now I don't think they're allowed. Are they allowed to switch them off? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
Or if they switch them off, will it take them 10 minutes before they can switch them on again?
If the umpires had asked for them, I suppose. They have to.
There's Connors over the wicket in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side. Shamasuddin again will do the fielding as umpire Rob White just dances out of the way, but they get through for a single. Barnard moves to 7-2-9, 4 for 4. Some nifty footwork from umpire White. Not sure he's going to be booked on the next series of Strictly, but
Had fun last week when Ben Gibbon, the Worcestershire bowler, ran straight into umpire Baldwin. Paul Baldwin knocked him flat. It was very funny. Umpire Baldwin. Saw him the next day. I said, yeah. And he said, yeah, but who left the field, me or Mr. Gibbon?
Next delivery's fallen. It almost gets through the defences of Brett D'Oliveira, who just about managed to get some bat on it out into the onside. Masood once again does the fielding. It's the 2 Derbyshire players involved at the moment. The bowler Connors, the fielder Masood.
I'm always surprised that, particularly in white ball cricket, the umpires don't have more, maybe face guards or the arm guard that the Australian umpire uses. I'm quite surprised, really. It comes back at a rate or not.
It certainly does. You're only 20 odd yards away, aren't you? Next delivery is driven by D'Oliveira for 4 runs out towards the cover boundary. Glorious shot, too wide, over pitched from Sam Connors. D'Oliveira exacts maximum reward. He moves to 27. Worcestershire to 298 for 4 now. Was going to miss out there, Brett D'Oliveira.
No.
And didn't.
A nice, juicy half volley, about 6 inches outside the off stump.
Yeah. He may only be small, but he easily got to the pitch of that one. And then on the brink of a third batting bonus point, Worcestershire as Connors bowls. That's a full toss that's bunted down the ground, half stopped by Billy Godleman. They are going to come through for a single eventually. Godleman had to dive full length and sort of got a hand or an arm on it. The ball bounced up and behind him. They go through for a single. D'Oliveira moves to 28. Pinches the striker as well. Barnard is on 7, and Worcestershire are 299 for 4 now.
A good stop in the end by Big Billy, as we were saying earlier. It's a long way down. He's not the most natural, but he got down there. That man was just stripping off his jumper there, and he's wearing probably one of these, I don't know what they're called, soak up your sweat vests. You know, these that athletes wear. Keeps you warm when it's cold and cold when it's warm, one of those sorts of things. I'm not really 100% sure what I'm talking about, but it ain't never stopped me before. Anyway, Blackmail's ready to go. Whatever sort of a vest he's wearing. He's in and bowls, and D'Oliveira this time goes back, and he's going to, he thinks about pinching a single, then says no. I don't think Ed Barnard was ever interested in that. He played it basically straight to mid-on. Not quite sure what he was thinking there, D'Oliveira. He probably got too much bat on it in the end. I think he was looking just to stun the ball in front of him and nip a single, but really didn't. No, it was never on. 299 for 4. Slips. I'll talk about the slips in a minute. Here's D'Oliveira. Lets this one go through. Wicketkeeper guest stood in the normal place, but then first slip Thompson. There's quite a little gap between him and the wicketkeeper. Maybe this is because the wicketkeeper is confident that he can get down to what would be his right if a right-handed batsman edged it. But the gap between first slip Thompson and second slip Madsen is about the same as normal, but there's just a little bit of an extra. I mean, it's not yards, maybe an extra 1.5 foot. Not noticed it before. Blackmail to D'Oliveira, who pushes away on the offside this time. Nothing to be had there. Either that same motorbike's just come back along Sir Frank Whittle Way, or it's another one. Dark cloud disappearing somewhere in the direction of, I think it's going straight up the road towards Nottingham. Traffic, as Dave was saying, flowing pretty good around the ring road tonight. If you're listening to the traffic report somewhere, or for a traffic report, it's not too bad. Blackmail bowls. D'Oliveira gets something on this down towards fine leg. In fact, it's leg buys. In fact, it's buys. So 4 buys brings up the 300 for Worcestershire. And they go to 303 for 4. Extras go up to 23 for the day. And I think, if I remember rightly, there's been 8 no balls. Yeah.
Yes.
8 in the end. So all adds up. Blackmail just straying down the leg side, and wicketkeeper Guest went a long way across, but couldn't get a glove on it. It actually went quite a distance after it had passed the batsman. Just watching a full length Guest, but couldn't get anything on it. Here is Blackmail in again, and this time D'Oliveira is 4, pushing down the offside. They are going for that quick single. That's good running, that is. Push and call at the same time. It just trickles out to, in the end, Godleman at mid-off picks it up, but good call from D'Oliveira. Quick between the wickets, these two.
Broadcaster just hurt his left hand when he dived for that ball that went for 4 buys. Just keep an eye on him. He's just taken his glove off again and wrung his hand out. Occupational hazard, I think. But
Bit of ice on that. Close the play. Blackmail bowls, and this is Barnard who flicks a ball off his pads down towards backward square leg for a single. Completes the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 305 for 4. D'Oliveira has 29, Barnard has 18 this partnership so far. Batsmen who have departed: Pollock for 7, Libby for 17, Azhar Ali for 88, and Haynes for 133.
niche stat alert.
Oh, go on.
David Griffin has tweeted, for the first time in Derbyshire's 2,843 first-class match history. Just let that sink in.
Yeah, go.
There have been 5 consecutive team innings scores of 300 runs or more.
All right.
I don't know what that tells you. In goes Connors and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Ed Barnard. There is no run. So 368 and 349 Derbyshire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan then got 387 and 310. And now Worcestershire have got 305 with power to add for just 4 wickets.
I think it tells us there's some decent pitches around and some competent batsmen.
Against all the popular nonsense being spouted on Twitter as Connors bowls, that's an edge down to third man. A genuine edge down to third man. Barnard, it just got a little big on him, I think. It's fielded down there by Lewis Rees to go through for a single. And he practices a leave, which is probably wise. Didn't really need to play at that one. It was a little bit wide. And I think it was the extra bounce that Connors got. Just surprised Barnard a little. He's moved on to 9, 306 for 4. D'Oliveira back on strike. He's got 29 from 52 deliveries. And he pushes this next delivery from Connors back on the square on the offside, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal.
Yeah, he was a bit flat-footed with that one that went down to third man, was Ed Barnard. I think he would admit that himself. Didn't really get across to it.
No, his bat was a fair distance from his body, wasn't it, in the end? Not in control, as they say. But he's still there, that's the main thing. I'm not looking forward to going around and doing the interviews. It's cold, it's cold out there, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, I've only got shorts on. I know I mentioned that this next one is defended by D'Oliveira back towards Sam Connors, ground staff. I'm hoping that's a member of the ground staff who's gone there to sort that. It isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is.
Flapping
Good.
again.
It is very much flapping. He's trying to get onto the steps to sort out the bit of sheeting that's acting as a sight screen at the far end of the ground. He's got 2 deliveries in which to sort it out. Here is Connors in and bowls, left alone by D'Oliveira to go through to Brooke Guest, who doesn't take it cleanly. Removes his right glove on this occasion.
Yeah, I think he's indicating that one died on him.
Yeah, it did a bit, didn't it? It did a bit. Which again will be something that won't displease Worcestershire too much. 306 runs on the board. They start to see the pitch not misbehaving massively, but to a degree. You'd want it to misbehave as the game goes on, of course. Connors is in, and that's played off the back foot out into the offside. Nice shot. Billy Godleman's chasing it towards the boundary. He'll get it before it reaches the rope. They've run 2. They're going to come back for a 3rd because D'Oliveira is a whippet between the wickets. They do get 3. D'Oliveira moves to 32. Pinches the strike. Barnard has 9, 309 for 4 at the end of the Connors over. He's 22nd. He looks all hot and bothered, Sam Connors, to me. As he walks off down towards long leg, Billy Godleman just gives him it's the almost obligatory fist pump when Madsen calls him back to say something to him. Not entirely sure what. But Wayne Madsen's smiling and Sam Connors isn't. It's a batsman's joke.
Yeah. Keep going, lad. I don't want to bowl.
Yeah.
I'm all right, thanks.
You're on your own.
Yeah. It's all right, study a second slip, hands in my pockets. I'm all right. Don't worry. Here is Lackmal to start the, 9 overs remaining in the day. And he will be bowling to D'Oliveira, who's moved fairly quickly on to 31. Lackmal bowls, D'Oliveira drives down the ground, 4 runs. Lovely shot from D'Oliveira, back past the bowler. One of the most satisfying shots in cricket, I always think. The bowler comes racing in and just smack the ball back past him. D'Oliveira goes to 35. Worcestershire go to 312 for 4.
Never had the satisfaction of doing it, sadly, but I bet it is.
I didn't do it on a regular basis, but I did quite enjoy it. It was normally aiming through mid-wicket somewhere when he went back past the bowler. D'Oliveira waits again and this time pushes away on the offside. Won't get a run on this occasion. There's not been a mass exodus of the crowd in the last hour. They've sort of drifted away, sort of 2 or 3 every over. Yeah, they kind of creep out so
Just
you
quietly,
can't see them.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple more going. He's got shorts on, that bloke.
I'm not surprised he's going to be perished, wasn't he?
Yeah, get some life back into his legs. Get a bit of lagging on his legs. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Actually, if they're sat in that stand over there, they probably they're out the wind, so they wouldn't be too cold. Here's Lackmalin and bowls. D'Oliveira pushes on the offside, thinks about a run, but then decides there's no chance. 312 for 4. As the shadows lengthen and the evening comes and the busy world is hushed. It's not hushed. Looking out over the ground, it's pretty busy still.
Yeah, there's a lot of static traffic in the queue getting towards the Pentagon Island from Sir Frank Whittle Way.
Yeah, inventor of the jet engine is next ball, which is played back down the pitch. Bowler on his follow through does the fielding. One or two more. I've seen enough for the day.
Many will be back tomorrow, though, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, it's a great. And for a lot of people, county cricket is a great social occasion. You turn up in April and see your chums till September, and then you don't see them again until the next April. As the next ball from D'Oliveira is dabbed away on the offside, there's no run.
It's good value with a membership, and it's not bad value for paying on the gate. I think it's only £10 to get in anyway.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's very good. Of course, you've got your cricket societies in the winter, which I think do a really good job to keep people turn up in the middle of January to chat about cricket, and I think they do a fabulous job, the cricket societies all over the country. I think somebody told me there's only 2 counties where there is not a cricket society.
Really?
And I know one of them, I think, is Northampton. Here's Lackmalin again, pushed away on the offside. No run. And that is the end of the over. 212 for 4. D'Oliveira 35, Barnard 9. Didn't you do a cricket society? Was it last year or the year before?
Oh, it's a good while ago now.
Was it?
Chesterfield.
Chesterfield.
Yeah.
I threatened to come.
Yeah.
Stand at the back and heckle.
Yeah, I grifted that with Paul. They were very kind. They were very kind.
I think they
It was after, it must have been in the winter of 16, 17, because
Was it really?
it was after my first year doing it.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Yeah. Just what it's like to be a commentator. I said, well, the cricket's all right, but some of the people you work with, unbelievable.
Well, there's a mass exodus now. There's 9 people leaving at the same time. Is there a bus to Belper this time of day?
I just waited for the formation of the Trent Rockets Cricket Society, of course, the Northern Superchargers Cricket Society. Well, that'll never happen, will it?
The Southern, whatever they're called, fried chicken.
Change of bowling. We've got Ryan Sidebottom, who's going to be bowling the back end of his 17th over and the start of his 18th over, because he bowled 4 deliveries of a Lackmal over earlier on today. 1 for 63 he's got, bowling from the racecourse end, and that one is short and pulled away for 4. It wasn't the best start to the Ryan Sidebottom over. It was pulled a long way in front of square as well. It's almost gone out to cow corner, but it was a genuine pull shot. Another white car's leaving.
How many white cars?
Or the same white car has just left for the 15th time. 316 for 4.
Every white car in Derby has been parked on the cricket ground today.
They've all just left at 5-minute intervals.
White car conference.
Lackmal has retrieved the ball from wherever it ended up.
He's not rushing back, is
No,
he?
he's not. He's not. 7 overs and 5 balls to go in the day, so we may well escape at 20 past. Who knows? Here goes Sidebottom again, past the umpire now, balls outside the off stump, left alone by Ed Barnard. He moved on to 13, incidentally, with that boundary, which was his second. Brett D'Oliveira 3 4s and a 6 in his 35. Billy returns the ball to side bottom, who now has bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 67. But he's got 4 balls to the over left. 2 slips in place, bowls, and that one is played from up on his toes by Ed Barnard. He runs the first run really quickly, eventually, having got off reasonably slowly. And as a result, they're kept down to a single by Lewis Rees. Barnard moves to 14, 317 for 4. 3 bonus points to Worcestershire, 1 to Derbyshire. And as the scoreboard very helpfully tells us, Worcestershire lead by 317. Haven't been the only side to have batted so far. Side bottom bowls. That one just comes back a little bit after pitching, but it's well left by D'Oliveira, taken moving down the leg side by Brooke Guest. I think Ryan Sidebottom is the unfortunate victim this evening. I don't think he knows.
If he takes another wicket, definitely.
Yeah, but we haven't spoken to him yet since he arrived on loan. He missed a couple of matches, of course, with that hamstring, which must have been massively frustrating for him. He's on his way in now to bowl 2. D'Oliveira gets very little bat on it, really, into the leg side. Masood does the fielding and then hurls it to the wicketkeeper for no reason. And there is a no run. Northamptonshire have lost a second wicket out.
No.
Huge collapse on there. The 357 for 2.
Good decision to field. Got amongst them there. Wicket's gone.
Can you imagine? Durham have been bowled out for 311 by Glamorgan at Chesterless Street in 84 overs. They'll have a few overs to go out there as Sidebottom bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira, and it's the end of the Sidebottom over. 317 for 4. Nottinghamshire 316 for 5 against Middlesex at Lords. They lost an early wicket. Steve Mead got a few runs.
He'll be back in the England team then.
I do believe he got a century.
Did he?
Stephen Mullaney, perhaps one of the most underrated cricketers on the circuit.
Yeah.
Still there, 86 not out. Got a double century, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, good player.
Yeah, yeah.
What are we doing here? Is this still blackmail?
No, it's Anuj Dal.
I was going to say it's Anuj Dal, yeah. To bowl from the city end. A couple more people just hover the gap between the stands to watch. We'll watch this over, then we'll get off and get home for the one show. Another programme I never watched for a long time. Here's the next ball, which is dabbed down to second slip. Although Madsen goes from second slip away to his right to do the fielding. And there is Nout to go in the scorer's book except a dot. Or just a click of the scorer's mouse these days, scorebooks. And what are we going to be looking at in 50 years' time? There's no scorebooks. 317 for 4 is the total. And it remains there as this is well wide of the off stump. I think that bounced again before it got through to the wicketkeeper.
The odd one has kept low, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think he really bowled that at express pace.
No. He can bowl a sharp delivery. Anuj Dal. He can be a little quicker than he actually looks, but he's a sort of archetypal fourth seamer.
This time Barnard lets the ball go by outside the off stump. And maybe this is a little Derbyshire tactic to the close of play. If you want to get some runs, then we've got to go and fetch it a little bit.
Well, if they've got any sense, and I'm sure they have, D'Oliveira and Barnard will have nothing to do with it and come back tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Dahl in his 11th over. No wicket for 32 so far. Turns off probably 15 paces, bowls, and this is wide of the off stump. lets the ball go through to the wicketkeeper. We have 6 overs remaining after this one. I get the spinner on for a couple of overs before the end. Best bowler today, I think, Thompson.
Yeah,
17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45.
Bowled well again, hasn't he?
He has.
He's really bowled well.
And he bowled when both batsmen were going well.
Yeah.
So,
He had a really bad up first over after tea and then clawed his way back.
Dahl bowls, and this is thumped away. Oh, that's a good stop by not Anuj Dahl, because he's bowling, but in his usual position, getting down to his right-hand side there, deploy. Good stop.
Yeah, wrong hand. Weaker hand.
Yeah.
Interesting character deploy. Juggles before he goes into bat.
Does he
Get
really?
his eyes and his hands moving.
Get away.
Yeah, juggles with 3 balls.
Get away. Oh, never heard of anybody doing that before. Next ball is wide of the off stump, and I think Barnard played up 1 ball in that over.
Yeah.
End of it, 317 for 4 is the total, with D'Oliveira on 35, Barnard on 14. The eggs are done.
Griff's there.
Yeah, that's my anti-Griff alarm. That is, it goes off when he walks in.
Brothers will be back because we're going to continue after 6 o'clock, unsurprisingly, here at the county ground. It's going to be Ryan Sidebottom to continue from the city end. Bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, who tries to cut this one away and mistimes it horribly. It's fielded by Leas Deploy out in the covers. And there's no run. Glamorgan have indeed started batting in reply to Durham's 311 all out. There's 3 without loss in the first over. Sussex 26 without loss after 7 overs, trailing Leicestershire by 184. And they're still going at Lords as well, where Nottinghamshire are 316 for 5. 317 for 4 Worcestershire here as Sidebottom bowls. That one goes past the edge of the bat and dies before it reaches Brooke Guest behind the stumps. The odd one has kept a bit low, which is good for the game. Lights still on, despite the fact the sun is shining brightly. I'd turn them off, me. Like you go around at home these days, you have to turn all the lights off because otherwise you can't afford to eat at the end of the month. Update for Radio Derby coming up fairly shortly. Sidebottom is in, and that one is cut away and caught brilliantly by Anuj Dahl, leaping at backward point. That is a stunning catch by Dahl. It looked for all money as though it was going to race away, having gone over his head. He leapt into the air, and it's a 2nd wicket for Ryan Sidebottom. Brett D'Oliveira goes for 35, and Worcestershire are 317 for 5 now. Well, I thought that had gone over his head, I've got to admit. And there wasn't much of a celebration from Anuj Dahl because he was too busy trying to land properly, I think, as much as anything. Off the bowling. That's him, Ryan Sidebottom. There you go. Oh, there isn't an update into the 6 o'clock news. They're doing the weather now. Excellent. Sidebottom. D'Oliveira, 3 4s and a 6. The 6 was off a rank delivery from Leas Deploy. Waiting to see who the next batsman is. Whether or not they've sent a night watchman in, have they? They have. They've sent Adam Finch out as a night watchman. He was slated to come in at 11. All right, Griff. All right.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good. Good. Bit chilly out there, though, isn't it? All right. So then, 5 wickets down. I think 2 more wickets, and Derbyshire can say they haven't had as bad a day as it looked like being at one point. The side bottom is in, and that one almost gets through the defences of Adam Finch. Just turns it into the leg side for a single, so he's off the mark. 318 4-5. Just a couple of slips now. Oh, great. Ed Dawes has just claimed that we've got plenty of great music, which I think is a very, very bold claim for BBC local radio. There's certainly music, whether or not it's great, I would argue. Here is Side Bottom, in again from the racecourse end. Bowls, and that one's clipped away for 4 runs. Actually, to be fair, it's a very good song to start with. Clipped into the leg side for a couple of runs by Ed Barnard, who moves to 16, 320 4-5.
What you whittering on about?
Ed Dawes just claimed on the sports show that he's got great music. I said, given this is BBC local radio, I think that's a fairly bold claim. But the first one is "Don't Stop Believing" by Journey, which, quite frankly, is a very good song. I'm going to leave you to do Ed, if you follow me.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure he won't mind.
Here is Connor's racing into bowl, and this time forward and pushing away on the offside is Ed Barnard. Barnard has 16 at the end of the over. Finch has 1, and at the end of that over, 320-4-5. The catch by Anuj Dow to get rid of D'Oliveira a few minutes ago when I was updating listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester was superb. He's fielded, well, we know he's a great fielder, but he's fielded so well today. I reckon he's probably saved 20 runs in the field, and he's taken a wicket as well with his fielding, so a good effort. It makes a lot of difference as well. You know, if you're a bowler and you bowl a rubbish ball and your fielder saves 4 runs or takes a brilliant catch, then it gives you a good old boost. 5 overs remaining in the day. The aforementioned Anuj Dow to bowl one of those from the far end from us, the city end, right arm over to the right-handed Finch, who gets a ball wide of the off stump, lets it go through. Now, there's got to be a slight change in the Derbyshire tactics here, because Anuj Dow's last over, I think it was pretty obvious he was going to bowl every ball wide of the off stump if he could. Well, with Finch in, you know, the night watchman, it has to be that you want to get him out. Get the night watchman out, who comes in? Well, you have to put one of your batsmen in, so it would be Ben Cox, obviously, to come in. I would think, as Dow bowls, Finch solidly in behind this, plays it down through backward point, and won't get a run there. Deploy goes across to do the fielding. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we've still got about 30, maybe 40 people in the stand at the far end. Maybe 30. They've drifted away throughout the day. There's half a dozen stood in the gap between the stand, watching what will be probably their last over of the day. Dow bowls off an edge, doesn't carry to Thompson at first slip. He gets down to his right to parry the ball. Hurt his hand that cold day. Slippers don't want him coming at that angle. He's got his both hands behind his back at the moment. Yeah, just watch those people at the far end. 6 of them, see how many are left for the next over. It entertains me. Dow bowls, and this is Finch, just plays the ball to that tuneless whistling, by the way, in the background is coming from Mr. Fletcher away to my right. Was his name that tune, is it? He's obviously got something going on his earphones. Sorry about that, folks. I tunelessly whistle around the house at home, and I get told off for that. Yeah, Dow right arm over in and bowls, and Finch just comes forward and plays the ball, just drops it into the leg side, kills any pace. Now on the lone steward on the far. He's only got one car really that he's looking after at the moment. You know, with all due respect to that gentleman, he's been stood there all day. It's not warm. It's not freezing cold, but he's not going to be warm. And he's just walked around in the same little bit all day. Well, all day that I've been watching. Dow bowls, wide of the, well, I think Finch played inside the line of that. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's what's the big six. The six on the far side. 1, 2, 3 have departed. Oh, he's thinking, another bloke's thinking about it. Oh, no, he's looking at his watch. No, I'm all right. Get another over before I catch the bus. Oh, no, he's gone as well. There's 2 left of the big six over there. Hardy souls. So Barnard to face. He has 16 to his name, 320 for 5, Worcestershire, with 4 overs remaining in the day. His side bottom in and bowls, and this is turned away on the leg side by Ed Barnard. He's going to pick up a single as Masood comes in from the deep square leg boundary. 1 more to the total. That's what the night watchman, of course, is supposed to take the strike. That's what he's supposed to do. And Finch taking guard will look to do that for the remaining 5 balls of this over. Not his job to score runs. 3 slips in for the first time since, I don't know, about 11 o'clock this morning. Next ball, down the leg side, way down the leg side. Waste of a delivery there from side bottom. This ball is in its 13th over, so you can't really afford to a new ball like that down the leg side too often. The floodlights are still on. Not really doing anything at the moment. It seems to be quite a pleasant evening. Now the gap between now the one fella's come back, so we're back up to 4 in the gap. It's very interesting. This is, folks. Side bottom leaps into his delivery stride and bowls, and this is turned by Finch on the onside. Won't get a run there. Masood, who's at a genuine mid-wicket to save the single, jogs into field. So 3 slips, third man fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and a cover point. It's the full extent of the Derbyshire field. What's that going across the field? Is that a cat? No, it's a plastic bag being blown across the field at a good rate. Next ball is short outside the off stump and allowed to go there. The wind picks up that plastic bag, going high up in the air. It's taken it about 5 seconds to get across the ground, which gives you some idea of the wind strength. And it's, as we said earlier, it's been there throughout the day. The wind has not dropped for 1 second. Side bottom walks back towards the press area and turns to race away. He's probably on about the longest run of any bowler so far today. Bowls short over the head of Finch and slaps into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Still, Sir Frank Whittleway in the roundabout far end of the ground, looking busy. One of the main routes in and out of the city of Derby. Although, as I was saying earlier, you drive out of here for 5 minutes and you're in the countryside, beautiful countryside as well. Is the next ball, which is driven by Finch very pleasantly. Out past Billy Godleman at mid-off. I think that might race away for 4. Billy Godleman's giving it up. And umpire Lloyd certainly is assured it's trickled over the rope, and he signals 4. So nice shot by Finch, who is no idiot with the bat. In fact, I think he's third in the Worcestershire averages. He's got a 33 this season. He's got 64 runs with a couple of knots out, so he has an average of 64. But that was a nice shot. And Worcestershire go to 325 for 5, having been put in and been 41 for 2 after 13 overs this morning. Finch 5, Barnard 17. 3 overs remain in the day, at least one of which is going to be bowled by Anuj Dal. Wicketkeeper guest wants something from the pavilion, but he wants a helmet, which indicates that Thompson is going to bowl, and Thompson is doing some warming up, which also indicates that Thompson is going to bowl. Personally would have had him on 2 or 3 overs ago. Worcestershire not really looking to score runs at this time of day. as Dahl is in and bowls, and Barnard is wrapped on the pad. There's some confusion between the two batsmen as to whether there's a run there. In the end, there isn't. There's half an appeal, but I would have thought that Barnard was way outside the line of off stump. He'd gone down a couple of steps as well, so the Dahl turns. Right arm over to the right-handed Barnard, lets the ball go through to the wicket keeper. I didn't bother to count the big 6 in the gap at the far end, but there's only 2 left. And apart from the 9 who left after 1 over, the Derby 9, they've furtively left the ground. Dahl bowls, and this is Barnard getting across and into line and plays it out to mid-on. He's probably looking to play a little bit squarer, that the ball wasn't quite there for that, because there's a huge space on the leg side where really you just get a bat on it and push. There's probably 2 if you can get it reasonably square, but Anish Dahl bowling so that he can't do that. Dahl in again, and this time wide of the off stump. Barnard raises the bat and allows it to go on its way through to the wicket-keeper. A couple of pigeons make their way across the ground. In fact, a trio of pigeons heading towards the west. Haven't seen the big black crow lately. He was habiting the ground earlier today. Massive crow. Dahl bowls. Barnard drives. A pushed drive, we'll call that. Out on the offside. Deploy comes into field. Deploy, who bowled a couple of overs this afternoon, not with great success, it has to be said. He bowled 2 overs for 17, including a real long hop that Brett D'Oliveira smashed for 6 over deep mid-wicket. Field changes because Adam Finch is facing the last ball of Dahl's over. Bowls and Finch lets it go by outside the off stump, and really Dahl has got to get Finch to play at this stage of the game. He's the lower order batsman who's come in as night watchman, and you've got to make him play. So we've got 2 overs remaining in the day. Connors 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 87. Lackmar 20 overs and 2 balls, 1 for 61. Sidebottom 19 overs and 4 balls, 2 for 76. Sidebottom having to finish off Lackmar's over. Dahl 13 overs, 3 wickets, no wicket for 33. Thompson 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45. And Deploy, as I was saying, has bowled 2 overs for 17 runs. And Thompson is indeed going to bowl. The shadow from the floodlight pylon and the block of lights on the top has nearly reached the middle of the pitch. Thompson bowled very tidily early in the day. You finished your other duties?
Oh, God, mate, that was the longest 5 minutes of my career. No, yes, it was. I'm always loath not to agree to do anything on the real radio to do with cricket for fear that they eventually forget all about me.
Yeah. I know the feeling, mate.
Yeah, so the more times I can get on the actual radio, I'm always happy to say yes, which is why I'm on breakfast, dinner and tea. Thompson begins a new over from the racecourse end. The final over from the racecourse end. It's his 18th over, 1 for 45. I said to Ed Dawes, I think we can agree that he's probably been the pick of the bowlers.
Oh, comfortably for me.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
given the circumstances, given the circumstances. Next one is defended by Barnard, back towards the bowl. No chances going to be taken by either of these batsmen before the close, you wouldn't have thought.
Well, I remember saying that once.
Yes. Next delivery is pushed through a little flatter and quicker, turning to the leg side, no run.
Lancashire, Yorkshire, they bat out these last few balls. Hick batting, Jack Simmons bowling, 6-6. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Let's go back a while. Flat Jack.
3 overs left of the over. Lackmar just moved a little bit closer in at mid-on rather, and that one's pushed into the offside by Ed Barnard. presumably won't take a single now, because the whole point of having Adam Finch out there is to protect Ed Barnard, who's about to play out a maiden over from Alex Thompson if he's not careful. Thompson going over the wicket now. Barnard goes back into his stumps and plays an expansive looking shot. Gets a bottom edge on it. It dribbles out into the offside and is fielded by Elias Deploy.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, that's the sole purpose of the night watchman. Isn't it?
Yeah, he should be on strike. Not at the other end. This one is pushed out by Barnard up towards Billy Coddleman at mid-off. It's the end of the over, and night watchman will be on strike at the start of the final over of the day's play, with Worcestershire on 326 for 5, Finch 5, Barnard 18. Still Worcestershire's day, even if Derbyshire pick up a wicket now, but they're clinging on by their fingertips, Derbyshire.
I mean, they've done 2 to 8 for 2. They've done,
It's a good fight back, isn't it?
They've stayed in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been.
I think I'll be focusing on the bowlers that stuck at it and fought back nicely at the end there, Ryan.
Yeah.
As my opening gambit.
Yeah.
And then he'll tell us how important the first hour is tomorrow when he'll go home.
Yeah, lads did well. Bowled as a unit.
Yeah. Gotta keep your chin up.
Here is the last over of the day. It actually goes past the outside edge from Anuj Dal of Finch as he propped himself half forward. The crowd has dispersed, all but. Fair dues to those who stick it out till the close of play.
I'll say.
Dahl bowls. Finch this time gets solidly behind it, plays it out just on the onside, rolls it back down the wicket. The lone steward who was stewarding probably not a lot has disappeared. He's gone home for a cup of tea and
I think he's left in a white car. Let me guess.
a cup of tea and some beans on toast. Here's Dahl in bowls. Finch forward. Plays it out to mid-wicket. No run shall occur. 3 balls left in the day. A good day's cricket, though.
Yeah.
Good day's cricket, I think. Yeah, we enjoyed it today. 41 for 2, Worcestershire this morning. And Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes been on 187. And then, as I say, Derbyshire hanging on at the end, picking up some wickets. Dahl bowls. Forward comes Finch. Plays the ball to backward point. Deploy is the fielder. The scoreboard is static.
It's another one of those strange looking scorecards, though, isn't it? 7, 17, 35, 17 not out. 5 not out, rather, 18 not out, and then you've got 88 and 133.
Yeah.
Those look a bit strange.
Next ball is very confidently by Finch. That was a tremendous catch by Anuj Dahl.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it had gone over his
I
head.
thought it had bounced and gone over his head, but it went straight to him. Brilliant catch.
Yeah. He's an athlete, the lad.
Yeah. He's plus plenty. If he gets a duck, he's still plus.
Yeah.
Dahl to Finch. Finch. Oh, he's played and missed at this one. And that is the last one of the day. Time calls umpire Warren, or he should do anyway. And that is us done for the day, with Worcestershire on 326 for 5. Ed Barnard has, what's he got, 18 of those.
Yeah.
And Adam Finch on 5. So we shall resume at 11 o'clock in the morning.
I think we're contractually obliged to return, so we might as well talk while we're here. Thanks for your company. Thanks for your company today on the BBC Sport website.
Thanks, folks. Yeah.
I've enjoyed that. Excellent interaction. More of the same tomorrow, please, and similarly to the cricketers. We'll see you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Good night, all.